Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost-Plaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. What's up? How's it hanging? What's shaking? I feel like a different person because I got sleep. Look, you can still see I've got pillow lines still on the old face. Ah, that's nice. That's nice. Oh my goodness. We are here for day 10. Day friggin' 10 of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It is it's a thing. Can we change the size of this window, please? Thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is injury marks according to Heard's team. Yes. Lady Rackets was viciously assaulting me with a pillow. I didn't know what to do. Of course, I'm not minimizing actual domestic violence, but she is brutal with that pillow. You have to understand why I would be shattered and harmed. Okay. Let's see. What do we got? Couch. Oh, yesterday was quite the day. Gosh, I got it's like a hair or something in my eyeball. Yesterday was quite the day. Here, what? Try and get my face red so I can pretend to be hit. We had Dr. Mommy Psychiatrist, who was one of the funniest witness selections that Johnny Depp's team could have made. One of the things that may have gotten missed, she so she was interviewed by Depp's team, right? She was interviewed by Depp's team, long interview, where there was dinner involved and stuff, and they tried to make a big deal out of it. The funny part of that is why do you think they interviewed her? They wanted someone better looking and more charismatic than Amber Heard on the stand, and they got her. They got someone who's better looking, more charismatic, smarter, more dynamic than Amber Heard. And it's very, very funny. And I bet they did it just to make her, partly to make her mad. And it was great. It was great. The Muffin MILF, as she is called. Oh man. Gotta get the blood flow going. But all right. So other than that, we had Johnny Depp's island manager. The island manager was interviewed as well, and she was for the most part not super effective either way, except she had a story for goodness gracious. If I could just go ahead and stop yawning. Brain, do you have enough oxygen? I mean, I know you don't generally, but it'd be nice. The island manager was there, and she was mostly neutral, except for creating this, or relaying the story in which Amber Heard had hit Johnny Depp, right? And then we finished up with kind of important testimony that was super boring. It was video deposition testimony from the police officer who responded to a call, purportedly a domestic violence call. But of course, when she got there, found no signs of domestic violence had occurred, no signs of domestic violence on Amber Heard at all. None in the building, none in the she did a sweep of 2 of the penthouses. None of them appeared damaged in any way. So it was ultimately, she determined that Amber Heard was not a victim of domestic violence, that nothing was there, that she didn't even need to make an independent report. Amber was uncooperative. But even if she was uncooperative and there was any suspicion of domestic violence, a report would be made, and no report was made. Why? Because she did not find her to be a victim of domestic violence, which she said explicitly. So with that, it was, you know, it all turned out for nothing, except for a witness that was favorable to Johnny Depp. And the well, the video depositions are weird because the cross examination is actually done as direct examination because they call the deposition. The opposing party tends to notice for deposition, and the party who notices for deposition gets to do the deposition. But that means they have to run it as a direct examination. They don't get to do leading questions. And they just didn't really get anything out of it. So it was not helpful for them at all. Okay, I need to do, oh my goodness, one little management thing here. Everything. Here we go. There, done. Save. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys, just a second. Having an administrative thing that I need to do real quick. Okay. Goodness gracious. So anyway, testimony ultimately yesterday was largely in Johnny's favor. I didn't see too much go against him. There was a time where the cat lady lawyer got a chance to go after Johnny Depp a little bit by reading the testimony of other people about how Johnny Depp was abusive towards Amber Heard physically. But that testimony was all in the context of her self-reports to doctors who are care providers. And the lady doctor explained, she blunted that by basically saying they have to take her at her word. That's their job. So she kind of mitigated any potential impact that would have had. So it was very well done strategically, and it was, you know, it was good times. It was well played day. Yeah, so today we're looking forward to whatever testimony comes next. I don't know who's on the list, but it should be interesting. We'll see what happens. We'll see what we get here. I don't know. What are you guys looking forward to? I'm looking forward to the possibility that the audio will be better today. That StreamYard will have fixed whatever freaking issues that they have in the background. Solo streamer guests, let's put it up to a poll. kind of curious how people liked it. Oh wait, don't hold on. Here we go. I'm redoing the poll, just a second. Let's see. I don't know who all's available, but here's the poll. Poll like Polish. Kind of curious. I mean, it says no poll, you decide. I mean, there's some complicating factors here, obviously. One, I'll make the ultimate decision because I'll have to decide to send out invites or not. Two, that decision will be informed specifically by if people actually, are available and want to pop on. So we'll have to see there. Oh, see, look, a couple guests is very popular. You do miss Tug? Yeah, Tug has been streaming on his own channel, and I'm not here to interrupt that. Let's see. Get the doc from yesterday. She's still on the witness list for rebuttal. So I don't know that I can bring her on. I can't get Tug. Tug is on his own thing. I think he's already streaming too. I can check. I don't know who all is streaming today. I mean, other than Legal Bites, of course. Legal Bites is doing very well on her streams. Very, very big league on the streaming numbers, which is awesome. And she passed 100,000 subscribers yesterday, which is very good. Very good. Congrats to her. Yeah, Tug is streaming today on his own show. Let's see. So I can send out a couple invites. It looks like the most popular option right now is a couple guests. Get Ralph on. I mean, I don't know, man. Ralph he'd be very, very insightful. The lead attorney. Lead's been streaming. He's in chat. He's been streaming along with the trial the past couple days. I don't know if he's planning on being on or not. But anyway, I'll probably send out a couple invites. But I do think the other day, man, there was just some points where I think we had a little too much going on. Little too many cooks in the kitchen and not enough cooks in the oven getting roasted. It was really hard to hear some of the testimony that was good. So, because I'm all for talking over boring testimony and stuff, but man, during the butler's testimony was pretty interesting to me. But we'll see. Let me toss out a couple links. Lead, if you're still in the chat, I am going to throw you a link. If you have some time today and you want to pop on, feel free. If you're going to be streaming, don't worry about it, of course. Go do your own thing if you want to do that, but you are welcome to come on. Just sending out invites here. I should probably do some super chats. Is it Wednesday already? Holy cats. Yeah, and I'll send one to. I think DUI guy might have his microphone set up now. Okay, there we go. Here, let me go ahead and pull up the. Oh, Amber's walking in with a smile on her face today. She's trying to be personable and all that stuff. Let's crank this quality up. We'll do it like this for now. Nothing's happening. Okay, let's analyze the outfit, I guess. Okay, I guess. All I saw was a black suit coat. Get Eve Barlow as a guest. That would be funny. That would be funny. All right, guys. I've sent out a couple invites. But you know, it's all dependent on who has time and all of that stuff. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Woo. Oh my goodness. So guys, one of the I've been posting these little clips throughout the day. Have my editor grab them and post them from the trial, little moments and stuff like that. So wild. One of them hit 1 million views this morning, which is just nuts. Just nuts seeing these things go crazy. You got another one that's at about it'll cross 500,000 views pretty soon. But man, people are interested in this trial, like crazy interested in this trial. The numbers are insane. I wonder if it's going to go down a little bit since Johnny's done testifying. Like if we'll have like a little valley for a bit. I thought yesterday was going to be a slower day for, you know, for most of the channels, but it really wasn't. I mean, things are just more and more people are tuning into this thing. Okay, let me get to the pre-show super chat or the pre-start super chats. There were a couple, not too many. We'll get those right away. Oh, I gotta make sure we're on today's. IFID says no stream last night. Very breaded. Why do I even bother super chatting you? You unprofessional shaster lawyer, disloyal. I just, of course. Thanks for the content, the rants, the humor, and the toasts. Hey, thank you, IFID. Yeah, last night. Well, I mean, the last night is was a combination of things, but a big part of last night was my parents are in town and they were babysitting my children. So I got to spend my entire evening with Lady Rackets, which was nice. Very nice. Amber testifies this week. Oh, no, most likely no. Johnny Depp's team has to wrap their case first before she testifies at all. And then I don't think they're going to lead off with Amber Heard testifying. I would think next week at the earliest, probably later in next week. We got still another 3 weeks of trial to go after this one. There's a ton of time. There's a ton of time left. So Catherine Ruck says, hello, Nick and chat. I just wanted to give a shout out for Dr. Todd Grand's YouTube channel. He talks about the psychology of some high profile people. His latest video is about the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial, if anyone is interested. Very cool, Catherine. Kathy Zapp says, borderlines are like a drug, so not surprising Johnny Depp stayed with Amber for as long as he did. They're like vampires sucking your life and finances. They target caring people. I lived with one, destroyed. Dang. And yeah, the doctor kind of gave some insight as to what one of the reasons why Johnny Depp might be enticed by Amber Heard as a borderline personality disorder is since she said that they don't have strong self-identity, and they mimic those who are around, especially sort of popular, I don't want to say popular people, but charismatic people. And so if you have a borderline personality person and you're a little bit narcissistic, maybe not full on narcissism, but one of those if you're attracted to yourself, you'd be attracted to them.
Okay.
Oh, we got to turn this up.
Sure.
Oh, look at this. The Independence chat. Clowns. Justice for Amber. Clowns. Oh, no. You get them, you brave warriors. Oh, these are not for Amber. It's so funny. Oh, man. Those people should be here. They sound like they'd fit in. Oh, no. Oh, no. The clowns have arrived. Let's not get too crazy with the clowning, though. We don't need to convince anybody. Aiden Bergen says, guess or not, if I start getting tired, I will be playing Beat Saber then. Go for it, buddy. Beat your saber all you want. NGE Fan 76 says, listening while I do some last minute cramming for my criminal law final this afternoon and property law final later this week. Wish me luck. Just remember, the model penal code is what you've learned in criminal law most likely, and none of it will matter when you get out of law school. It's all controlled by statute. The model penal code is the fucking most useless thing. Ryan says, so how are they going to fill another 4 more weeks? Oh, man, there is so much testimony to go. So much testimony. Just tons of people. Tons of people left. Amber came into Portland Andy chat trying to talk to me, and I told on her. Oh, okay. Oh no, the clowns. Send in the clowns. Zachary Rosfield says, I liked the major focus on her borderline personality disorder. The more they make it a focus, the more it will shed light on her uncontrollable need to protect her self-image by lying pathologically. FYI, borderline personality disorder used to be under narcissism. No wonder it sounded so familiar to me. Yeah, well, and also, of course, the histrionic personality disorder as well, which I think so. Well, they're all. Am I right? Like, I'm going to say this and probably be wrong, but am I right in saying that those are both cluster B personality disorders, which is like, so is narcissism? Does Amber Heard have enough hairstyles to fill 3 more weeks of trial? That's the ultimate question. That's it. That's it. Yes. Okay, there we go. Amber's wearing what Dr. Mommy wore yesterday. Oh, could be. I gotta see what color her blouse is. Let me see. I've got. Okay, so she was almost wearing like a t-shirt under her navy jacket. It's kind of funny. Had a high neckline and everything. People who wear t-shirts.
Are we ready for the jury then?
Serious things are ridiculous. Joe Radar says the other LawTube stream is brutal. They're just patting themselves on the back. Thanks for what you do, Nick. Cool. Luis Cuevas says, here's a dono. I expect you to cover the Baldwin Rust trial and hopefully a Mike Tyson. Oh, I don't think there's going to be a Mike Tyson trial. That guy's like, no, I don't have a criminal report. I fell. I was sleeping on my face for 8 straight days. That's why it's bruised. They're under cluster B. Thank you. I thought so. I'm not a psychology. Like, I don't understand all the terms or whatever. I get people.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
I fell down a flight of
witness.
fists.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Officer Tyler Hadden. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the first part of the testimony you will hear is questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel, and then we'll let you know when Mr. Depp's counsel takes over the question.
They're trying to kill us early with video deposition, but you can't get me down, Johnny Depp's team. Am I a biologist? Yes.
Please state your name and your business address.
Tyler Hadden, 1546 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Los Angeles, California.
Sir, what is your occupation?
I'm a police officer for the city of Los Angeles.
Can we put him on the stream?
And how long have you been a police officer with the city of Los Angeles?
Approximately 5.5 years.
Did you serve in any law enforcement capacity prior to coming to the LAPD?
No.
When you said approximately 5.5 years, do you recall approximately you started employment with the LAPD?
Approximately November of 2015.
Did you attend the police academy prior to November 2015, or did you attend it after you became employed by the LAPD
Your
in
Honor,
November of 2015?
could we turn
I
that
began
volume?
the academy in 2015, that November.
Oh man, I was hoping they were going to say, can we skip all the pointless questions that we should have edited out? Why don't they do this live online? Who knows?
And how long were you with the academy?
Approximately 6 months.
And when did you start as a patrol officer with the LAPD?
All right, we're going to end the
6 months
poll.
after November.
Can you recall your date when you started patrol?
I don't recall the exact date, no.
And that would be end of May of 2016?
So
Correct.
just remember that before everybody starts complaining about the mask, it's March
And
of
was the
2021. in
training
LA,
officer that
in a
you
public
worked with
place.
on patrol, Melissa Science?
They're required by law at the time to
Question,
wear a
when did you
mask.
first have body-worn video assigned to you?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Approximately when?
Approximately 3 months into working patrol. So maybe during the summertime.
No excuse.
The summer of
Yes,
2016?
they are required by law
Correct.
to wear a mask. The law, the city ordinance of California,
When
that
you
comes from
started
their
working with
boss, the
Melissa
mayor.
Science as your training officer, did Officer Science have body-worn video?
Officer
Not
Science.
at the time I worked with her.
How much training did you have on domestic violence while you were at the academy?
I don't recall the exact amount of time.
Approximately how much?
Shadow band as usual. That's okay. We're the cool kids club.
20 hours, approximately.
Okay. So just to make sure that I
If you know, you
understand,
know.
because we had a few
That's why you're
different
here.
questions and answers. So it was your understanding as of May 2016 that if you
Oh, that is a
answered a
sweet
call for
tie.
domestic violence and there was evidence of a crime, even if the victim did not want to press charges, that you had to take a report. Is that correct?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
So your best recollection today is that you had been on patrol as a probationary officer somewhere between a week and 3 weeks before answering the
53
May
minutes
21,
long.
2016 domestic
Shit.
violence call at Eastern Columbia Building. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall any of the other incidents that you reported to that evening of May 21st, 2016?
No.
At all? Any part of them?
Nope.
So this was new for you working with Officer Science, is that correct?
Correct.
And as the probationary officer, then you would defer to Officer Science, is that fair?
Correct.
And if you could just describe to me what your understanding of Officer Science role
Joey Big Play says,
was
"Hey Nick,
to you as
would
your
you rather
training
be G
officer
word
in May
or the R
2016?
word?"
To teach me and guide me in how to become
That's a tough
complete the
question.
duties of being a law enforcement officer.
I
Officer
can't answer
Hadden,
correctly. I'll go with the G word.
under your understanding of the LAPD rules in 2016, if a victim of domestic violence said that the altercation was only verbal, would that require you to write a report?
No.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you to take a look at the first page of what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 1. It's Hadden it's actually number 3, my apologies.
I knew it.
And this
Oh
is an
no.
incident recall. What is your understanding of what this document is, Officer Hadden?
It's essentially what is given to us on our computer.
And what do you mean is given to us on our computer?
In our car.
Right, so what happens?
Come on, crazy cat
So
lady.
when we're assigned the radio call comes to our computer in our car, and this is what we see on our screen, but in a different format.
Now, how was this particular call characterized by the dispatch, at least initially?
Initially, it was dispatched as a domestic radio call.
Okay. And what does domestic radio call mean to you?
That there's some type of, whether it's disagreement all the way up to a violent crime that's occurred between two people that are in some type of relationship or have some children in common.
So, Officer Hadden, this comes out into the system and it's accessible by all of the LAPD black and whites that are on patrol that night, correct?
Yes, whoever is logged in and working that night, I could look up any division's radio calls if I wanted to.
And then it
Okay.
has a DS and then ER after stat. What does that mean?
DS means dispatched. ER means we're en route.
So at 8:46 and 37 seconds p.m., your vehicle was en route to
Wolf of
849
Fenris over on
South
Rumble
Broadway,
says, "You're not
correct?
my dad, Nick."
Correct.
And
Do you
Faux Peasy
recall
says,
how
"Nick,
far away
stop
you were?"
simping for these state slaves
do
and
not
let us
recall.
make fun of these mask-wearing NPCs."
And then it says primary unit PD 1A1-W3. What is that?
That's my call assignment. So the PD is police department. 1A1 is my car assignment. W3 means I work watch 3.
Okay. Then we have at 20:57, which is 8:57 p.m. That is AS. What does that
Oh.
mean?
I've
Right.
seen, like, where they're
Hey, what's up, lead?
Thank you so much for having me. Heartfelt.
At 8:57 p.m.
No.
Correct?
correct.
What did you do then?
Oh boy.
We walked to the location.
I hate these video depositions. I hate them.
They're the worst. I wish we had a lineup. Like
You
who's gonna be
recall
called?
Yeah.
Anything that you did before you went up to the penthouse?
Yeah, so I could know when to take my
We walked,
depressants and when to take my cocaine.
met with
That is
security, who
exactly
showed us
right.
where the elevator was.
Did you do anything else?
When to dive deeper into the Jack Murphy
But your
hole.
best recollection is
Pause.
that you went in, you talked to security, and then you went on the
Time it right.
elevator,
You
is
can get
that
on his
right?
chatterbait and
Yes.
dive really deep.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the apartment, the penthouse?
No, I don't.
All right. Then your next entry here is 21:22. So that would be 9:22 p.m. and 57 seconds.
I think
Yeah.
you and Johnny Depp have the same tie guy.
Met with victim.
Johnny Depp's been looking dapper recently.
Location. Victim advised verbal. Do you see that?
I wish we both had we had the same island guy.
That's right.
Jesus.
When we put the comments of the call of what happened in the radio call, that's what we wrote.
So do you recall whether that was you that wrote that or Officer Science?
I don't recall who wrote it.
All right. And,
Man,
and
if I'm
you
the
were
defense
back
team,
in your vehicle
these cops are
by 9:22. is that
terrible
correct?
for my case.
Right.
Approximately, yeah.
Well,
be trying to
if you
get out of
wrote
these
this
things so
at
fast.
9:22, would it be fair to say you were back in your vehicle writing this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you take a report?
We issued a business card.
I asked, did you take a report?
No,
Why not?
because the victim didn't request a report, and during our investigation, we didn't reveal that we needed to take a report.
So who decided to use the words victim advised verbal dispute?
Whoever created the comments of the call used the word victim.
So this is a
made
video
the comments of the call
deposition, and he's still
and
wearing a
used the
mask.
word
But you look at the timestamp, boy, we didn't know what was going on back then.
And even more
Well, and he's in
specifically,
LA, so they
asking
had
who
to.
chose the language
Oh, even if you're
advised
alone?
verbal
Or maybe he
dispute.
wasn't alone.
It was either my partner or I. I don't.
But I
recall
think,
who.
yeah, if there's anybody
Now,
even close
What
to
is
you,
the significance
In-
of
he's in a
writing down
attorney's
verbal
office or a
dispute?
Oh,
or a law
gotcha.
library, one of the two.
We're writing what happened, what we believe is happening, and what our investigation revealed.
But you were not present at any time when Ms. Heard discussed whether there was any type of verbal argument. Is that correct?
Was I there? Yes. Was I speaking to her? No.
Was there any discussion of verbal argument in your presence when you were up in the penthouse investigating?
Not that I recall.
You did not hear Ms. Heard say that it was only a verbal dispute, correct?
I did not.
Now, I asked you a little earlier if it's a verbal dispute, whether that triggers having to write a report. And you indicated that it does not. Am I accurately characterizing that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, here, in addition to the victim advised verbal dispute, says and refused to give any further information. You see that?
Yes,
Question, okay, so if the victim does not want to press charges and advises that it's a verbal dispute,
Oh,
then
okay.
that would not trigger you writing a report. Is that your understanding of LAPD?
Policies and procedures on domestic violence at that time.
correct. There were other circumstances that were also within this incident as well.
Please explain
What do you mean
those.
by that?
During our investigation, we had other reasons to believe that this was true.
I'm sorry.
That
During
what
your
was true?
investigation, you had other reasons.
This,
to believe
right?
that what was true.
That it was a verbal dispute.
And what did you have during your investigation that created in your mind evidence that it was only a verbal dispute?
After discussing the investigation with my partner at the scene, the Ms. Heard refused any medical treatment and had no visible injuries. There was no sign of struggle, and the victim, or correction, the witness that was there that I spoke with was uncooperative as well.
Anything else?
At this time, that's all.
Okay. Now, you recall seeing that Ms. Heard was in tears and was crying and red-faced. Would you agree?
Correct. From a distance.
From a distance.
From a distance, Ms. Heard was in tears, crying, and had a red face, correct?
Correct.
Why did you issue a business card?
It's part of our policy. We're supposed to issue a business card, and it shows that we are there and completed an investigation. And if
They
she would like us to come back,
keep
we offer that
asking these
assistance
questions
that
and giving
we
these
can
cops the
come
opportunity to
back at
say,
another time
because there
if
wasn't
she feels
domestic
like
violence.
she needs us to come
Exactly.
back.
Saw no signs of physical
Did
violence.
you take any notes at all?
Note of what?
Notes during the time that you were.
I like this cop.
No,
Did you take any notes after you got back down to your car about the call?
no,
Did you take any pictures?
no,
Did you record anything?
no,
Would it be fair to say that on 5/21/2016 at 9:22 p.m., you and your training officer, Science, considered this incident closed?
I said, yes, that is correct. At that time, we pressed enter and the call went off my screen, meaning it was completed.
That's a
Did
weird
you
cut.
ever have anything come up on your screen again relating to this incident that evening?
Not that I recall.
At the time that you closed out this incident on your screen at 9:22 on 5/21/2016, did you know that this call involved Johnny Depp?
No,
Did you, at the time that you closed this out on your screen, did you recognize Amber Heard?
no, I had no idea who she was.
And is it
This
fair
guy
to
probably responded
say
to like 4
that
domestic
you
issues that night, and the other
considered
3
these
were wearing
people to
wife
be,
beaters with beer
quote,
stains
just
on them,
citizens, unquote?
That's correct.
and the woman's like bruised
Do
up.
you have any
Quivering
in the
corner.
conversations at all with Officer Gatlin or his patrol partner the night of May 21st, 2016?
No, not that I recall.
This cat
The
lady
next
lawyer's
thing
like,
we're gonna
isn't
go
this the
to-
worst incident you've ever seen?
He's like, I don't even remember it.
They're in the
CAD
top of the
summary, which is
East
at
Columbia
Page
building,
12 of exhibit
going
number.
through these
Right.
giant penthouse
And
apartments
this
that are
is a
super
CAD
nice, and they
summary
can't even
report,
remember
and
it. That's
also
how
has the
uneventful
name
this was.
DFAR
Oh my
report at
gosh.
the top, and it's for 5/21.
But who's asking him the questions? Is it Amber Heard's team?
Specifically,
Yeah,
Officer
yeah, they noticed
Hadden
for
and Officer
deposition
Sines.
since it's Depp's
You
witness,
see that?
and so they have to go first.
Typically,
They're
when
not making
you
any
would
headway on this,
arrive for
though.
your shift,
Mhm.
was there a period of time that you would do things maybe at the precinct or whatever before you get into your vehicle and log on and go forward?
Yes,
All right. What typically would you do back in 2016?
I would change, put on my uniform, and then I would have a roll call where we'd be given our assignments, and then we would stand in line and check out our equipment and check out our car, and then we have to go put our equipment in the car, and then wash the car, vacuum the car, gas the car, and then
We want to
go
gas the
and
car.
find out if there's any radio calls pending.
Okay. And so
Funeral Man 04 says, my sister is still
how
a
long
putz
would it
today, but
typically
lead
take
attorney
for
is
you to
not.
do all
I like
those
him in his
things,
laugh.
putting the
Lead, did you
uniform
tell
on
all the
through
black
the time you
people?
start
I
work?
did. I was just typing that in the chat right now. We were shocked.
I'm not sure.
We're
Approximately
like, this dude is crazy.
How many people?
Absolutely
how many
crazy. I mean,
police
it was
officers,
amazing.
Patrol officers
Oh,
were part of that
it's
that roll
yeah.
call.
There's only one thing deeper than
I
the
don't
lore
know the
on Jack
exact
Murphy,
number. I would say
and that's Jack Murphy himself.
approximately 30.
And when you said you had to stand in line to check out your equipment, was it all 30 of those patrol officers?
Even the
that were in
interview that
line
he
to
did
check
with
out
the
their
Sydney
equipment?
thing, just
Yes,
starting it
and
off was crazy
supervisors.
Oh yeah.
for
Okay.
us, you know?
And what equipment were you checking out that night?
Don't worry, we
Um,
whites were
A
weirded out as well.
shotgun,
Yeah, the black delegation was like, what the hell is going
cameras and stuff
on?
for pouches for our mics.
You know, I believe in equality
batteries
and
for
all
our
that.
radios,
And
keys for
but
the
I'm from
car.
Georgia, so there's this whole, you know, damsel in
Taser.
distress mentality. And when that man looked at that Sydney woman and was like, oh yeah, by the way, fuck you. We were like,
Do you have a
whoa.
recollection of there being cameras inside your car back on May 21, 2016?
Like, damn.
Yes, I believe
It's like,
so.
calm down,
Now-
dude.
And the other guy didn't say anything. He was just like, okay.
You saw
And then this
that there was
Tim
a
Pool guy, there's this guy named Tim Pool, and he seemed to kind of be co-signing it.
Correct?
Then there's this
he-
guy named the
believe it
Quartering or
was,
something,
when I
and
was
this
leaving
Quartering
for
guy's going after this Jack Murphy. I mean, there's a whole,
Okay.
like, trying to find out about this thing. It's amazing. It's a whole rabbit hole.
Yeah.
You believed that Ms. Heard was uncooperative because she was being emotional, crying, was refusing, that she was hurt, and she didn't know initially whether she wanted to file a report or not. And then she didn't want to file a report, correct?
Correct.
The refusing part
Now,
was the uncooperative part.
You
I
said
don't know if you
that
noticed.
Officer Sykes
Right.
told you later that Ms. Heard called the number on the business card. Do you recall when Officer Sykes told you that Ms. Heard called the number on the card?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall approximately how much time you spent at the penthouse speaking with either the male or with Ms. Heard or looking at the premises that night?
I don't recall right now.
Do you recall roughly whether it was 15 minutes, a half hour, hour?
I don't recall.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 17. I'll just scroll down so you can see that. Hold on. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
I believe that's Ms. Heard.
All right. Is this the same person you saw on the night of May 21st, 2016, when you arrived sometime after 9:04 p.m.? And do you recall seeing the red marks that are reflected on this exhibit number 17 on Ms. Heard?
No, I was never this close to be able to examine her face.
You were never close enough to Ms. Heard to be able to examine her face. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. If you had seen this mark close enough to be able to see it, would you have believed you had an obligation to prepare a report?
No, because I don't know what this is from.
Would you agree it's a red mark on her face? I'll ask you,
From what I saw was red from her crying. There was no red marks from any other thing. It was consistent with her crying.
does this look like a red mark that's from crying? Officer Hadden, would In reviewing this picture, does it appear that there's an injury on Ms. Heard's face in this picture?
No,
You would say that doesn't evidence an injury?
no,
Why not?
because I don't see an injury.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 18. And do you recognize this carpeting?
No,
Officer Hadden, what do you see in this picture?
I see stripes with some type of things on.
Do you think
the
that
plastic flooring.
Johnny Depp's team is going to call
Do you
Amber in
have
their
a
case in chief?
recollection of seeing stains on the floor?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Outside of Ms. Heard's penthouse that night of May
It's an
21st,
interesting strategy, though.
2016?
Yeah.
At this point, not that I recall.
Especially since they have the burden.
And when you say at this point, not that you can recall, what do you mean?
But I
by
think
that?
they know she's going to come up, so I think they'll just let her
5 years ago.
get her on cross.
Officer Hadden, I'm going to show you
Yeah.
what has been marked as Hadden exhibit number 19. Do you recognize the business card?
Yes.
What if she doesn't come up? Do you
Tell
think
me
she can
what
win?
you can recall of that.
Well, that's
If she,
my
if she
handwriting,
doesn't go, I don't
and
think she
those
wins.
Our
No.
LAPD business card.
Guys, I'm trying to
she-
balance the
Right.
audio.
The
Sorry.
next thing on there is refuse report. You see that?
Yes.
Because I guess she has a counterclaim too,
Was
right?
it your understanding
100
that
million.
Ms. Heard did not want to press charges?
She spoke with my partner, and that's what my partner advised me.
Yeah, she can ask for 100 million, but
Did you
Sydney
ever
can't get
use
anything.
one
I was like,
that
damn.
Ms. Heard either quote refuse report or refuse to press charges?
I believe we offered her one final chance before we gave her the business card if she needed medical treatment or a report, and she declined at that time, and that's when we issued this business card.
And what did you mean by report?
An official
If
investigative
Johnny
report.
doesn't call Amber and the defense doesn't call Amber, then I think Johnny wins.
Is that the
I don't think the
victim's
jury's
choice
going to
to
award her a
write-
thing if she
whether
won't
you
testify.
write An official investigative report?
Do you think Johnny carries his burden
Yeah.
though? If
A citizen
If she doesn't
can ask
testify?
for a report for anything,
For the jury, I
essentially,
think
with
they do.
LAPD.
I mean,
Yeah.
legally, I'm not so sure, but for the jury, yeah.
But
do
do you
I
have
love that.
an obligation as an LAPD patrol officer to write a report if you see injuries or property damage?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
And when you say if there's evidence of a crime, would injuries and property damage constitute evidence of a crime?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
Okay.
So, guys, there's two
Is
issues
there
here. I've got
something
us turned way
different about
down.
what you're saying than what
The,
I'm asking?
The
Well, I'm
court
trying to
audio is one thing,
understand
but
when
the
I say
court
if you
has
see
low
evidence of
deposition
injuries
audio
and
too.
property
So,
damage, is
Right.
that evidence of a crime in your mind?
Yes, if the person didn't do it themselves. I mean, I can damage my own property and it's not a crime.
Did you have any reason to believe that Amber Heard created any injuries to herself or to the property at the time you were there on May 21st, 2016?
No, because I don't recall seeing any damaged property or obtaining any injuries or having visible injuries that I saw.
Now, it says advised can call at later time if changes mind. What, if any, discussion did you have with Officer Symes about what that meant?
Well, that goes with what I said earlier was a citizen can make a report about anything at any time. It's called an investigative report or just an incident report. So if she wanted a report, then she would call us back and we'll take a report.
But at that point, you have already written into your system that the victim advised verbal dispute only, correct?
Correct.
And you did not write a report or take pictures or create any kind of record, did you, of anything that transpired there?
Just the business card.
I'm going to ask you, Officer Hadden, to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 24. Do you recognize the person in this picture?
Miss Heard?
Well, do you recognize her as Ms. Heard?
No, I had no idea who she was.
Do you recognize the person in this picture on Hadden exhibit number 24 as the person who was the subject of your and Officer Sines reporting to the Eastern Columbia building that evening?
Correct.
All right, so let's go to exhibit number
Correct.
24. And do you,
He's so
what do
done
you
with
see in
this.
this picture with respect to whether there is any
Man, if you were
injury
doing a
depicted on this
deposition
chart?
of
I
a
see
police
a,
officer
female
on
white,
a
fair skin with
divorce issue that
cheek.
involved domestic violence claims, and that police
sorry,
officer
with
said they
what?
didn't see any sign of violence, would you
cheek
keep asking
and
them
pink
if they
eyes.
saw signs of violence? You just gotta
No,
breeze past that one.
exactly.
Do you
Because he's not going to
recognize
change his
that
mind. Like cops double down. Like everybody doubles down, right?
Knowing
Yeah.
what our investigation revealed, no, it's that pink's consistent with Brian.
What do you mean by what your investigation revealed?
That it was a verbal dispute. And she refused that she had any injury.
And just so we're clear again, you were never in the presence of Ms. Heard when she at any time said it was only a verbal dispute, right?
Correct.
Now, would you as a police officer investigating, if you saw this, what's depicted in this picture, would you believe that you need to investigate further?
Yeah, I would need additional information. Just because I see a female with pink cheeks and pink eyes doesn't mean that
Pink cheeks.
something happened.
She's been sitting there crying, man.
Right.
It's like,
They should be sad and crying that their dog died.
Did you engage in any further investigation?
did you see a
The
dead
only
dog,
investigation
sir?
I did was
Right.
speaking with my partner and
Covered in
then,
paint.
speaking with the witness. With the witness, the
There's
next
a
door
poodle
neighbor.
smashed by a vodka bottle.
What did you
paw chopped off.
discuss with the witness, the next door neighbor?
I tried to obtain information of what occurred.
What did you ask?
Who, what, when, where, why.
And what did he say?
I don't remember his exact words, but he wasn't very coming with the information. I had very vague information as far as what he was telling me.
What do you specifically recall the witness telling you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall at all?
I don't recall
What do you call?
specific
I don't.
words or.
Do you recall the witness taking you around and showing you property damage in the penthouse?
No, I recall my partner and I doing a protective sweep, and that's it.
You don't recall Josh Drew being with you and taking you through?
I don't recall. I don't recall if someone else was with us or not.
Do you recall one way or the other?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, you have a recollection of you and Officer Science going through the entire penthouse, is that correct?
We did a protective sweep of
Officer
the
Science
location
sounds like
that
a
she was
kid
at.
show character.
So
Tell me
right.
what you mean by protective sweep.
We
Officer
walked
Science is here to
through
dispel the myth
the
of
general
religion.
house in the area that she was at to make sure that there's no one else in there that
Officer
shouldn't be
Science.
there, or there's no one hurt.
Do you recall how many rooms you went through?
No, I don't.
I'm gonna ask you, the officer having to take a look at number 25. You recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes,
All right. And do you see any injuries depicted on this picture?
no,
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 26. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
yes,
Okay. Do you see any injuries in this picture on this?
no,
I'm going to ask you the same question. Exhibit number 27, do you recognize this as?
You would think this is
Yes.
Johnny Depp's
Do
attorney.
you see any injuries in this picture on Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to ask the same question.
Miss Heard is perfectly
Officer
fine,
Hadden.
isn't she? Yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at Hadden exhibit number 28. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And do you see any injuries depicted on Ms. Heard's face in this picture?
No.
I show you exhibit number 29. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Do you see any injuries on Ms. Heard in this picture?
No.
Now, you indicated that you and Officer Sines went through the apartment, correct?
Correct. We did a protective sweep.
Protective suite. And in doing the protective suite, you did go in the room, correct?
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly where we went, but we walked around what she claimed was her living quarter.
Would you agree that if Ms. Heard displayed injuries at the time that you reported to her residence after the domestic violence call, that you would have had an obligation to prepare a report?
If there was injuries or a complaint of pain, yes.
I'm sorry, injuries or what?
Complaint of pain?
Gosh.
Would you agree that if Ms. Heard displayed injuries that you perceived to be injuries at the time you reported to Ms. Heard's residence after the domestic violence call on May 21st, 2016, you had an obligation to prepare a report?
If I perceived them to be injuries, then yes.
Okay. Would you agree that if there was property damage present at the time you reported to Ms. Heard's residence after the domestic violence calls, you had an obligation to prepare a report?
No, because if she's living there, that's her property, and she's being uncooperative and doesn't say that someone else did it or anyone else did it, then I have no other information to go off of. She could have broken it herself.
Officer Hadden, did you provide any pamphlets to Ms. Heard, you or Officer Sines, relating to domestic violence?
20 minutes left. Ugh.
I personally did not.
Do you know whether Officer Sines did?
I don't know.
And ladies and gentlemen, at this point, counsel for Mr. Depp takes over the questioning.
34 minutes of him saying there were no injuries. What a brilliant
Did you see
deposition.
Ms. Heard's
Correct.
face on the evening of May 21, 2016?
Yes,
On how many occasions did you see her face?
I believe two.
And the first time you saw her face, how close to her were you?
This attorney next to Johnny Depp's kind
I
of
don't recall
hot.
exactly. I think it was
Oh, yeah.
approximately 10 feet.
Did you perceive any, did you have any
I think she's going to do cross of
problems
Amber
with your
Heard.
eyesight at that time?
Objection.
No.
Did you have 20/20 vision as of May 21, 2016?
No, I wear contacts though, so I can't see perfectly fine.
Were you wearing your contacts that evening?
Yes,
Did you have any trouble seeing the contours of her face the first time you saw her that evening?
no,
Did you perceive any signs of injury on her face or anywhere else on her body that was visible to you?
no.
For how long a period did you view her face the first time you saw her that night?
A few seconds, not very long.
And how much later was the second time you saw Ms. Heard?
Right before we left,
And how close to her were you when you observed her face?
approximately 10 feet.
Did you have a clear view of her face?
Yes,
Did you still have your contacts in at the
Yeah.
time?
yes,
Was there sufficient light that enabled you to actually see her face?
I believe so. I believe it was the light was a little dimmer, but it was still lit.
Did you perceive any signs of injury to her face on that second occasion?
No,
Did you see
It said no
any
signs of
swelling
injury
of any kind
about
on her face
15 times.
either during the first time you
Terrible
saw her
deposition for
or the
Heard.
second time you saw her?
So
that night?
bad.
No,
Did you see any marks on her face either the first time you observed her that
And I guess
night
she
or
would
the
have
second
noticed
time
the
you observed her?
deposition, huh?
just
Amber Heard's
redness,
attorneys.
which was consistent
Jesus.
with her crying.
Did you see any time that night any indication of any bruising on her face?
No,
See,
Did
this is
you
what
see
Depp's
at any
attorneys
time
want.
that
Is him
evening
to say
Right.
this over and over.
any indication or any sign whatsoever of any injury to her face?
no,
And going to your, was it the security? What was the term you used? The security sweep, is that correct?
the protective suite.
Protective sweep. During your protective sweep, was your access barred to any part of the penthouse?
My access what? Sorry.
Did you have free access to the penthouse?
The witness that was there, he kind of, I believe he guided us kind of through
What's up,
the
fellas?
place.
Salute. How you doing?
You know, wherever he guided us through.
Did you see any broken glass anywhere in the penthouse where you did the protective sweep?
Not that I remember.
Were you looking for any signs of a disturbance?
Yes.
Why were you looking for signs of a possible disturbance?
Signs of or any evidence that a crime has occurred.
Because we're on a domestic
Is
violence
that
call,
part
bro.
of, is that standard procedure, a police procedure?
Yes.
And why do you look
Getting to
for
be the lawyer that asked the cop. You
signs
didn't find
of
anything, did you? Is the best.
vandalism or disturbance to
You don't remember
property
anything
in
outside
the
your
course
report, right?
of a domestic violence allegation or possibility?
Just because that tends to happen when some type of domestic altercation occurs between two people.
Did you see any sign of any kind of property damage or vandalism that evening?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any signs of spilled wine on the floor?
Objection.
Not that I recall. If they were visible or a complaint of pain.
Do you recall some questioning from Ms. Heard's counsel, Ms. Bredehoft, about a man who led you through the penthouses on the evening of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
Did you describe him as uncooperative?
Yes.
Let me ask another question. Was he cooperative with your inquiries that evening?
No.
What do you mean by that?
I attempted to gather information of who the husband was and what occurred and where he possibly went so we could interview kind of all the different parties. And he wouldn't even give me a name of who the husband was.
And how long did you interact with that person who in fact is Josh Drew?
I'd say approximately 5 to 10 minutes.
Did he report to you in words or substance that any domestic violence had occurred?
I don't recall any exact verbiage he said.
Did he report to you in words or substance any vandalism?
No, not that I recall.
On the evening that you and your partner got a call to the penthouse on May 21, 2016, were you and your partner in a particular hurry to close out this incident?
No.
Were you willing to stay as long as was necessary to resolve the matter?
Yes.
Would you generally take notes for a verbal dispute only?
When we dispo the call and we get rid of the call, we leave our comments of what occurred and what we did in that call.
Would you generally write a report for a verbal dispute only?
No, unless it's at the request of one of the parties.
When you were typing in your computer to add text to a call, is
We're
it
gonna switch
common to
back to
refer to the
Heard's team in a
focused
second.
individual in the call as a victim, whether a crime has been committed or not?
Yes, because that's how the call was broadcasted and created.
Bruno says this is 100% edited.
Ladies
yes.
and gentlemen, at
yes.
this point, counsel
This is a
for
multi-hour
Ms.
deposition.
Heard, completes the questioning.
Bless the editor.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
there was another woman that was present as well, correct? That night?
Please get him to say there was no
I believe
no
so,
violence yet again.
Do you
That'd be very helpful
remember
for your case.
testifying earlier that at the end she was holding and embracing Ms. Heard?
Yeah, I believe she's sitting on the couch with her when we left.
Did you interview that woman?
No, she was with Miss Heard when my partner was speaking with her. I believe. I had never spoke to her.
Did you ever attempt to interview that woman that was on the couch who was embracing Ms. Heard?
No, because I was speaking with the gentleman outside.
Do you know whether Officer Science ever attempted to interview that woman who was sitting on the couch?
I'm unaware.
Okay. Now, let's go back to the description that you gave, and you responded again to it with Mr. Chu, that she was crying and had a red face, and you said the redness was consistent with crying. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Why was she crying?
I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know why she was crying.
She wouldn't tell me.
It's
I
amazing.
Not because my partner interviewed her.
Then when you downloaded with your partner later, did you ask Officer Science why Amber Heard was crying?
No, my partner never advised me. She spoke with her and while I was speaking with the gentleman.
Do you recall that you testified that there was another woman who was embracing Ms. Heard on the sofa at the end of your visit?
Yes.
Do you recall asking why she was embracing and holding Ms. Heard? Why did you not ask either the other woman or Ms. Heard why the woman was embracing and holding Ms. Heard?
Why I did not is because we were
I was too
trained
busy
in the
filming it.
academy to separate the parties and to try and attempt to build a rapport with the individual we're speaking with. Therefore, it was two females and my partner was female. So therefore, my partner spoke with the female.
Would it be fair to say you deferred to Officer Science to conduct any type of investigation with both Ms. Heard and the other woman who was embracing her?
I know my partner spoke with Miss Heard. I am unaware. I cannot testify if she spoke with the other female.
When you said you learned at the academy to divide up the parties, was it your understanding that parties meant the victim and the suspect?
All parties.
Do you know whether anyone made an attempt to divide up the woman from Ms. Heard, the woman that was embracing her?
I'm unaware.
Okay. Now, the redness that you said was on Ms. Heard's face when she was crying and emotional, could it also have been consistent with injury?
I do not think so. I had perceived it as redness from crying.
Did you consider whether the redness on the face might be from something in addition to crying?
No, I did not.
And you had never met Ms. Heard before, correct?
Never even seen her.
And would it be fair to say that you don't know what Ms. Heard, what her characteristics are for swelling, bruising, redness, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you, Officer Hadden, to look at what has been marked as Hadden Exhibit number 8, and it's from the Office of the Chief of Police, and it's dated November 24, 2014, and the subject is Domestic Violence Supplemental Report, Form 15.40.02 revised. You see that?
I do.
this was provided to us by the LAPD in response to our document requests. Did you have an
The
understanding?
title is the best part of their
that
deposition
there
here.
was a domestic
Just that it's titled domestic violence.
report
Yep.
form that was in place as of May 21st, 2016?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what is exhibit number 9. And this is called Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. And it is something, is it your understanding that the police officer fills this out?
yes, we fill that out.
Okay. Do you recall whether you had filled out this supplemental report at any time prior to May 21st, 2016?
I don't recall.
Now, if we look at the first column on the domestic violence supplemental report, it has a column that says victim. And then there are a number of descriptive words underneath with boxes. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. Now, the first one is shaking. What, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Heard shaking?
No, I don't recall.
All right. What, if any, observations did you make about Ms. Heard being unresponsive?
The little time I dealt with her, yeah, she was unresponsive and crying.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part. She was unresponsive and crying, did you say?
Yes,
Okay. And I guess you've answered the third one here, that she was crying, correct?
yes.
All right. And what, if any, observations did you make whether Amber Heard was scared?
I didn't.
You didn't what?
I did not observe.
I'm sorry.
Imagine if they arrested somebody every time
Confused with
somebody
that
was
answer. I
crying,
just
no
wanted
matter
to
what
have-
they said happened.
I just wanted to.
Exactly.
Yeah, I did not observe her being fearful.
All men in this country would be in jail.
Ms. Heard did not want to file a report,
As it
correct?
should be.
Did not want to press charges, correct?
Correct.
And she did not want to tell you the name of her husband,
I
correct?
don't know because I didn't talk to her.
Well, do you recall testifying earlier that Ms. Heard was uncooperative?
Yes, she was uncooperative with my partner.
All right. And do you recall testifying that Ms. Heard was uncooperative because she was emotional, she was crying, she wasn't sure whether she wanted to file a report or not, and she was not, then she said she did not want to?
Yes, that's what she had spoken with my partner about.
Do you know why Ms. Heard did not want to file a report, or did not want to press charges?
No, I did not.
Officer Hadden, I'm going to show you what's been marked as deposition exhibit number 10. And I'm going to have you looked at it. It starts out with field notebook divider, domestic violence laws, LAPD form 18.30.02. And it has the date. This is date of January 31, 2010 at the bottom with the footnote. I'm going to just direct your attention here to case preparation, and this is relating to domestic violence laws. Case preparation says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then ensure all evidence is gathered and preserved, e.g. bloodied clothing, damaged bones, damaged property. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you or Officer Shines provide any kind of notes relating to Ms. Heard's emotional and physical condition on May 21, 2016?
Hey, Nick,
No.
I have to hop off, but
Did
I
you
might try to
or
come back on if I'm not
Officer
streaming in the
Shines share all
afternoon.
the
Thank you
evidence
so
gathered
much for having me on, and thank you, lawyer. You know, nice to see
And
you as
no,
well.
And all these things.
Always
would
a
have
pleasure,
been
man.
documented
Yes, sir.
if
Thank you,
there was a
guys.
report.
Peace.
All right, let's go to the next bullet point. It says, ensure photographs are taken of injuries or lack of injury to complainant and accused, both the day of and day after. Did you take any photographs to show a lack of injury?
No,
Did you take any photos to show a lack of damage?
no,
All right. And then this next one is ensure photographs are taken of the scene and damaged property, etc. So I've already asked you that one, so let's go to the next one. Canvass location and interview all witnesses, including children, neighbors, law enforcement. Did you do that in this instance?
yes.
Yes.
Who did you interview?
I spoke with the gentleman.
All right, anyone else?
No, that's it.
If this was at trial, it'd be asked and answered.
Females present in addition to Ms. Heard, were there not?
His partner interviewed
Yes,
them.
including her.
I don't understand how they let this in an edited
You
depo.
don't recall the third woman there?
No, I don't recall a third woman being there.
All right. Did you ask if there was anybody else that was present who had witnessed any aspect of this?
I don't recall exactly, but
I would normally
Let's
ask.
go to exhibit number 11. So what did you determine this call was after your investigation?
dispute, a verbal dispute. It's not against the law to argue. I argue with my wife.
So you decided that there was only a
Oh.
verbal dispute. therefore
Oh.
it didn't
Even
constitute-
he's getting annoyed at her lawyers and flipping
The
towards Johnny's
information
side.
or lack of information I was able to receive from the witness and the information my partner gathered. Yes.
Is it your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if they engage in neglect of duty?
Yes.
That's a good way to get him on your side.
Understanding that a police
Yeah.
officer can be brought up on misconduct charges at the LAPD if they
Do you understand? I'm
violate
gonna talk to your
department policies,
manager.
rules, or procedures.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if they engage in conduct which may tend to reflect unfavorably upon the employee or the department?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
What
Your
a
next witness is by
terrible line.
deposition also. I assume you need a few minutes to switch that out. Are you ready to?
Great way to end.
Oh no, why?
Or-
Why another video deposition? Drag these people into court for my sanity, if nothing else.
Right. Okay, well, we go ahead and it's early, but let's go ahead and take a morning recess for
These
15
poor
minutes so we can take care of
jurors.
that and get it set up with the next deposition, okay? So don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, all right?
Did they say who it was? Who the next
No.
witness is?
No, there were two other police officers who responded to a subsequent call, so it might be them.
Ugh. The police officer ones seem to be brutal.
I mean, how I am just stunned at the lack of awareness of this lady lawyer to keep getting the cops to say there were
Okay, who's
no
next?
signs
Which
of injury.
deposition's next?
Nothing.
Officer William Gatlin.
And I actually think I'll wait till the court stops talking. I don't want to, if she says anything important.
I haven't seen it yet, so I
All
just
right,
need
why
to
don't I go ahead
confirm.
and take the 15 minutes and when I come back, we can figure it out. So- Okay, and how long is this deposition?
I believe it's around 35 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Not
so we'll
bad.
be able to start the next one right after
We should be
that.
able to,
So
yes.
why don't you go ahead and get
Oh, and
the
another
exhibits
one
for the next
after.
one after that as well, and I'll come back at 11:20 and we can do both of them, okay?
Hold on, I gotta get a
Thank
box
you,
of
Honor.
nails to eat.
So what I think is actually funny about this depo is as we think about it, and as we've seen in other trials and experienced as lawyers, when you're trying to cut these depots down, right? And we're thinking, oh, ask and answer. We've heard that objection a million times at trial, right? And that's what's happening here. But in reality, if you're Johnny Depp's lawyer and you want to put this depo on in your case in chief, they're thinking exactly what you're saying, which is, I guess you're over here, exactly what you're saying, which is, this lady, why does she keep asking these terrible questions for her client? So why would they want to cut them out? Sure,
Yep.
she's got to live with those questions. She asked them. She can't really object to her own questions in deposition and ask the court to strike him in editing. So let's let this officer say 7 times. She didn't complain of any injuries or violence. She was uncooperative. My female partner spoke to the females. I spoke to the males. And then he got so annoyed, just like you and I, and probably the jury at this point are getting annoyed at these questions. And he's like, ma'am, people argue, it's not domestic.
Yeah.
It's not against the law to argue. I argue with my wife.
We don't even know that she argued. That's the other thing. There was no cooperation. They determined it was a verbal dispute, but Johnny Depp wasn't there. So all they're going off of is this random thing. And she just adeptly and expertly gets her to say, I tweeted about it. She asked 4 times in a row, 4 different pictures. She puts them up. Are there any signs of injury on her? No. Like, what are you doing? Why would you do this? Maybe if you're live, right? If you've got him in the courtroom, you got a big blown up picture of her face that you can point to. Do you see any signs of injury? No. Really? Right there. You don't see that. And you point out, because they can say no, but you've got it and you're pointing at it for the jury to see. Here the jury is tuned out. They're on a video, and all they're hearing is no sign of injury, no sign of injury, no sign of injury.
Yeah, what you say about the in court can make a big difference because you don't care what the answer is. If the jury can look up there and see for themselves there's an injury, now they don't believe anything the cop says. If they think there is an injury and the cop says there's not, as we've seen with other trials, once the video plays, sometimes it doesn't matter what some of the witnesses say because the jury can watch that video themselves and make their own decision on the video. But this was not that effective. Not that effective, unfortunately, for her. It's really something. And what's funny about this is one of the ways she's trying to impeach their credibility is, you're not a domestic violence specialist. It's like, man, these are beat cops that show up to people that call about domestic violence. And I don't know how many domestic violence specialist beat cops there are, but she's trying to make a standard that doesn't really exist. And then, I mean, they just answer. The best thing about beat cops is they just answer honestly, and they're like, I wish I wasn't here. That's all they think.
Yeah. Like, I really don't want to be I don't want to be sitting on this stupid deposition. I'd rather be doing anything else than
Literally.
this. Because everybody would rather be doing anything than a deposition. I don't know. I didn't pay attention to the timestamps, but those were likely hours long.
Oh yeah.
And edited down. That was edited down to 57 minutes, and they edited out objections, and we saw many edited out objections. Like, you could tell where the cuts were, and those things would have been objections with some argument back and forth, because they have to preserve all of that. And in case they need to bring it before a judge, because they're not going to argue the objection later when they bring it in. You argue it then. The judge would make the ruling when you actually petition the judge to make a ruling on the objections in the video. So it's man, it was just
Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal to go through the objections in a video that you want to keep out while you're editing it and arguing. Judge, starting at line 17 on page 25 to line 30 on page 71. I have an objection to this whole line of questioning. You go line by line. I mean, everything with video depositions is boring. I don't think any lawyers prefer it like what you're saying. We all know nobody likes watching or listening to a video depo. It's much better to have them in person, but sometimes there's nothing you can do. And I mean, maybe they had a little mercy on these cops and didn't make them show up from all over the place to end up coming here and testifying just for this. A lot of these cops are like overnight shift cops, and they really hate to get their deposition taken at noon the next day after they just worked all night. And this is supposed to be their day off. Yeah, they're making overtime for the depo, but it still sucks.
Yeah, and Emma Rose says it was approximately 5 hours long. Started at 12:30 and ended after 1700 hours. That's your day. There you go.
That's what happens when you have two sets of lawyers that are billing hourly.
Yep.
How does that cop take 5 hours, Nick? How does that cop take 5? What are you asking him?
Well, Amber's lawyer was asking over and over about the injuries that weren't there, about the interviews that he couldn't do, because he's like, did you interview these people? No, my partner did, because they're female and my partner's female. But why didn't you interview them? And yeah, 5 hours. That should have been, it's a deposition too. So it's really not performative.
And
I
there's
mean,
no objection arguments. If you have an objection, you state it, and I just keep going. There's no argument. There's no ruling. You object. Nick says objection form or whatever, and then I say, okay, you can answer. There's no
Yeah.
arguments about objections don't make it take longer. I don't understand how that's a 5-hour depo.
I think they were arguing their objections, and I'm just inferring based on a couple times where there would be a cut, and then they would have to go back to the they would have the stenographer there or the transcriber read back the question. That actually happened a couple times. So it sounds to me like they had some argument going on in the background, which you normally wouldn't, but I
Maybe
don't
it's
know.
an argument between the lawyers, I guess, because there's no calls being made, but maybe they
need
wanted to
the-
make sure to preserve it for trial. And if you tip the other person off, say, listen, if you ask the question this way, then I won't object. And then maybe they change the way they ask the question or something. I don't know. But usually there's not a lot of argument there. I just say, go ahead and answer.
Yeah. What you need though, you need Joe Jamail. That's who you need. Have you seen the Texas deposition video?
No.
Oh my gosh. It's like from several years ago. It was I think it was in the Texaco case that Joe Jamail did. It was like the largest civil award ever. It was over $1 billion.
Yeah, I've heard of him. I didn't see the depo though.
The deposition's great. He's deposing some like civil engineer or something. And there's so many lawyers in the room for all these different parties, and they get into a fist fight. And it's a bunch of Texans. He's like, "You listen here, fat boy." It's so good. That's what you need. And the one guy's like, he's talking to his lawyer's name is Ed, I think. And he's like, "Well, Ed, I just want to know whose side we on because I think we're outnumbered."
Oh my gosh.
That video is perfect. What's up, guys? By the way, this is, if we didn't really do introductions because the deposition was running, this is the lawyer my man Peter. Glad to have him back on the show. His link is in the description. You should definitely check out his channel. I see you've been getting some subscribers signing in, which seems pretty cool.
So one of the things I did during this trial that I've never done before, just because it's pretty brutal. Like I've said, every time I come on here, I don't know how you do this, stream it all day. It's brutal, but I am not streaming it all day. I have done kind of a nightly stream at like 8:15, 8:30 Eastern after everybody's kind of done with the trial. And I'll just kind of recap and give some thoughts and talk through some things I think are working or not working, and then answer a bunch of questions. So people seem to like that. So I've been doing a lot of that at nights. So it's been fun, because I know there are a lot of channels streaming it. All you guys provide great content that I could never provide. So I don't even try to get into that game, but afterwards, when I'm sitting at home after my kids go to bed, try to jump on, have some fun, answer questions. And it's fun. It's really fun. Pull my hair back, let people see my face like Johnny Depp.
How many kids do you have?
I have 2 kids.
Oh, very cool.
Ages
Very
9
cool.
and 6. What about you?
I have 5.
Whoa.
Yeah. 4 to 14.
That's awesome. My sister
Yeah.
has 4, and that seems like a mission.
It's a disaster. Yeah.
But they're the best. They're so much fun. And I get a couple hours with them after work every day. So I don't ever do any streaming or stuff during then. So after I go home from the office, I hang with them. And then once they're in bed, I find some time to stream, and it's been fun. It's been fun this last couple of weeks. I haven't ever done it before. And yeah, subscribers go up, man, when you do stuff like that. I guess if they care about the content, that's what content is king.
Yes. Yes, it is. Let me hit some of these super chats that have come in. I'll try and stay on top of these as much as possible today. Felipe Mouve says, Nick, are you going to cover the trial of you versus your hairdresser? Your haircut is a crime against humanity.
People are brutal.
I know. He's such an asshole. But that's why I love him. Christina M says, I'm back after missing the last 2 days and I missed you. Can I get a happy belated birthday? Keep up the great work. Christina, happy belated birthday. Absolutely.
Happy
welcome.
birthday.
Welcome back. I hope you were gone because you were having too much fun on your birthday and you needed a little bit of time to recover. Jussie S says, Amber Heard did nothing wrong. C. Goody says, to the lead attorney, did you tell the blacks about Jack Murphy yet? He confirmed that he did, so that's good. If so, how did it go? 69 for 350. Caboose, aka Kyle, says every time I see lead attorney smile, it brightens my day. It's contagious. Joy May says Amber Heard's attorney tries to discredit police department when they had no evidence to arrest. Criminal court evidentiary standards are more strict and criminal procedures in play. Can't arrest with no evidence and violate constitutional rights. Correct. And she even, again, one of the brilliant questions she asked yesterday was,
I sense sarcasm.
yeah, oh, it was so good. She's like, why didn't you do anything? And why didn't you make an arrest? And she says, we didn't have probable cause. She says, were you looking for probable cause for arrest? We're always looking for probable cause. It's our job.
We're not just hanging out. Like, we were called here to work.
I think that was actually like outside of the scope of this trial, one of the most revelatory statements for many people that they probably missed from this police officer. So we're police officers. We are always looking for probable cause to arrest. Always. Without it, don't talk to the cops, y'all. Don't talk to the cops. They're always looking. It doesn't matter.
They would love for you to explain it away to them. Just explain to me what happened. Just explain it to me.
Yeah. Let's see. Rayona says Amber is the ultimate abuser, abusing all of us by hiring crazy cat lady to make us listen to her attempt to lawyer. Figbat says, Mr. Ricada, do you mind informing the lead attorney of the Seminole Order and the various tiers of support offered on the Beard stream? We of the basketball delegation were shocked about Jack Murphy too. Oh, I'll have to tell him. Kyle Cowden says, question, do you think CCLL hears herself and thinks, damn, nah, she thinks it's a good job. Oh, crazy cat later lawyer. Shill. And this is his shill part of his chat. Listen to Sable Breeze on YouTube, iHeartRadio, and Pandora. Her EPs are on all platforms. Search for Sable Breeze. Yes, that is his daughter. She's an independent musician, and she's got some songs out there. So go give them a check. Robin Kellum says, love the lead, but don't burn any bridges for future trials that need a lot of rambunctious commentary from all of our friends. I guess you're just going to have to pick and choose who's the best for each trial, lol. I don't think I'll be burning any bridges, but I don't carry matches. Lancelot652 says, this poor guy sounds like he'd rather be chasing off hobos instead of being in front of cat lady. He's like, any other day, lady, I'm pulling you over for DUI. That's what he's thinking. K-Drive 23 says, how hard will Depp's team go for a few good men scenario to get Amber Heard mean and angry side to show when she's on the stand? I don't know that they'll go hard on that. I think they'll ask some pretty simple questions about why she never actually reported anything to any police officers, and then they'll just probably do anything they need to get to play some of the videos and audio of her being awful, particularly the audio where she's begging Johnny Depp to make the statement about Australia where she cut his finger off into a mutual, just say it was a mutual fight, please. It's my credibility on the line. It's my image. Just play that, like ask her a few questions about that video so you get to play it for the court a couple more times and, let it do the rest. I don't think you need a lot out of her. Oh, you get her to admit that this is about, either admit or lie that this article was about Johnny Depp. If she lies, you get to introduce all of the emails back and forth with her, the ACLU, and the Washington Post editors or whatever. and just, you get to introduce that and impeach her with it, but you just get it on it. This is about Johnny Depp. And you knew this would be about Johnny Depp, didn't you? You knew people would know this is about Johnny Depp. Didn't you? No, I didn't know that. Well, here's the document.
And the reference about going up against the rich and powerful men, I think, goes to the malice and knowing that there was going to be damages because we want to take down these rich, powerful men who have this power over women. I definitely think that adds to the intrigue as far as damages goes. And I think a big part of this trial, which is kind of hard for both sides, is I didn't tell on or tattle on my partner because I didn't want something bad to happen to them. They both have that argument. That's why Johnny said he cut his own finger off. That's why Amber didn't talk to the cops. They're both going to say, I loved him. I didn't want him to get in trouble. See, this is proof that I was trying to do the right thing. So I don't think that's a great, impeachment tactic as to, well, nothing could have happened because you didn't say anything to the cops. I think the better evidence, which Johnny's team is getting out, is the objective statements and observations of law enforcement. There was nothing. There was no reason for us to arrest anybody. She wasn't hurt. She wasn't complaining about anything.
Right. Well, I think one approach they could take with that whole with the joint statement that they made and then the nothing is saying, well, but that joint statement wasn't really true, was it? Like, because and if it cuts both ways, say get that statement discredited in general as a thing. Oh yeah, you guys were just agreeing to this because you were trying to split it up. Lancelot 652 says this guy's going to eat his gun on camera to escape the questions. Oh no. Sean Perry says, officer, you must see what I see in these pictures. Zadok Attack. So I watched your late night stream with Mr. Krigler to learn about unbreaded per your suggestion. Now that I have a PDF of Dr. Harris's manifesto, I fully believe I am now on a government watch list. Cheers. Oh yeah. I don't recommend downloading it. People keep asking me where to find it, but you can't. I mean, you can go find it if you want, but I would strongly recommend not. Just leave it to me. I'll be on all the lists. Marie D says, my sister-in-law just got arrested for domestic violence battery. Mugshot looked like a bar fight, but she got arrested. She gets out. Brother takes her home. Life goes on. She's a yeller. Oh, excuse me. She's a yeller, thrower, scratcher, and hitter. What's a sister to do? Shucks. I mean, there's some people's lives are just more tumultuous than others. Believe me, even in my limited experience practicing criminal law, that is very, very true. Why do you keep running into cops? I only get pulled over for speeding. Other than that, I'm shockingly not getting arrested every weekend. And
I hate to say it. I mean, as much as everybody loves Johnny Depp, it's like probably with less alcohol and drugs, this would be an easier case and less problems would happen. Now, I know he had a lot of stuff in his childhood coming up that added to that, but lives that are surrounded by stuff like this tend to have, like, this is crazy. I'm thinking this entire trial and all the facts and situations that are coming out, I'm like, I don't think that's happening with Nick and his 5 kids. I don't think that's kind of what's going on late at night at your house.
I don't have a Hollywood handler to make it all okay, right? Like that's the reality, is that these people are insulated from the consequences of their actions for so much of the time that it's his security guy is buying the cocaine and bringing it in wherever the security guy gets it. I'm like, I don't even know how to get cocaine. I mean, I'm sure it's findable around here. I don't even know who the hell would you even ask? How do you do that? Like, are you just,
not to mention, do you have a box you'd carry it around in, like with your name on it? Because I mean, that's what I think normal people like hide that if they're doing cocaine. Johnny Depp, like I guarantee he wouldn't get arrested if somebody found him with cocaine on him. So it's like, it's just different worlds, different lives. But it's tough. I mean, it's tough to air all this out. It's tough for him either way. I definitely think he's winning, and people are, I mean, I didn't really care one way or the other when the trial started.
Yeah, okay.
Holy cats.
But I think, I mean, I feel for Johnny Depp, and he's definitely kind of pulled me on his side of being way more likable. But it's tough, man, to go through all this for sure.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, I like, so for me, I don't even know where to do this stuff. He's got other people to go just grab it whenever he wants. They show that picture of the pounds and pounds of marijuana, which is hilarious. It's like, well, we were going to have a party, basically, is what you see.
It could be legal in that jurisdiction. Who knows?
It's California. It was definitely medically legal. Now it's fully legal. But either way, it's wild. But because they're high profile and very valuable to other people, like, yeah, they're in a building with security and screening processes, and that's part of the gig. But they get insulated from the consequences of these actions by multiple layers. Whereas if you're a normal person doing drugs on the level of Johnny Depp, you're at risk all the time.
You're in prison, most likely. I mean,
yeah.
to be fair. If that many people know that you do illegal drugs, like that's tough. I mean, it's just a different world. It's just, there's no other way to put it. Different
You
world.
can't make anybody mad ever because they'll just, yeah, guess what? I got a tip for you.
Hey, Nick has this box, okay? And if you grab it and shake it, my guess is white dust will fly out. So
it's baby powder. I got 5 kids, man.
it's true. That's true. Just smell it. You'll feel better.
Levi the welder says, Nick, did you get a complimentary Subaru with that haircut? Yes, I did actually. We've got
I don't think it's
flannel
bad.
shirts.
I think it looks like a great fade.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
I'm not like a fashionista, but
my barber does a mean fade, man. He cuts all the gang members' hair, so I know I get a good cut. He says, also, I wonder if that throat gun the cat lady has was the reason why Jack Murphy has the beard on his. Maybe he's hiding his own. Dude, she has, you know, the turkey thing that hangs down from their neck or whatever. The old lady lawyer here, they kept showing her profile, and she has like I expect Sylvester Stallone to be going across it in cliffhanger, right? Like this is, whew, it was bad.
I like to see them up at sidebar because it's always interesting to see like something about trial lawyers. Maybe it's because I'm not very tall, but you know, a tall trial lawyer like Rottenborn, like the guy looks like a trial lawyer, you know?
Yeah.
Nice and tall.
That was the best during the Curtis Reeves trial.
Scott.
Yeah, the one like really little guy.
Scott Rosenwasser.
Like, hey, what are you guys doing up there?
Especially standing next to the defendant.
Yeah.
He looked like a mountain.
It reminded me of when my grandma used to take me to Subway as a kid. We would walk down to the Subway. I remember like trying to look over, like, I want to watch him make my sandwich. Oh, goodness. Whew. There's so many lawyers here too. I mean, that's the thing, because you've got the 5 lawyers at Depp's table. You've got 4 lawyers at Heard's table. But
Depp's have a lot of his lawyers do a lot of different things, which I think is cool. They're not just all sitting there.
And they cycled in another lawyer yesterday
Just
who's
for
not
Curry.
even at the bench. The younger lady lawyer.
Oh, I didn't even notice her.
Yeah, she it might not have been yesterday, it might have been the day before. But she was really young. I mean, she looked like she shouldn't even be in law school yet. She was very young. But she was up there, and it was like, where's she even at in this courtroom? I mean, she must be in the gallery or something. But yeah, well, like, they have a lot of witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's a big advantage though, is splitting them up, because
absolutely.
Because I think on their list they've got 40 or something, and on Amber's list there's like 80. So you have 120 people, and you got to delegate and at least do prep on all of those witnesses. So so you got 7-8 lawyers, split it up, get those profiles built up on each one.
So at 11:30, I've got a quick call. I'm just going to turn my camera off and my mic off, but then when I'm done with it, I'll be back in. Just if I go blank, it's not because I'm passing on this riveting video depo. I'll be back.
Sure. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Oh, guy. Oh, gee. Sorry, guys. We're gonna have to. Yeah, I'll be back.
Yeah. I knew it was coming.
Afterwards.
That's why I mentioned it.
Oh yeah, she did the not the video, the live remote.
Are you talking about the blonde
testimony? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I remember her. Yeah. She did definitely look young, but I thought she did a good job. I like that they're letting these lawyers do their, because they can focus in on that one witness and really do a good job, versus a lawyer that has 20 witnesses. That 19th and 20 witness.
Are we ready for the
not
jury?
going to be as well prepared as she probably
Yes,
was.
Your Honor.
Nicholas Cruiser says, yeah, I have a doctor's appointment at my dog's dentist. The reality, though, is dogs have dentists now. It's weird.
My dog wouldn't. I don't have a dog, though, so that's why.
Growing up, it's like, oh, the dog's teeth are bad. You get a new dog. Trade it in. Just kidding. But the whole like animal dental thing has gone a bit nuts.
Animal everything. It's like from watching Shark Tank, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, like every single thing you could do for animals.
Yeah. That's why I have a country vet. Man, he mostly, deals with horses and cows and stuff out here. So like the dogs and cats
Thank
are
you.
cheap.
All right, your next witness.
He like barely even charges. He makes all his money from farmers.
Okay. Officer Gatlin. Could you spell the last name for me for the court reporter?
Another officer.
Gatlin.
Okay.
Your name is Officer Gatling, isn't it? Like a gun? Are you a murderer, sir? How many people have you killed? Oh,
William Gatlin, business address 251 East 6th Street in Los Angeles, California, 90014.
take me to the
How long
donut
have you
shop.
been an officer with the LAPD?
8 years.
And what is your rank?
Police officer 2.
Now, your partner on May 21, 2016 was Officer Diener, is that correct?
Yes.
You were wearing your body cam on
Yeah.
May 21, 2016?
Yes.
When were you first assigned body cams?
Sometime in 2015, I think. I don't remember.
Officer Gatlin, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 6. And I'm going to go ahead and go down to the second page. And this is the incident recall for you and Officer Diener for May 21, 2016, in connection with the call at the Eastern Columbia Building, 849 South Broadway. Now, Officer Diener indicated that he believed that he was driving that night. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
And when Officer Diener is driving, what does that mean you're doing?
It means I handle the computer.
Based on the incident recall,
When he's driving, what are you doing?
when did you arrive at the scene, you and Officer Diener?
We arrived at scene, it looks like at 22:24.
And that is 10:24?
Correct.
So when you arrived, do you recall whether there were any other police officers that were on the scene?
I do not believe there was.
Do you recall whether there was any press on the scene?
I do not believe there was.
Do you recall whether there was any type of public gathering involved?
No.
Was it relatively quiet?
From my recollection, yes.
Did you see very many people in the lobby when you came through?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And then tell me what you recall of this incident once you got there and you were shown to the elevator.
I remember we went up the elevator, exited the elevator, walked down the hallway till we found the unit number, knocked on the door, a male answered the door. And at that point, I really didn't know whether this guy is potentially the suspect, if this guy is involved in the altercation, or who this guy was. So we kind of talked to him for a second, and he advised us that the police had already been there. He had a business card from them. And we told him that we still needed to step inside to check on the subject or potential victim, just to make sure that she's okay and that this is indeed related to the previous incident and not a new incident where the suspect had potentially returned and caused there's another new issue at hand.
This is also
So
November
do you recall that you
of last
already
year.
knew
A lot
that
different than March.
this place had that another officer had answered the call, or other officers had answered the call before you got there?
Yes, I already knew there was a previous caller.
And how did you know that?
Just kind of keeping track. When you're on the computer, you kind of are able to keep track of the calls throughout the night and where they're at and what's going on.
And did you know that Officer Sines and Hadden had been the ones who had answered the call earlier?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you speak with Officer Sines or Officer Hadden before you went to the Eastern Columbia building?
No.
I'm going to take you down to the same exhibit. The page that's Bates stamp numbered LAPD 11. And I'm going to ask you, this is a TOMSG data log. Do you recognize this document?
I've never seen this before. I've never seen one of these documents before.
All right. Do you have a recollection of receiving an administrative message at 22:22:30, which would be 10:22:30, saying incident 4756 is the same incident as yours, 1A1 handled earlier. Doubt she called back, probably just delayed response?
I do not recall getting that message.
Right below it, at 22:23:22, which is 10:23 and change, it shows that your unit responded with ROG, in other words, Roger, to that message. Do you see that?
Yes.
Rog.
Would that have been you that did that, or would that have been Officer Dina?
Probably me.
Okay. And is that because you weren't driving and Officer Dina was?
Yes.
Okay. So does this refresh your recollection of what had been communicated to you and why you knew that someone had already answered this call earlier?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term cycle of violence?
Yes.
Well,
It's what I do to the
typically, do you make
buffet.
arrests on domestic abuse calls?
Sometimes we do, and sometimes the other party is no longer at scene, and we would just take a report.
Okay. Are there times where they just refuse to cooperate and you just left?
Yeah, there are times like that.
You were going to say, but what?
I guess like the totality of the circumstance based on just because someone's uncooperative doesn't automatically mean that we'll just leave. If we're, observe some kind of injuries, or if there's a third party witness that's cooperative, that could lean in, where even if the victim's uncooperative, that we would still take some sort of action.
Now I'm going to ask you to turn to page 13 here. And this is the CAD summary report. What, if any, involvement did you have in this?
I would be the one that kind of closes out the incidents on the computer. So the writings over to the right of the screen would be what I would type into the computer to close out the call.
And so you would have typed in related to previous incident, verbal argument only, checked residence?
Yes.
Who told you that it was a verbal argument only?
Based on the knowledge I had of the previous call, I'm able to see potentially how they closed out the call, and I could have seen it from there.
So you could have gotten this from A1A.
1A1.
1A1, yeah, their report, Officer Sines and Officer Hadden, and then just repeated it here.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of anyone in the apartment up in Penthouse 3 saying that there had been a verbal argument only?
Not to my recollection.
Well, let me just jump back to the events of May 21 for a moment. Were you aware that that was the apartment of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
No.
When did you first become aware of that?
I don't remember.
Are we talking months, days, hours?
It was a couple days.
And do you remember how you learned of it?
No, I don't.
And did you know who Johnny Depp was at that time?
Yeah.
And were you a fan of Johnny Depp's as of May 21, 2016?
I guess I liked a couple of his movies. I don't know. I'm not like rushing out to go see him or anything. I don't know.
Are you a fan of Johnny Depp's today?
I can remember the last movie I saw of his.
Did you know who Amber Heard was as of May 21, 2016?
I was aware that there was an actress by the name of Amber Heard, but I was not totally familiar with her or any of her work.
When you saw the name Amber Heard on the incident recalls, did it register with you that she was an actress?
No.
Did you recognize Amber Heard when you came to the apartment on May 21, 2016?
No.
How close did you come to Amber Heard while you were in the apartment?
I'd have to say probably between 10 and 15 feet.
And what was the lighting like where Amber Heard was sitting?
It's pretty dim.
Oh.
Did you ask to see Amber Heard's face in the light?
No.
Did you ask Amber Heard whether she had any injuries?
No.
Did you interview any of the persons present about what had taken place earlier that night?
No.
Why not?
Because I was aware that there's a previous call regarding the incident, and the male that answered the door kind of made it clear to us that this is still left over from that same incident, and a new incident had not occurred. So I didn't feel the need to at that time.
Did you go through and search the entire apartment, including bedrooms, offices, and other areas?
No.
Again, why not?
Why not?
So same as I explained earlier, and they were all adamant that her husband was no longer at scene.
Did you go into any of the other adjoining apartments?
No.
You asked where the husband was. Why did you ask where the husband was?
Because in the comments of the call, it stated the husband and wife were arguing.
Okay. And it was also a domestic violence.
Yeah, it's a domestic violence call, and it wouldn't be uncommon for, the male to answer the door to tell us that he's not the husband, and later it turns out that he is. So, we kind of have to talk to the other party involved to make sure that that's not the male that's involved in the argument.
Did any of the four people that were in the apartment identify Johnny Depp as that male?
No.
Was there any effort by any of the people in that apartment to get you to press charges or investigate further?
No.
Would you say the people were reluctant to even have you come into the apartment?
It felt that way.
And what occurred that made it feel like that to you? That they didn't want to they didn't want you in the apartment.
Just the way that the male was acting to answer the door. And he kind of just said, "Oh, let me just go grab the business card from the previous call." And then even still, when we had went inside, it didn't seem like anybody was particularly eager to talk to us.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 1, Defendant's Exhibit 1.
Oh boy, come on. Oh, welcome back.
Did I miss anything important?
Yeah, this guy described actually the location of
This
every
is,
buffet
the
in Los
Daily Mail,
Angeles.
Mail Online, July 3rd.
Poor guy, just doing his job.
To the 10th
I
page.
kid.
What, if any, evidence did you observe when you went to the penthouse on May 21, 2016, that Amber Heard and her friends were attempting to concoct an abuse hoax to set up Johnny Depp to be accused of domestic violence?
None that I can recall.
What, if any, evidence?
Some
did you
counterclaim evidence
see
here.
of Amber and her friends spilling wine and roughing the place up?
None.
Wonder if the counterclaim was just a
And what,
strategic
if
move
any,
to get Adam
evidence
Waldman off the
did you
case.
see that Amber and her friends had concocted and gotten their story straight and were relaying them to you when you arrived?
None.
Did Amber or her friends at any time while you were at the apartment on May 21, 2016, claim that Johnny Depp had committed domestic violence of Amber?
Not to me, they didn't.
Did you see them do that to Officer Diener?
No.
What, if any, efforts did Amber Heard make to come over and to show you any evidence of injuries?
None.
And what, if any, effort did Amber Heard or her friends make to try to show you any type of property damage?
None.
And what, if any, evidence do you have that Amber or her friends placed a second call to 911?
I don't have any evidence that it was one of her friends. I just know that there was a second call placed. Well, actually, if I can recall, I think it said that her friend was on the phone with her and heard her arguing with her husband.
Who said that?
I believe that's what the incident recall said.
Did you ever
So there
provide
was a
a
second
sworn
call.
deposition saying that you saw no evidence of a crime at the penthouse before today?
No.
Are you aware of whether Officer Diener provided a sworn deposition saying he saw no evidence of a crime?
He has not.
Now this call came in at 20:30, which is approximately 8:30 regular time, PM, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then a little bit further down, just 7 minutes later, comes a duplicate call that appears to come from the New York Police Department. So
Yes.
there were roughly 7 minutes of each other, correct?
Yes.
Did you see that when you were looking back and trying to look at the history?
I believe I saw all of this.
Did you see in any of the incident recalls or any of the documentation that you reviewed that the officers, Officer Science and Hadden, reported to the scene, left the scene, closed out, and then another call was made to come to 849 South Broadway?
Yes.
What did you see?
The second call created was the one that we had received.
And it says, this is 2209, which would be 1009, right, roughly?
Yes.
It says teletype from NYPD ICAP. Female stated she was on the phone with her friend. She began screaming at her husband. Subject Amber Heard, husband Johnny Heard, male, 53 years old, 5'11", NFD, NFI. Do you see that?
Husband Johnny
Yes.
Heard.
Okay. But that's New York Police Department. And back here, it
New
says
York Police
New
Department.
York Police Department, correct?
Correct.
No. What?
Okay. But after you communicated,
Where does it say New
Down
York Police
here.
Department?
I honestly can't really see anything in the small print, LA up top.
on the administrative text messages, and I'm now on LAPD 11.
She said
This is
LA that time.
2222. You now know it's the same incident as yours and 1A1 handled earlier. Doubt she called back, probably just delayed response, correct?
Yeah, this is just a message from another unit. So, I mean, just because they're basically just sending me a message that it's related, you know, it doesn't mean that it's exactly the same call.
By the time you showed up at the door of Penthouse 3 at the Eastern Columbia building,
We know there was a
you
second. Well,
already
I guess we
knew
don't.
that
Somebody knows
Officer
there's a second call.
Science had handled this call, and you were just double checking to make sure that the perpetrator wasn't there and that everybody was okay, correct?
I was aware that Officer Science had handled a call at that location earlier, but it doesn't mean that I treat it as if it's handled already. We still have to get there and speak to them and make that determination that it's not a completely new incident.
Okay, and you did that, right?
Yes.
And you put in the system for this call.
He does look like Nico Avocado. Holy cats.
2046 to 2122, met with Vic check location, verified husband left location, victim advised, verbal dispute, and refused to give any further information. Actually, that was Hadden and Sons, right?
That wasn't me. I didn't put that in.
And then what you put in, that was why I couldn't find it.
I didn't do
You
nothing.
put in 2217, and
A
I'm
cop's
choosing to
favorite
put
answer.
one, but we
I don't
can-
have to answer that. I didn't do that part.
You put in related to previous incident, verbal argument only, checked residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your putting verbal argument only was based on what you had reviewed with Science and Hadden, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what it is marked as defendant's exhibit number 2. And it's a picture, it's a portion of a video clip from the ECD building. And it has 5/21/2016, and the time is 22/28/14. Do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yes.
And who is in this picture?
Officer Diener.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendant's exhibit number 3, and that's reflecting a video clip again, and it's dated 5/21/2016 and says 22/28/15. Do you recognize the person in this?
Yeah, that's me and Officer Diener.
I'm going to show you now the video cam footage. I've got the 2 from yours and from Officer Diener, so I'm going to go through and show those to you.
Man, how cool would it be to have someone have to give access to people to come to your apartment? You have to turn a key in the elevator.
Apartments. All of
Yes.
them. All of them if you want to come up here.
All of them, several of them the size of houses.
Burn it up. Word around penthouse 3. Be advised, we're stepping on onto the penthouse floor. Hello. Officers. How you doing? Doing all right. You guys had somebody come out here earlier already?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I can't remember their names offhand. We have the card inside.
Cyan, maybe? Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again.
Probably.
We just need to check.
One of you guys know someone in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay. You just talk to your wife and just make sure it's
Oh, it's not mine.
So it was NYPD
Okay.
that got that call.
Conversation.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, the person on the other end of the phone.
You just gotta check on, make sure they're all good.
I'll go get the business card from the cops. She's.
Yeah, I don't know, just because we got another call and we came again, we still gotta make sure.
Give me 1 second.
Well, with this video evidence of the incident,
Can we just, we'll just come in and just check. We just need to make sure everybody in here is okay and that nobody. I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification. So we just need to come in and make sure that everybody's okay. Is they're all good? Nobody else is in here?
No. The other officers came by and checked the apartment and the other apartment as well.
Yeah.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? Okay, and Johnny
Is definitely not here.
is not here? Okay.
Last, probably like 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
that response
Everything's
time.
all good then?
Now it's, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Love you
anything else, just call us back. Have a good night.
So for the counterclaim, though, you now have a reasonable understanding of why they would say they called twice. There seems to be at least confusion about it. That
It's their opinion that Amber did all this.
So this one is
It's not like they know somebody else did it. That's the point.
right.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. Word around penthouse 3.
Before we go further, can you show you now you're putting verbal and says 22, 28, 15. Do you recognize the person in this?
Yeah, that's me and Officer Diener.
I'm going to show you now the video cam footage. I've got the two from yours and from Officer Diener. So I'm going to go through and show those to you. As we go. So this one is defendant's exhibit number 4.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. Word around penthouse 3. Be advised, we're stepping on onto the penthouse.
Before we go further, can you tell whether this one is your video cam footage or it is Officer Diener's?
This appears to be Officer Diener's.
And so that's you over here?
Yes.
Can you tell whether it's you or Officer Diener that's saying Officer Signs?
I cannot tell.
Okay. How did you know that it was Officer Signs who'd been there?
Because I was aware which unit had responded to the call there, and I knew that she was working that unit.
I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again.
Probably.
We just need to check. One of you guys know someone in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just talk to your wife and make sure it's not my or okay.
Different conversation.
Okay, yeah. Well, whoever it is, step out, we just gotta check on and make sure they're all good.
I'll go get the business card from the cops.
Yeah, I don't know, just because we got another call and we came again, we still gotta make sure.
Give me 1 second.
Now, would you say, and I'll represent this as Josh Drew, and he's already provided testimony. Would you say that Josh Drew was discouraging you from even coming into the apartment or seeing Amber Heard?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification. So
It must have been today.
we just knew they'd come in to make sure that everybody's okay.
Yeah,
That they're all good. Nobody else is in here.
no. The other officers came by.
All right. Officer Gatlin, can you tell which one of these people is doing the talking, of these 3 girls, women?
I can't tell for certain, but it appears to me it's the girl in the middle.
I've gotten torched.
The one that's
for
leaning
calling them
forward with the
girls
white shirt.
before.
Do you know which
So
one
I
of
watched
these
that.
is Amber Heard?
Yeah.
From this view, I can't tell.
A bit
Do
unfair,
you know
but
what color hair
it's happening.
the person that's the most forward, that's in the middle, has?
I can't tell from this.
Okay.
From this
Can you
infrared
tell what
video
color
with
hair
no
the
light.
woman, the furthest right is, it's in front.
I can't tell. It looks like her head is in a shadow.
Okay, can you tell what color hair the person that's middle but in the back?
No, same. Everything looks like the tops of their heads are in shadows.
All right, and you believe that the one to the left is Amber Heard?
No, I believe that that's the one that's doing most of the talking.
and checked the apartment and the other apartments as well.
Yeah, okay.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? You, okay, and Johnny is.
Did you see anybody acknowledge that they identify themselves as Amber?
It looks like it was the girl sitting furthest away from me, or furthest away from the camera.
Okay. And how would you describe the lighting in there?
Pretty dim and dark.
You said earlier you thought you were 10 to 15 feet away. How much would you estimate now that you are looking at this on body cam? How far away are you from the three women?
I would still say it's in that range.
Did you get a clear look at any of these three women?
I can't remember.
And did you ask to have any of them come out into the lighting so that you could take a better look at them to see if potentially they might have injuries?
No.
What perception did you have about the level of cooperation of these four individuals with your answering this call?
Pretty low level of cooperation.
Okay. Now can we bring up exhibit number 5? It's the other video. I just want to run through both of them because there's a little bit of a different angle in the two.
Okay. Officer Thick. No. We got the ass cam going.
It's always an interesting placement of the body cams.
No.
Coffee hot. Burning up. We're around penthouse 3.
Officer Gorilla Dumpy. Oh, I love you, chat. I really do. I'm gonna cut a rap track to this walk rhythm.
You guys had somebody come out here earlier? Yes, we did. Okay. I can't remember names offhand with the card. Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again. We just need to check. One of you guys know someone in New York or something? Yeah, she probably called twice. Okay. Yeah. You just talk to your wife, we can make sure. Oh, it's not my wife. Oh, okay. Different conversation. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, whoever it is, you know, stuff out, you gotta get on it. I'll go get the business card from the cops. Yeah, I don't know. This is, we got another call and it came again. We still gotta make sure.
Sometimes they lie about not knowing who called because they don't want to create more issues when they show up. But it makes it difficult now when you're trying to figure out who called.
This camera's microphone is in its own aquarium. Wow. I couldn't wear one of those body cams on my stomach like that. I'd feel like Iron Man, right? With like the thing. Here I'd be like pointing it at stuff.
Johnny is definitely not here. He's not here? Okay.
Not only is he not there, he's definitely not there.
Definitely.
All right, cool.
I love how the officers aren't like, what do you mean by definitely? 'Cause that's what a lawyer would ask. Why did you
Yeah.
say definitely? They're like, all right, see you later.
Yep.
Big
Oh,
gulps,
definitely.
eh?
That sounds very important. I'm leaving.
Yes, exactly.
Oh God, this audio.
Now showing you defendant's exhibit number 5. And let me just stop you for a minute. Does this appear to be the video cam from your video cam?
Yes.
Talking hot. Burning up. We're around penthouse 3.
Is that an elevator or a heart monitor?
God. He's doing this with his lips. He's like just bored as sin watching this video.
You guys had somebody come out here earlier? Okay. I can't remember names offhand with the card.
I'm watching the same video again.
I don't know if it was related to the same call from earlier.
Listening to the same audio.
Again. We just need to check. When you guys know someone in New York or something? Yeah, she probably called twice. Okay. Yeah. You just talk to your wife and make sure. Oh, it's not my wife. Different conversation. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, whoever it is, stuff out. You guys can find they're all good. I'll go get the business card from the cops. Yeah, I don't know. This says we got another call and we came again. We still got to make sure. Back up. Please, back up. We just come in and just check. We didn't make sure everything here.
Oh God. Why are you laughing?
The other officers came by and checked the plate and the address plate as well.
Yeah.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? You? Okay.
So I'm just stopping here again on these 3 women. You had indicated before the woman that's leaning forward here that she's in the middle. Is that correct?
It appears that way.
And you think she's the one who did most of the talking, correct?
Yeah, right now she was the one talking.
Okay. And you believe that Amber is the one in the back behind her?
Yes.
Are you able to see the right side of Amber's face?
From this camera view, it looks like she's kind of facing straight towards me. So I would have been able to see the right side of her face from there.
Would you have been able to see it clearly?
Due to the low lighting, probably not very clearly.
Okay.
Johnny is definitely not here. He's not here? Okay.
That's probably like 2 hours.
Okay. All right, cool.
While we're still there, can you tell how much hair Amber has covering the right side of her face in the pictures?
No, it looks like from this camera view, most of the time, like half of her head is blocked from the woman in front of her.
Are
Can
you
tell
really going to
whether
hang your
she's
hat on
wearing
you
any
should have
makeup?
investigated
No.
further after they asked you not to, told you nothing was wrong, told you the guy was gone?
All right. Well, if you guys need anything else, just call us back. Have a good night.
Do
If you need anything
recall
else, call us
looking for
back.
Any injuries in the faces of the three women?
No.
Now, Officer Gatlin, do you recall seeing two dogs in the house?
Two dads?
Yes.
They were running around pretty freely.
Yes.
Do you think those dogs
And
are
when you
capable of
say
leaving a
that,
human-sized
would
shit
you
on a
be
bed?
able to, sitting here today, say that the person in these three photos, defendants 7, 8, and 9, is the same person that was sitting on that sofa in the back? Are you able to draw that connection?
No, I don't recall.
Do you disagree with my description of what's in this picture?
No, I was stating that I didn't observe that when I was inside the apartment.
Are you able to testify whether Amber Heard was the victim of domestic violence by Mr. Depp on May 21, 2016?
No.
Based on our investigation, it appeared as if she was not.
Your investigation of what?
Based on her refusing to give any
Did you
statement
collect
on
a
what had
DNA
occurred.
sample? You think he walked a grid?
And at the time, we did not observe any any visible or verifiable injuries to her.
Anything else?
Not that I can recall.
Right. So did you interview any of the three other individuals in the apartment?
No.
Did you ask any of the individuals to give you a statement about what transpired?
I believe the female that was sitting in the middle of the three told us that everything was fine and that the other officers had already conducted an investigation on the incident prior to our arrival.
Did you ask that individual to give you a statement?
Outside of that, no.
Did you take that individual aside and try to interview her without the others present?
No.
Why not?
As I just stated, everybody there had told us that the officers who had responded a couple hours before us had conducted the investigation, and this is our call is still stemming from that incident, and there had been no change in the circumstance since then.
Do you know whether Officer Sines and Officer Hadden took any of the individuals aside and interviewed them?
No.
Did you at any point ask Amber Heard to come forward and examine her in the light to see if she had any injuries?
No.
Did you take a flashlight just to see if she had any visible injuries to her face or her body?
No.
Did you ask Amber Heard if she had any injuries?
No.
I'm asking whether you're in a position as a police officer to testify under oath that Johnny Depp did not commit any abuse of Amber Heard on May 21, 2016.
I don't believe I'm in the position to testify whether he did or did not, because I was not there when the incident potentially occurred.
Okay. And you didn't conduct your own independent investigation, correct?
That's the best answer she's gotten from a cop so far.
Outside of the female telling us that everything was fine,
And it wasn't great.
The male that answered the door that told us
It's
that
all
the
relative.
other officers had already came and talked to everybody, and she told us they checked both the two apartments. So I felt at that time sufficient that, as I stated, there's no change in the circumstance from the previous call. So we did not go further into investigation.
And that's the extent of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that night on May 21, 2016? Did
Do
you do
what?
anything other than what we have looked at on the video camera in connection with investigating whether Johnny Depp committed domestic violence with Amber Heard on May 21, 2016?
No.
Do you know whether Johnny Depp committed domestic violence of Amber Heard on May 21, 2016?
No.
Sorry, your next witness?
Alejandro Romero.
They didn't even
Alejandro
cross
Romero.
him. I mean, why bother? Like, there's nothing to ask. He didn't
And
say.
if I might, Your Honor, this is another one.
Didn't
that
stop
becomes
him for some other
questioning
ones.
By counsel for Ms. Heard and later on switches to questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp.
Okay, thank you.
Romero, will you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Alejandro Romero. I go by Alex.
What is your current occupation?
I work at the front desk of the Eastern Columbia building.
And is that for the Action Property Management Company?
That's correct.
It's
How long have
LA-based
you
Viva
been
Fry,
employed at the Eastern Columbia building?
broadcasting from his
Approximately
car.
13 years.
And could you please describe what kind of work you do for the Eastern Columbia building?
Most of it is just access control, and I deal with a lot of residents regarding their packages and food deliveries.
I tell female victims of
And have
domestic
you done
violence
that
to shut
pretty
their
much the
mouths.
whole 10 years?
That's correct.
I'm going to take you back to 2015 and 2016 for a moment. How many people would you say would go through the building on any particular day in that time? I'm talking tenants and visitors.
I cannot say a number because there's 147 units in the building, and there are visitors, guests, friends. Actually, we used to send delivery people up. We don't send it anymore because of the COVID. But I cannot tell you a number. There's thousands of people probably.
Have you ever met Johnny Depp?
I saw him a couple of times.
Do you remember what Mr. Depp was wearing on any of those occasions?
Nope.
Do you remember what jewelry he had on?
Nope.
Do you remember
On any
what
of those
headgear
occasions.
he was wearing? He was wearing a scarf or a hat.
No.
Do you remember whether Mr. Depp was wearing any makeup or eyeliner? On the
Nope,
time?
I don't remember. Nope.
You couldn't tell me one way or the other, right?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp had ever been physically violent with Amber Heard? And by this, I mean hitting, punching, throwing objects at her, kicking her, headbutting her. Do you know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp ever did that to Ms. Heard?
Nope.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp slam things around or be angry?
No, I have never seen him like that.
I'm going to ask you some questions now about Amber Heard. When did you first meet Amber Heard?
I believe she was passing on the lobby. I met her at the front desk. I interact more with her sister, Whitney, I believe that's her name, and her good friend, Rocky. And but Amber, I only see him like once in a while when she was sometimes used to get packages.
Do you recall whether Ms. Heard became a resident sometime around March 2016?
Don't remember.
Could you tell me one way or the other?
I just can't remember. Like I said, it's been so long, I just don't remember. And like, I know you guys sent me the papers to review, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't want to review them because it's been so long. It's like
Nothing better than
I don't want to
honesty.
deal with this anymore. Yes, I went through the witness statement, and it's everything that is written there. That's what I said.
Okay. And
That was correct. That was accurate.
okay.
That's why I signed it.
Instant
So during
credibility.
the time between 2015 and
I
2016,
don't want to do it. This is boring.
how many times would you say total that you interacted with Amber Heard?
For a whole year, I can give you a number. Because it could be like probably I probably saw Amber for 3 times in one day. Probably I'll see like 5 times, or probably I will never see him for a whole week. So I don't have there's never been a routine.
Okay. How would you describe Amber Heard's interactions with you? Were they friendly? Would she smile at you? Would she talk with you?
She was really friendly. She will always smile. But we never had like a interaction as really close relationship, like I do with some of the other residents. She never told me any of her problems. She never stopped by and talk about her personal life. She never did that.
They're asking you about a
That's
date that you
Borderline
recall seeing
personality
Amber
disorder
Heard
coming through.
on May 25th, 2000.
It's also like, I know nothing, I saw nothing, I heard nothing.
Yes, I do.
Don't ask me any
You
questions.
said, probably I just can't remember the days. I've got a really bad memory for dates. Did you see that?
Yep.
So, Mr. Romero, would you at any time be able to remember what type of clothing Amber Heard was wearing from one of her?
It's a trap, buddy.
events?
Don't answer.
Nope, I don't remember.
Would you remember on any daily basis what type of hairstyle she was wearing?
Nope.
Would you remember on any type of basis what type of bag Amber Heard was carrying?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard was dressed up or casual on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing on any given day?
No.
Would you be
Just
able to say, for
cream.
example, whether Amber Heard had on concealer or foundation?
Definitely wasn't that Milani
on any
product.
given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had on blush or powder on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had any mascara or eyeliner on any given day?
No.
How about eyebrow pencil or lip pencil?
No.
Do
This
you
isn't
have
helping
any
the defense's case.
memories
It's weird
of
to just keep
Amber
doing
Heard
this. Like,
wearing a particular type of makeup with a type of outfit?
No.
I guess they're just going to counter him saying he's never seen her
to
with bruises.
describe any characteristics of Amber Heard from 2 days earlier without knowing you were going to be asked. Would you be able to testify to any of those? What she was wearing, what her makeup was, what her hairstyle was?
No, I probably won't remember.
When is the first time
My job not
that
to.
you recall anyone saying anything to you about the police being called at the EC building because of a domestic dispute between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard?
Well, to answer your question, whatever happened, it happened on a Saturday. I don't work Saturday. When I got there on Monday, they asked me, "Oh, you heard what happened?" And I said, "No, what happened?" So that's how I find out. Then
Okay.
I went to the cameras and see what was going on. Then as soon as I saw Johnny Depp on the camera on the elevator, just walking back and forward on the camera in the elevator, I said, "Okay, I know that was him," and that's all I knew. But I was not there on that Saturday when that happened. I believe that whatever that happened, they say it happened, and when they called the police, I believe it was on a Saturday, and I was not there.
Okay. Do you recall who told you that on that Monday following the Saturday?
Okay, Don. As a matter of fact, I think it was one of the residents that they approached to me, and they said there was a lot of noise because the person was working out on the gym that's next to the penthouse. They heard a bunch of noise, and that's it. And that's why I checked the cameras. And when I looked at the cameras and I saw Johnny, like I said, was just walking back and forward in the elevator. I said, like, okay, all right, okay, no, I'll try to figure it out. And I didn't say anything more. I turned off the camera, and that's it.
So the first part of that, somebody was working out and heard noise?
Someone was working out on the gym and heard the noise. They heard a lot of noise on the hallway. Because it's really rare to hear anything because most of the time, the penthouse level is really quiet.
All right, I got to jump off, Nick.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
It's fun, man. Thank you. It was a lot of fun.
See you later.
See ya.
That heard a lot of noise in the penthouse that night?
That's correct. I do remember the person.
Who is it?
I remember the person. It's been a resident in the building for a long time. I just don't remember. I don't remember her name.
And where is the gym in comparison to the penthouse that's owned by Mr. Depp?
Like I said, Johnny Depp owns all the penthouse on below the clock. The gym of the Eastern Columbia building is just in front of one of the penthouses. You actually could see it through the window.
You can see the gym through a window of the penthouse, or you can see the penthouse through a window of the gym?
You could see the gym through one of the windows to the penthouse, and they have a patio that leads to the gym. Penthouse has a patio to lead to the gym.
Okay. And this tenant, if you think of her name while you're, even if we're asking another question, please let me know. This tenant, this is a resident there, right? That saw this?
Yeah, I believe her name is Shauna.
And so she told you she heard a lot of noise.
That's correct.
Did she describe anything, voices, any objects, anything like that?
No, she just said it was a noise, just noise. And she was just surprised because, like I said, it's always really quiet.
Okay. And so she wanted to know what happened.
Woo.
And so you went to the video cameras to look at video. How did you know when to look for them?
Because she got the time. She got the time that she was working out. That's what I figured out to track the time on the camera and looked. And then when as soon as I saw, like I said, Johnny Depp walking back and forth in the elevator, I turned off the camera.
Technically, it's not
And I
hearsay.
figured out, okay, this is what happened. I figured
This
out
is how
we
hearsay
wanted to
objections
together,
should work
so,
out.
okay.
Because
When you said you figured out what
it's not
happened
being
after you
offered
saw
to
Johnny
prove
Depp
what the
in
lady is
elevator,
saying.
what did you
It's
figure out
offered to
had
explain
happened?
why he's doing
I
something.
figured out that's why they call the cops, the police,
Because why?
because of the noise that was on the penthouse level.
Mr. Romero, I'm going to ask you to look at, this is a video clip marked as Romero exhibit number 8.
Yeah, you can get info from other people. You just can't. He can't say Johnny Depp did something because this lady saw it. But he can say, this lady told me that she saw something at this time. So then I went to the security tapes to check, because that's not proving that Johnny Depp did something. It's proving that he went to the security tapes based on her information. But this is just, we're going to see Johnny enter the elevator and pace back and forth or something. There you go. The speed up could be on the
Shows
recording
the
system.
Date and time stamp near the bottom. Do you recognize this as the elevator at ECB building?
That's correct.
Mr. Romero, you're nodding. Is this the video that you remember looking at after Shauna told you that she heard the noise that
You
night?
said that's correct.
That's correct.
And that's Mr. Depp.
Correct.
Do you recognize the other two men in the elevator?
I recognize the guy in front of the elevator button. That's his personal bodyguard. The other guy, I've seen him before, but I never interact with him. If I did, I don't remember.
You said he looked agitated.
Yeah, he looked agitated. Like he was walking back and forward. He took his jacket. His body language was different than before. Most of the time, he's really calm. He's just like really happy person. Yeah, like this is the first time I saw him like that.
And then you go to the next. So then you say Wednesday.
Would you
May
agree, based on
25th,
your assessment, that Johnny Depp is an abuser?
At approximately 10:30, Ms. Heard walked into the lobby accompanied by Ms. Raquel Pennington. That's the person you called Rocky earlier. Do you remember her?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that Ms. Heard approached you to ask you for the key to her unit, which you gave. And you said we did not discuss anything else at that time.
Correct.
Ms. Heard stood approximately 3 feet away from you. I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind on Ms. Heard's face. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay. But you weren't looking for bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries on Ms. Heard's face that night, were you?
I was not looking for any marks or bruises or anything. But something like that, it will be really noticeable. But I guess, you know.
I always notice bruises on women.
I was more focusing on what my job duties was, like getting the key. And also this, I gave them the key and they were talking about, I told her, you know what, your dog, I was talking with Raquel because her dog got out of her unit. And that was one of my concerns. I would tell her, you know what, I saw your dog was outside. You didn't want me to get too close to it. So it's still out there. You know, on the penthouse area, the dog will be fine because it's not, like I said, it's always really quiet. And Mr. Depp owns everything up there, so it'll be fine. So that was one of my concerns. That was my job. I was just taking care of that. I was not trying to say, oh, let me see your face. No.
Let me look at your
So,
face.
and that's where I'm going to follow up. Do you remember
That's how you
what
get
Ms.
fired
Heard was
quick.
wearing that night?
Nope.
Do you remember whether she was dressed up?
No.
Nope.
Do you remember where she was coming from, that she was coming home at 10:30 at night with Ms. Penny?
No, I don't remember.
10:30
They
at
mentioned
night.
to me. She was on the phone. She was with Raquel in front of me. We were talking about it, and then she left to the lobby, where she was still on the phone.
So
I
you
was
remember,
focusing more on Raquel.
10:30 at night is breakfast
I was
in LA.
telling about her dog.
okay. Do you remember what hairstyle Ms. Heard had that night?
No.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing that night?
No.
Can you tell me whether she was wearing concealer or foundation?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing blush?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing any kind of eye makeup?
No.
So who wrote the sentence, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind in Ms. Heard's face?
I'm pretty sure if I would have said something like that, I would have said something.
Mr. Romero,
I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. I don't recall.
Was it Adam Waldman who wrote that statement?
Anything. She was just standing in front of me.
I'm asking specifically, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind to Ms. Heard's face? Who wrote that?
That's what I said. I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. That's what I said.
Not even listening to the question. I love it.
They asked me if I remember seeing anything. I said, I just don't recall seeing any marks or bruises because she was just sitting in front of me. I just don't remember seeing anything. Just don't remember. How it would have been so obvious, like someone had like a black eye, I would have like, whoa, you know, I would have seen that and I would have remembered because it's something that you will see.
Oh, this is going bad for her.
Like you will remember. But when I was there talking to her, she was like 3 feet away from me. She was right in front of me. I just don't remember seeing any marks, bruises, or anything.
But you don't know whether she was wearing makeup to cover it, do you?
No, I don't know. No. She was wearing any makeup to cover it, probably. You know, the probably would cover any bruise, but you cannot cover the swelling.
Were you looking for swelling?
No. Like I said, I was not looking for anything.
In fact, you were spending more time talking to Rocky about her dog, were you not?
That's correct. But I gotta have it. When I'm talking to someone, I look into their eyes. And when I was talking to Amber and Rocky, I always look into their eyes.
I look right into their eyes.
Probably
Didn't see
wouldn't notice
shit.
like any swollen or bruise. Like I said, I would notice.
It's fair to say, Mr. Romero, that you can't say that Amber Heard had injuries or did not have injuries that day on the 25th?
I don't remember.
Okay.
And like I said, I would probably remember the swollen, but I didn't saw anything. I just don't remember.
And you don't remember seeing anything, right? But do you remember even looking?
I remember. I'm really sorry, but I remember. I gotta tell the whole story how they got there.
Oh.
Before they went and get the keys. They come down. They say somebody tried to get into my unit. There's scratches on my door. And like, I'm really sorry, but who will think is gonna get into your unit because they saw some scratches on the door, like 4 inches above the door, because the dog was scratching the door, was trying to get in, and they thought about someone trying to break into the unit. I said, on my head, I was like, you think someone's trying to get into your unit? There's scratches like 4 inches above the floor on your door. That was the dog trying to get into the unit. They were so afraid. Oh, somebody's trying to get into my unit. They're like, oh, come on, really? And I actually, when they asked me to go inside the unit just to check room by room to make sure no one was there. So I did that. It's part of my job, make sure they're safe. But I didn't understand why they want me to do that. Like, oh, I don't know. I just so stressed out because of this. I just don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm tired. I don't want to deal with this court case. Everybody got problems, and I don't want to deal with this no more. I don't want to put this any more words.
Oh, you not love this guy?
The interaction you just testified about with Amber Heard and Rocky Pennington, and talking about the dog and going up and checking out the penthouse. None of that was on video footage, correct?
That's correct. We don't have cameras in the videos. Sorry, we don't have cameras at the hallway. We don't have cameras on the hallway.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Romero exhibit number 1. It's a deposition that was taken of you on July 19, 2016. Now that's approximately 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident. Do you recall giving that
deposition?
16 probably I did. I just don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to take you to page 35.
Got to interview this guy. Didn't you hear him? He's done. He's done with this shit. He doesn't want to be
This is
interviewed.
the same incident that you're talking about now, okay? And it's talking about, okay, you spoke with Amber at the front desk, later saw her in the lobby, later went upstairs with her. It says the question at line 6. I just want to go back for a second here. You said several times in answer to my questions that you didn't recall seeing any marks on Amber's face. When you say you didn't recall seeing any of those marks, did you mean that you didn't see any marks on her face? And your answer then was, I say that because when I saw Amber, I was not looking to see anything on her face. I was not looking to see anything. Do you recall giving that testimony under oath back at that time, 2 months after the incident?
Yes, I remember, because like I said, I always make eye contact with someone that I'm talking to, but I'm not looking to find something like oh, your makeup is wrong, you haven't have to change your eyebrows, or your eyelashes are not even, or I'm not looking for anything. I'm just looking at their eyes, and I'm not looking for anything else. But if I see something, I will probably will remember.
If you saw something, right?
Yeah, I would have probably would see, like if she had a swollen, like if she was wearing makeup, probably would have been seeing the swollen. I probably would remember that. But I was not looking for anything. I was like, oh, you know.
How swollen was Amber on the 25th of May? How swollen was her cheek then?
According to the pictures I've been seeing right now that you're showing me, it was pretty swollen. I probably will remember that.
How many days later did you see her from that swelling?
That was on a Wednesday. That was from Saturday to Wednesday.
Right. How many days would it be fair to say that you cannot testify one way or the other whether Amber Heard was domestically abused by Johnny Depp on May 21, 2016?
I cannot say that. I would not agree to testify against anyone of domestic violence because I was not there. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. I was not there. I was never there. I was probably hundreds of miles away and got no idea what happened that day.
And do you remember that there was pictures of wine, a glass of wine and bottle of wine stains on the floor outside of the, in the hallway of the penthouse from May 21st, 2016?
I remember telling to Mark, I'm not going to say it was wine.
All right. Well,
I'm not an expert.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next portion of this deposition contains questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp.
Okay. Again, these
Sit here
depositions
today,
are going terrible.
when you saw her at the front desk on March 25th, you didn't see any bruising, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that correct?
That's correct. I didn't see any marks or bruises.
You didn't see any swelling either, did you, Mr. Romero?
That's correct. No swelling at all.
And she was only 3 or 4 feet away from you, correct?
Correct.
And you were looking right into her face squarely, correct?
Correct.
And the lighting was good
Objection, leader.
at the front desk, correct?
Objection.
Correct.
It was so good that had she
He
had any
gets to
bruises,
lead.
swelling, or marks on her face, you would have noticed that, correct?
That's correct.
And then later that same day, and you've testified to this already today, later that same day, you went up the elevator with Ms. Heard and Ms. Pennington in connection with their request for you to check the penthouse, correct?
That's correct.
And during that entire period of time, taking them up to the penthouse, walking through the penthouse, and then finally you leaving and going back to your desk, you looked at Ms. Heard during that time period, correct?
That's correct.
And you looked her in the face, squarely in the face, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't notice any swelling, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct. I didn't saw anything.
Did you see any swelling?
Objection.
No.
Did you see any bruises?
Nope.
Did you see any marks on her face of any kind?
No marks at all.
And again, just to repeat, when you were confronted, looking her in the face, did you see any swelling on her face?
Nope.
See any bruises on her?
Nope.
Did you see any marks of any kind on her face?
No marks at all.
And how was the light down when you were at the reception and you were looking at her and didn't see any of this? How was the lighting?
The lighting is actually pretty good. It's not
how far
dark
apart?
at all. She was
How
3
far
feet
away?
apart. Approximately like 3 to 4 feet apart.
Were you looking her square in the face?
Correct.
Okay.
Bald Eagle. No, the objections
And
are
when you were
on
up
the
in the
video
penthouse
deposition.
and you
They just
were
didn't
looking her
edit it
square
out
in the
very well.
face, how far apart were you from her then?
We actually were pretty close to each other. She was probably just next to me. She was telling me like, go into this room, so I need to pass right in front of her.
And do you recall seeing any bruises, swelling, redness, or any marks on Miss Heard's face on May 24th, 2016?
I don't see anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, the remainder of this deposition of this witness contains questions by counsel for Ms. Heard.
She goes back. He gets
I'm
to
going to
lead.
talk a little bit about
I'll talk about
the
it
video clips
when
that
we're at
Mr. Depp's
lunch break.
attorney showed you. I'm going to
Depp's
ask you,
counsel's
first
all
of all,
smiling.
Mr. Presidio showed you a number
They know this is going
of
well.
video clips from May 24th. Do you recall that?
May 24th.
Yes.
Yep. That's Tuesday.
But in fact, you don't recall seeing Amber Heard on May 24th, correct?
I don't remember. I don't even remember what I got for breakfast.
Okay. Well, let's pull up exhibit number 1. Let's stay on page 17. That's a good place. This is your deposition from July 19, 2016. Do you recall that?
19? Yeah.
Okay. And that's,
That was 3 in the morning.
okay. And it said here, did you work, so Saturday was the 21st. Did you work that day? No. Did you work Sunday, May 22nd? No. Did you work May 23rd? Yes. On May 23rd, while you were working, did you see Amber at any time? I don't recall seeing her. Question, did you work on Tuesday, May 24th? Yes, I did. And on Tuesday, May 24th, at any time, did you see Amber? I don't recall seeing her. Do you remember that being your testimony 2 months after the events?
Yeah. I just don't recall. I just don't remember.
Okay. And then while we're here, now, Mr. Presidio had you go through a number of video clips and asked you a bunch of questions about whether you saw swelling, whether you saw red marks, whether you saw all kinds of other things. But in fact, I'm going to ask you, and tell me if you need me to bring up the videos and replay them. Can you tell me what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you.
Can you
I didn't
tell
even
me?
know she was wearing any lipstick.
Can you
I
tell
don't
me?
know.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing concealer in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any foundation in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any blush in any of those videos?
No,
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any powder in any of those videos?
no, but she looks really pale.
Well, do you know what shade of concealer or foundation or powder Ms. Heard uses or used at that time?
No.
Okay. So you don't know whether Ms. Heard was wearing makeup in every one of those video clips, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to try to move along. So,
oh, you're going to try to move along now?
The incident was May 21st, 2016. You saw her the night of May 25th, correct?
Correct.
You said you saw Amber Heard hundreds of times while she was there. Amber Heard treat you well, and was she friendly to you in each of these hundreds of times?
Yes. I'm not gonna say no because she was really always nice.
All right, this is my last.
Be nice.
All right, this is my last question. You testified in response to Mr. Presidio's questions that you testified truthfully in all of these occasions. Did you testify truthfully to everything that you testified in response to my questions today?
That's correct.
All right.
I did.
All right, it's a good time to break for lunch. We'll just break a little early, so just don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, and we'll see you at 2:00, okay? Thank you.
Well, there we go. 2, 3. Is that 3 video depositions today or just 2? Oh, God, they're horrible. 3. It's 3. 3 video depositions today. Bringing it right up to lunchtime. 4? I think it was just the 3.
All right. That was a first, I'm sorry.
I will say, Your Honor, that is the most bizarre deposition.
Yeah, okay, all right, I was gonna say, I've just never seen that before. I've seen a lot of things, but I've just never seen that.
Driving that.
Yeah, that did it. All right, so we will come back at 2. Is there anything preliminary before we get to the next
You're
deposition?
taking the man's time.
You're
He's
working through them,
busy.
and then if I come back at 2, we should be able to take care of it pretty quickly?
Yes.
Okay, all right, great, we'll come back at 2 then, thank you.
It was such an odd deposition because you're bad at questions. I mean, sure, he's in a car. Normally they're in like a room with the lawyer or something. But hey, this is Mr. Romero. He's got places to be. He's got buildings to watch. Our people don't have life insurance. Our buildings have life insurance. And it's Mr. Romero, the life insurance of the building. I love it when they're confronted with just real people, though, right? Like, well, that was very strange. Why wasn't he in a $2,000 room office, right? Like, what? Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Sorry, the guy's got to go to work, and he doesn't really have too much time between that for your depositions. But so far, the testimony today is not going in Amber Heard's favor. The best admissions they have gotten so far is merely that no one can say that she was not physically abused on a particular date. Well, I can't say she wasn't because I have no idea what happens behind closed doors. But I haven't gotten anybody to say she was at any point physically abused or even had signs of it. What's up with my camera always cutting out? My cam link that I normally use was acting up yesterday. And so I had to switch, and I haven't had time to correction. I had time yesterday, but I wasn't thinking about it because I was just thinking about rest. I've not had time to look into what was going on with it. So, and I haven't switched it back. So I'm just using a different feed. I don't know why it's cutting out. It's really annoying, but it's a thing. So I was talking with someone about yesterday, and how bad the psychologist, someone corrected me that it was psychologist, not a psychiatrist. The psychologist testimony, Dr. Mommy Glasses, librarian, turbo psychologist lady, whatever you want to call her, whatever your moniker is for her. Just how bad that testimony went for Amber Heard's team. It was rather disastrous, but they didn't ask like the one question. It's a throwaway question a lot of times, but I think in this case, it really would have been a great question. They did not ask how much it cost for her to be there. Now think about this. This is a celebrity. She said she has celebrity clients, confidential celebrity clients that they have to clear the office out for, right? So that only she knows, not even her staff can know that a celebrity is coming in. It's a celebrity psychologist in LA and Hawaii. Her consult fee is $450 an hour. I believe people looked it up and that's what they found. And so we don't know what her expert witness fee is. But so not only is she an expert witness, but they're flying her from LA to Virginia, putting her up in a hotel. So these are the questions, right? What's your fee? Hourly, per diem? Do you get expenses? What seat did you sit on in the airplane, right? When you flew? Oh, 2A? That sounds like kind of in the front of the plane. Is that in first class? Oh, it's in business class. Oh, okay. Sorry to get that wrong. Like, just ask those questions. Ask how expensive this was. Like, how much did this testimony cost? And, you know, and people ask this in every case, just about, except this one. And this had a recipe for the lady having really high fees. Oh, her expert witness fee is $450 per hour. Oh, okay. And her regular fee is $350. Gotcha. She sat in on depositions. She reviewed transcripts. She reviewed doctor's notes. I mean, it had to cost a fortune. Had to cost a fortune. They didn't even ask. And she was trying to get Tobias through the dinner? Through her dinner? Well, you had dinner with Johnny Depp. Tens of thousands of dollars being spent on this person. You're focused on the one dinner? Okay. Got it. But anyway, the testimony today has been going abysmal. Testimony yesterday was abysmal for Amber Heard. Her crazy cat lady lawyer is just not doing it. Agarless says you can't put a price on clearing your name though. Yeah, no, but I'm not saying it's exorbitant. It's worth every penny, but you tell the jury how much this lady cost. Because I mean, expert witnesses, a lot of people think of them as purchase testimony, right? What would you testify against someone who just handed you a check for $35,000, $40,000, $55,000? I mean, it's hard to imagine someone who would. It's like they wouldn't pay you, right? Like they just wouldn't. If your expert testimony is going to be, yeah, buddy, you're screwed on this one, they're not going to give you them. They're not going to pay you. They're not going to hire you. So, anyway, let's see. I'd do it for $150 an hour. Depp's lawyers are definitely not worth it. They shouldn't be getting paid half as much for that first week. The first week was really bad. They've been improving, though. I think they're doing okay. Their deposition questions are fine. They're not belaboring too much. And again, they want the depositions to go this way. They want the person to repeat over and over and over and over again. They didn't see any bruises, no injury. That's beneficial for Johnny Depp's team. Oh, that reminds me. So the reason they can lead in depositions is this. The depositions are being noticed by Amber Heard's team. So they're witnesses that are favorable to Johnny Depp. So the weird thing about depositions is you want, how do I word this? You want to get the information out of your opponent's witnesses. You want the deposition. Not all of these depositions are being made. Actually, probably none of these depositions are being made in contemplation that they're going to be played on video rather than having the person appear. Or maybe they are. I don't know. But typically, you're deposing someone just because you're trying to get more information during discovery. That's what you're trying to do. But so Amber Heard's team would get, the names of witnesses, and then they would notice them for deposition. They want to ask the questions. They want to control the deposition room, and they get the beginning and the end. But because they're doing the noticing, they have to ask the more open-ended questions. And so then the Johnny Depp's team gets to respond kind of on cross. It's more like a cross examination, but it's a friendly one. So it's just kind of how it plays out. It's not the same as in court. But yeah. Yes. I've seen IO made the 2 calls from New York City. Got it. Yep. Yes. At the time it wasn't clear, but it was cleared up just shortly thereafter when they explained that the friend from New York made the calls. Okay, we've got some super chats to get through, keep up with here as we go. Thomas Buddha, since we have a nice little lunch break here. Thomas Buddha says Rottenborn should embrace his terrible name and change it to Hellspawn and go full metal. He would have to change that politician haircut, though. I hate that haircut. Taco Jim says, what if Elon bought Twitter to disqualify himself as a witness? There's no way he hasn't seen clips of this trial. I don't think Elon Musk had any desire to I don't think his purchase of Twitter has anything to do with Amber Heard, frankly. That being said, I think Tug has reported that he was not properly noticed for deposition or for testimony, so he may not even be involved at all. But I don't know if that's true or not. That's what Tug had reported, and not doubting Tug. I don't know the details. Service rules are different state by state, and let's see. And also I don't know that him buying Twitter would disqualify him from being a witness necessarily, but because he could just not watch the clips, right? Like he could just do that. Let's see. Michael Whelan says, hey, Nick, would love to shill my wife's Etsy shop if that's all right. Sure. Okie Watercolors. She does watercolor originals, prints, greeting cards, custom pet portraits, and more at reasonable prices. So there you go. Okie Watercolors. That's OKIE. Check that out if you are interested in some custom watercolor art. Sean Perry says this officer looks like Gabriel Iglesias' little brother. Irradiated Lime says, I've been bragging to people about how Recalculation Law makes court interesting, and now their introduction to your channel is 2 days of this. Yeah, I know. It's so, man, the video depositions are rough. Very, very rough. Razor 390 says, Cat Lady Lawyer, why did you not violate the caller's personal autonomy and investigate further against their wishes and consent? This is why nobody trusts the police. Yeah. Not even the caller. Remember, their call came from New York. My friend in LA is being abused. They get there. Yeah, no, there's an argument, and that's all. Okay. Overreaction. So it's reported by someone else out of state. You get there and the person doesn't want to talk about it. What are you going to do? You're gonna sit him down, give him a coffee cake and a cup of tea, and be like, "Let's talk about what happened. Let's do that." Sean Perry says, "Is crazy cat lady lawyer trying to make the case that the police didn't do their job because they didn't ask Amber to turn on the lights?" They're trying to make the case that the cop couldn't possibly have seen if she had any injuries because it was dim lighting, right? As if the other cops didn't just go to the residence, report no injury. So again, if the other cops didn't see anything and Amber doesn't tell these guys, yeah, actually, I do have an injury. I thought about it. What are they going to do? Let me see your face, Mrs. Heard. Like, what's the idea? What's the mindset here? Let's see. Next, we've got Lancelot 652 says, "Geez, every time her questions manage to piss off the witness." Well, that's because she's generally unlikable. Crazy cat lady lawyer does not seem like someone you'd want to hang around, does it? I mean, not to me. Yeah, good logic. Once he's got a weird request. He says we should call each other during lunch and schmooze while airing our conversations to our respective streams. How? I'm not quite sure how to manage that. I guess just I guess just call like over the internet or something. Because if he's streaming, I don't know that I can bring him into my StreamYard. I guess I could send him an invite. He'd have to send one to me. That'd be weird. Be very, very weird. I don't know how that would work. David Hader says, "Look, crazy cat lady, I'm not going to lose my job over some BS, so I don't know nothing." That's pretty much Mr. Ramirez's attitude. Mr. Ramirez, very, very racist. David, it was Mr. Romero. I cannot believe you. I get all their names sound alike now. Oh my gosh. I'm get this racism away from me. Okay, anyway, sorry. Sean Perry says, "Crazy cat lady lawyer, you don't know if she was wearing makeup, therefore Johnny is a serial abuser." Yeah, I mean that's kind of the idea. It's not very effective line of questioning at all, actually. It's not. I don't like it. I don't like the line of questioning that they've got, but it's all they really have to go off of. They have to try and show the negative of the negative. It's okay. So you can't prove that Johnny Depp didn't beat Amber Heard. But Johnny Depp didn't claim that he didn't beat Amber Heard. Amber Heard claimed he beat that Johnny Depp beat her, right? So, I mean, it is Johnny Depp's burden to show the lie, which is part of the problem with defamation, although he's alleged the lie. So now she has to show the truth as a defense. You know? I might have been thinking about this backwards as I assess how this susses out. So, a defamation case, you have to prove the lie, sort of. But if the defense is it's true, then they have to similarly prove that it's true. And then it's the weight of the evidence. It's preponderance of the evidence. So 51%. Whoever is 51% more correct is the one who wins. So you have competing claims. Johnny Depp's claim, I didn't hit her. I did not abuse her or whatever. It can be shown to the point of, like, you can't really show it, right? So the truth, if her defense is the truth of the matter, then she would have to provide evidence of the truth. So it's weird. It's weird how this plays out, because you can't prove a negative. You can't prove you didn't do something, because you might have at some point done it, right? The only things you can prove that you didn't do are things that only affect you and would have a final result of some sort. Like, you can prove that you didn't kill yourself because you're still alive. But there's not much else that you can prove, in all honesty, because what you do in the dark is on you, and what someone accuses you of in the dark is on, it's between you and them. Nick Puentes, I did explain why cross can ask leading questions, because it's a deposition. Cross exam can always ask leading questions, and it's just in depositions, it tends to be the hostile party notices the deposition, and so therefore they get to control it. So then the friendly party is on cross, but since it's a cross, then you get to ask leading questions. Hold on, I better respond to Joe. Hold on. Oh, I do not like texting while on air. How obnoxious. Take a logic course. You need it. No, not really. Prove that you didn't hit someone when no one else is looking and it's just you two together. Prove it. Prove you did not. I mean, it's not something you can actually prove. Because if the other person, I mean, outside of just the knowledge, between you two, like, I can prove to you that I didn't hit you. Prove it to someone else. Okay, here we go. We've got many more chats here. Someone, who is this? Hold on. The stupid YouTube setup does not let me see the name of the first chatter. It's so great. Brilliant. Brilliant. I don't need the pinned links on the super chat window, YouTube. Thank you. True and Nanashabada Bad Pressure Bad Calf Care says Legal Bites chat is we tar did. That is all. Dang. Just mean. Just mean and brutal. By threatening them. That's how you prove it. You're going to tell the truth, motherfucker. Kill you. Todd Baker says, any reason you think that the defense didn't ask mommy doctor how much she was paid? No, probably just forgot. I don't know. That was the biggest miss of the entire cross-examination of her, because seems like about all they had to go with. Again, they got to ask her, they got to basically read the testimony of the other doctors that said that Amber Heard had reported that Johnny Depp had hit her. But she pretty clearly laid out, they have to accept that, because their job is treatment. It's to be an advocate. It is not to question them. It is not to, look at things objectively. You're supposed to just treatment. And I've talked about this actually quite a bit. This is why Believe All Women or whatever has power and quote unquote validity, because Believe All Women or Believe Victims or whatever is super useful in consoling people, in empathizing with people, in therapy, in relationships, and things like that. When you are in a relationship with someone and they say they've been harmed, your job is not to interrogate them about the harm. Your relationship perspective is to help them deal with the harm. Now, it's the moment that transitions away from just interpersonal interaction into damage of some sort to the purported harmer, right? To the accused. If people were accused without any consequence, then you could believe everybody all day. It's like, oh man, your perception is that this person harmed you. Let me help you with your perception. Well, whether the harm is true or not doesn't really matter. If the person genuinely believes they're harmed, helping them through their needs is part of the issue. Once that accusation turns into an actual accusation, and that person is now subject to any sort of public backlash or ill feelings or economic punishment or heck, criminal processes, of course, at the most extreme. Once that happens, now you have to have proof. You have to have something to support the claim, because you can't just go on and suddenly that believing all people needs to be subject to evidence. So it's, that's the trick here. And so same thing with these doctors who are treating Amber Heard's symptoms. Well, one of her symptoms is her perception that Johnny Depp abused her. Now, whether or not he abused her isn't really relevant to them, because if they're taking her at her word that she has perceived abuse, so then they are treating the abuse or the perception or the experience. That's what they're treating. That's how that goes. But if they turn around and say, Johnny Depp's an abuser, well, let's hold off on that. Let's hold off on that. So let's see. Dr. Z says they didn't ask because that's too low for LA. I'm a neuro and forensic psych, have testified and been deposed many times. She did great and charges too low for expert work. Well, there you go, Dr. Z. Give her a call. Be like, hey, raise your prices. Oh my goodness. 11 Bravo Crunchy says maybe what the brain is lacking is whiskey, not oxygen. Could be that could be the source of the yawns. I think I got too much sleep. I got so much sleep that I didn't take Provigil or anything. Okay, here we go. Ethan Flash says, crazy cat lawyer. Dr. Mommy, are you a fan of Johnny Depp? Have you seen his movies? Are you aware that I'm his #1 fan and have never been invited over for dinner? F you, Rackets, you shyster lawyer. Jared Anthony says, don't you think if there was any explosive audio or video evidence against Depp, it would have been used in the UK trial? I don't see Heard's side moving the needle here, right? No, it'd all be out in... Forget the UK trial. It'd be on every news station during this trial. It would be on TMZ every day. I mean, they have... That's something we didn't really talk about too much. But that... the video of Johnny Depp like slamming the cupboards or whatever, TMZ copyright claimed all of those videos. Everybody, including me, I appealed it and won because, well, it was bogus. But TMZ copyright claimed the slamming of the cupboards video. Why? Because Amber Heard sold the footage to TMZ because she was trying to smear Johnny Depp. I mean, that's what happened. So they're like, hey, we own this footage. We paid for the rights to it. Claim. Their content ID bot or whatever that they have just went out and they claimed all those videos. Oops. So that's probably the most bombshell evidence. TMZ claimed it because they own it because Amber Heard sold it to them. If there were any more explosive evidence, it would already be on TMZ. You'd already know. We'd already be able to see it. So it's so yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything major come out of this other than what's already out there. The McGeek says Legal Bites had a guest local to Fairfax that said Cat Lady's tone during cross would work well for the jury. Hope they noticed her floundering though. Okay. I don't know what kind of guest that was or why they would know what would work for a jury. Are they a lawyer who practiced there? Who knows? I mean, I could make that, I could surmise that the jury in Fairfax, it seems, would likely be favorable to Amber Heard by political default because Fairfax County, Virginia is basically a suburb of Washington, D.C., and would be extremely, extremely heavily on the Democrat side. But I don't know if they have any special knowledge, so I'm not sure. But that also doesn't mean that every person in front of the jury, even if it's an 80% left, an 80% Democrat voting area, which I think it's close to that, doesn't mean that you're going to have an 80-20 split on the jury. Also, Johnny Depp is not on the right and is liked by a lot of people. And Amber Heard's Me Too worked against Johnny Depp, but it didn't work out in her favor too much. So who knows? Who knows? Happy says Dr. Curry gave me PTSD, pretty thick snaky D. There you go. K-Dub Smile says your eyes look a little red and puffy this morning. Have you been crying or were you hit with a phone through at you by some crazy bish? Yes, my eyes are red and puffy. I was crying actually, and Lady Rackets, she beat me. She beat me. K-Dub Smile, wait, read that one. Scott Pocket, welcome to Paralegal Status. Next, he says solo guests have no mic discipline. Solo. I think there's supposed to be a comment there. Guests have no mic discipline. I've misophonia. Ryan Woodsmall says Bites has had a behaviorist analyst on her stream during this trial. He has a lot of good insights. Yeah, I saw a little bit of his commentary one of the first days or whatever. It was after the show he was on talking. Chininator says get Attorney Tom on. No, he's not tall enough to be on. It's too bad. Was Nick wearing Amica cream? I bathe in Amica cream every day. I actually the dude says lies. That guy was ultra cringe. I mean, I saw him talking. That was fine. So I don't know, but I'm I bathe in Amica cream every day because of the abuse of Lady Rackets. Nick blinked twice if Lady Rackets is just off camera and scowling menacingly at you. No, she would never do that. She's not holding a gun at me right now. Just kidding. I told them I'm kidding. Catherine, thank you for the donation. Mr. Squiggle says a couple guests. You mean Mr. and Mrs. Rackets? Well, I'm Mr. Rackets, so I can't be a guest on my own show. Devil May Cry says, is Ty coming on? I enjoy his humor. Lol. I don't know if he's coming on today. Nebulea says, try and get a non-lawyer, creates a good dynamic. Sometimes. Depends on the non-lawyer. Fat Monk 1 says, Richards to talk about the havoc of Amber. So you're asking me as Richards talk about the havoc of Amber Heard? You gotta understand that when Johnny left the penthouse, I don't mean like the magazine or whatever. You remember, I do anyway. But not like the I mean like the nice room in an apartment building or whatever they have in these urban centers like Los Angeles. When he left his penthouse suite, Amber was still shaken by the revelation, I think it is. That's the word, that Johnny was finally leaving her. And so she left him a gift that he would never forget right on the sheets. Okay. Matt Live TV says, check Twitter DM when you get a second at any point. Look alike of you who is a skateboarder on YouTube. Oh, I'll check it out. Sugar says, huge cheers for Johnny Depp outside court right now. Javier Miedo says, too much nose. Find some people to average it down. Wow. Javier Miedo. Very, very rude. Blue-eyed Roof Korean the Based says, invite Devin to start a Legal Eagle redemption arc. 200 watts. I used to get recommended his videos all the time against my will. Like, I did not want them, and now I never do. Oh God, it's been heaven. I forget he exists most days. 200 Watt Studio says, Dr. Mommy wore black and gray yesterday. Is Amber Heard wearing a gray shirt? No, she wore, Dr. Mommy wore a navy and gray, to be very clear on that. Monique says, refund the police. Amber's multiple personalities matter. Shouse in the house, are you following the Trevor Bauer case where he's suing the woman who accused him of sexual assault? I am not. I probably should. Royce the Ripper says, I sent you a picture of the finger I cut off that I super chatted about yesterday in Twitter DMs. Did it make you hungry? Oh, God. Royce the Ripper. Let's see. You did? I don't know what your... let's see. Here we go. I'm looking for the finger. Kenosha considering memorial to skater killed by Kyle Rittenhouse. That's great. Yeah, just make one. Cat lady lawyer. What do we got? I'm not seeing the finger thing. I have no idea. Who knows? Okay, anyway. Sorry. Angry Baneling says, only people who don't up their vigor get their beds pooped on. Did you know that? Better up that vigor, fam. Yeah, no. Nope. Terrible choice. Jerry Price, I would like to remind you that we lost Captain Jack Sparrow because of this. If anyone was still watching Pirates movies then, they definitely won't watch any now. Johnny B, I reject the premise that women were not believed prior to all of these movements. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. There are countless men who have lost their lives because of accusations, either by a mob with pitchforks or by the legal system. Yeah, of course, that was a false notion. Winning Reality says, Nick, the shrink makes a cluster B diagnosis based on testing. It doesn't account for the details. She's not borderline. She doesn't regret what she's done in any way. Johnny Depp has made that clear. She's entitled. It's covert narcissistic personality disorder. Well, I'm not a psychologist. I'm only a biologist and gynecologist. Let's see. Larbo says, how do you think the argument for the definition of abuse will be at closing? Usually listen sped up and you sound sedated and breaded at normal speed. I think the argument for the definition of abuse, obviously from Amber's team, is going to, they're going to try and harp on the fact that she believes she's being abused in some way and ignore the fact that that's not what she was saying. She was talking about physical domestic violence, like pretty clearly. That's been the claim the whole time. I think the backfiring aspect of that is they're trying to make the claim of domestic physical violence through all of this stuff. The whole case is all the pictures. Didn't you see bruises, the scratches, these signs of broken nose, the black eye, the split lip, all of those things are what they're making the case about. So if they go into cross and they try and argue, well, abuse can also be verbal, and that's what she's talking about, they're going to have a hard time convincing the jury that that's what she meant, because it's not what their case has been about. And you have to, when you're arguing to a judge, when you're arguing to an appeals court, when you're arguing to the Supreme Court, you can make contradictory arguments. You can say, well, if it's not this, it could also be this. With a jury that doesn't fly because they're normal people, not broken, soulless attorneys that have ascended into the robes, they are real people, and you either did one thing or you did the other thing. You didn't maybe do one of each or both, or maybe neither. Like you either did the thing or you didn't. So, were you talking about physical abuse, or are you talking about verbal and emotional abuse? And if we're talking about being the face of domestic violence against women and an ambassador to Congress, I don't think they're picking the lady who's been yelled at. Even if that might be appropriate, that's not who they're picking. They're picking the woman who's got the bruised face. They're picking the woman who can talk about the physical terror of the man who is lording their power over them, who is using physicality as a weapon of control. Like that's who you pick. So I think they're going to have a hard time with that thing. And I think Depp's team is going to say, Johnny Depp has never struck Miss Heard. You heard him say he's not only never hit Miss Heard, he's never hit another woman in his life. It's not in his nature. It's not in his character. And you've had all of the time in the world. They have had all of the time in the world to produce one instance where Johnny Depp has struck someone. And all they have are backroom claims made in private when he's not able to address them to people he's not talking to. That's it. Johnny Depp has pictures of Mrs. Heard's violence, the results of Mrs. Heard's violence against him. You've heard testimony. People have seen him struck with a paint can. She chopped off his finger by throwing a vodka bottle at him. Mrs. Heard is an explosive, violent woman. Now, you as a jury get to determine the facts of this case. You're the ones who get to weigh the validity of the evidence. You get to assess the credibility of all the witnesses, and you've heard some testimony each way. You get to be the ultimate determiner of what happened. We will maintain that Mr. Depp has never, ever in his life struck a woman. But at worst, you may find that their relationship was a tumultuous back and forth of chaos. And in that case, who could possibly say that either one of them was a victim of domestic violence? That's one way to go. I don't know if that's the way they will go, but that's one way to go. So, we'll see. We'll see. I can't wait to hear the closing arguments. Actually, I think they're going to be phenomenally interesting. C. Goody says, you're forgiven for flaking last night, and I never forgive you for flaking. Hope you and Lady Rackets enjoyed spending the extra time together. Yep, it was very nice. Very restful. Just laying down and going to sleep is something. Brittany Foster says, so will we hear all of this testimony and evidence all over again from Amber's side? Is that why they are holding some witnesses? No. Amber has their own list of witnesses, And the people that the plaintiff's team are holding are subject to recall for rebuttal. So if Amber's Heard team, the reason you keep your expert is because Amber's team likely has an expert, right? So another psychologist or psychiatrist, one of the two, is going to come and testify on Amber's behalf. They might need to bring Dr. Mommy back in to counter that testimony on rebuttal. Now, we heard this person testify in this way. Can you speak to this? Can you, what about this? Tell us what this means. Or you didn't observe this did you observe this in Amber Heard? Those types of things. So. And yes, Dr. Banks seems to be who they might bring in. Whoever asked me if I got a complimentary Subaru with my haircut, Dr. Banks is the Subaru CEO. Eileen Dover says Amber should play the clown in the next It movie. Ooh, there you go. Guillotine says, lol, Dr. Mommy. Look, the chat is a simp ultimately. And the doctor yesterday got the chat's attention. That's all. Pause Lover. I think that's the abbreviation. Thank you for the donation. 11 Bravo Crunchy says touch clown on paper, unbreaded. Honk. Leslie Squad says ideas on who will cross Amber Heard. It's gonna be the pretty one. The pretty one who did the second opening argument. I can't remember her name. Sorry. I'm really actually bad with names. Always have been. Imagine a male attorney wouldn't be able to record the way a female could without risking looking bad to the jury. Okay, couple things. It's going to be my guess is going to be the female attorney who did the second opening argument for a couple reasons. Amber Heard is, she's diagnosed borderline personality and histrionic. I think there's a lot of narcissism in there, but either way, histrionic people, they need to be the center of attention. I think the attractive forensic psychologist was a strategic choice as well. I think they want someone who is attractive also, because I think that will make Amber Heard angry. And again, I know it's not fair. I know it's whatever, but this isn't about fair. This is about winning and clearing your name, and you will use the tools that you have. And one of the tools that they have is an attractive lady and then a narcissist on the other end. So put someone up there who will draw attention away from her, away from Amber Heard, that will make her mad, that she will try to emulate with as well, like she did with the doctor, putting on the glasses. And now people are suggesting that I think her hairstyle, the doctor's hair was clearly different, but the hair and clothes kind of resemble the doctor. I think that's who does it. I think that's who does it. Plus, you've got to have a woman do it, because you've got to discredit her. She is a liar who accused someone. But if you get a dude up there and he starts laying the bully beat down, simp mode will engage on the jury. You can't have that. Let a lady tear her apart. Nicole, thank you for the donation. Goodness gracious. Fell Artifact says, hey, Nick, I just learned I have jury duty in May. Would a simple collared shirt and blue jeans be okay? Probably. They should send you they should send you some information on if they have any rules of dress. Chris Knapp says, can he meet the very high standard of actual malice and falsity / reckless disregard for the truth? Will the judge set aside the verdict for Depp? I don't think the judge is going to set aside a jury verdict because the judge had the opportunity to just say that he didn't properly plead actual malice before. Will he be able to meet those burdens in the eyes of a jury? Yeah, I think so. In the eyes of a judge, if it were a bench trial, I'd say it'd be a lot harder. But you have some evidence that Amber Heard would know. I mean, I'm not familiar with the Virginia case law, but the basics of this is this. Amber Heard knows if Johnny Depp hit her. Like, this is the problem I have with actual malice in general, right? So you have a he said, she said. Those two people know the truth. Amber Heard knows if Johnny Depp hit her. So if they determine that she's lying, it has to be with knowledge of the falsity because she knows the truth. She was there for it. And it involves her being hit. You either were hit or you weren't. But that's not how it ends up working, unfortunately. All the time. But there may be case law on that. There is some of that case law in Texas. Whether or not that case law exists in Virginia, I don't know. Yes, they're on lunch right now, Plek. Why is the volume so low? Oh, I had to lower my mic because the court was low. I can turn it up a bit. Camille Vasquez, that's her name. There you go. Oh shit, I missed this one. Sorry, I missed some of these chats earlier. Kara says Amber is just auditioning for the grandmother role in the next remake of the ending scene of Flowers in the Attic. RN Rules says, I hope that after Johnny Depp wins, he reaches out to other men who are victims, maybe shelters, counseling directed towards men. Insane 8 Inspired says, enjoying your stream. Kindest regards, sir. Hey, thank you. Marv White says, I opened my phone to stream this, and what do I see? A YouTube recommendation for Law and Crime. I'm sub to you, not them, yet they are in my feed and not you. Oh, dude, Law and Crime, I'm going to suggest, paid a lot for their coverage. I'm going to just suggest that that's what happened. But hey, you know, props to them for doing that. Props to them for joining the mainstream media and paying for the verified or trusted source status at YouTube. If you don't know the lore on this, it's not, it's kind of an open secret, I guess. People just don't know. It's not talked about too much, but news stations on YouTube used to be getting absolutely crushed by independent commentators. People like Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder were destroying CNN. They were destroying Fox News. They were destroying all of the channels every single day in videos, in video views on the same subjects. And then there's a single day several years ago where those flipped. And YouTube implemented a thing to promote verified sources or trusted sources on certain matters of public opinion or public concern. So news stories have trusted sources. So that's why when you're looking for information on a news story, you will often find that before you get to independent people, you'll have a Fox News, a CNN, an MSNBC, and NBC. The amount of money that changed hands that day had to be off the charts. But yeah, so I don't know. YouTube, just send me an invoice. Make me trusted. I am clearly an expert on calling out the liminal order. Mr. Squiggles says he's going to catch a computer virus That's why he's masked, guys. Ian Mack, guarantee Johnny Depp has an earpiece blasting out some rock music during these video testimonies. God, I wish. He probably cannot, though. If he gets caught with that, he'd be in trouble. Says, what if Grosskreutz had to prove he didn't shoot Rittenhouse? If Kyle wasn't shot, isn't that proof? Well, yeah, I mean, if he wasn't shot at all, he has to prove that he didn't shoot him, I guess. But that's kind of like weird. Because that, I mean, but see that's going with the results that are clearly identifiable, right? A bullet hole, but like a bruise. If there's any sort of redness or swelling, hitting doesn't always leave a mark of any kind. So Nico says, all these questions about, did you know if she was wearing this or that? If the witness answered, yeah, I know for sure she wasn't wearing anything, will he then be impeached for not being an expert? What the fuck's the point of the question? He wouldn't be impeached for not being an expert, but he just wouldn't have credibility, right? Unless he establishes that he remembers a bunch of stuff. Isaac Baruch did that. Oh, I remember she was wearing this long particular coat. Like, he was able to explain with specificity various outfits throughout the times. Now, not completely. He didn't testify to perfect knowledge. He came across believable to me. But that's that's to me. Other people might not believe it, but would you believe someone says, yeah, I remember every single outfit that they wore all the time? They'd have to start, kind of demonstrating it. And you don't want to get caught up in that. Stega says, Ken Jennings could be a good guest for going over the borderline personality disorder. He did a stream with Aiden Paladin not long ago, theorizing Ethan Ralph could be bipolar/borderline personality. Oh, yeah, you think? I mean, that seems to be obvious. I was laughing at that yesterday during her testimony describing it. Like, I know this person. Igor Slagathor says, when Smith slapped Mr. Rock, why was it up to Mr. Rock to press charges when it was caught on live TV? Doesn't the state take over for the victim like domestic violence? It may not be up to Mr. Rock to press the charges. Reportedly, the police were there and Mr. Rock intervened and said, please don't do this. And if you have a victim who's not interested in pursuing the issue, it doesn't mean that you can't, but it might mean that you won't. Because if you have an uncooperative victim, or if he's going to get up there and say, I deserved it, I made a bad joke or whatever, you're not going to probably get a conviction out of a jury. So, if he's saying, let it go, then they probably aren't going to pursue it. It's not like he's a child or someone under Will Smith's control. So if he doesn't want to be a victim, then they're probably fine to just let that one slide. David T says, does anyone else want to see Johnny come in with Coolio braids just so Amber has to do it the next day? That'd be good. Korean Cinegeek says, can Amber be called as a hostile witness? Yes, she could be, but they'd probably just rather let her team call her. They know she's going to get called. STFU says 5 more weeks of depots and I'm going to need a straitjacket. Trevor R says new poll, who has better teeth, lead attorney or Amber Turd? Nicole says Johnny Depp has that glow up. Guy with 2 names says, yo, it's TLA, the lead attorney. Yep, he was on earlier. Make sure you guys check out the lead attorney's channel and the lawyer They're both listed in the video description. Pam Ronning says, good morning, lead attorney. You are freaking funny. He's great. Mark Fenton says, deposition video edited. It skips around. Yes. The deposition videos are heavily edited. Those edits will have been agreed to by both parties. There's a lot of extra in a deposition video that does not need to be part of the case. So they'll agree on irrelevant things. They'll agree on, hopefully they'll either agree or ask a judge to rule on things that are either irrelevant, inadmissible for other reasons, hearsay, for example. And they'll edit those things down and then come up with a finished product. Because in depositions, you don't get to not answer questions. So if they ask irrelevant or leading questions, or if they ask questions that involve hearsay, remember that the purpose of a deposition is typically not to testify at trial. It's typically to gather information, as much information as you can. And so they'll let them, they'll let you ask questions that you could not ask in court. But if you're going to bring in the video deposition, you got to get rid of those questions and answers. See, Goody says, who is the psychologist you had on during Rittenhouse and Potter those few times? Eric Allen, I think, is the guy you're talking about. I don't think that was during Rittenhouse. I think it was Edgecombe and Potter. But yeah, I think that was Eric Allen that you're talking about. Chris Morn says, I like how when Heard's lawyers question someone who's on the side of Depp, if they don't get the answers they want, then they move to discredit them. Well, yes. Yeah, that's their job. Anna P says, can Johnny Depp's team ask him about his experience with injuries he's seen with other domestic violence cases and why this didn't alarm him? They could do that, but you could sometimes get weird answers. And so the jury is not too dumb. They know cops. They know cops deal with domestic violence. They know cops deal with violence in general. They know cops' job is investigation. So just let them say, yeah, we looked at it. We investigated it. Didn't see an injury. Fauci lied. Puppies died. Says, love you and lead attorney together. Nice chemistry. Thanks for the stream, buddy. He's great. I got to get him on a full show that's not a trial watch, because that'll be a lot of fun. STFU FFS says, Gobbler Neck lawyer is so good. I don't know how much Depp is paying her, but she's worth every penny. She's like a dowsing rod of pro-plaintiff evidence. David Stowe says, when did Cat Lady become Depp's lawyer? Lots of that question. I mean, she is not doing well, in my opinion. Brian K. just wanted to hear the Jordan Peterson voice. She threw a can of mineral spirits at my nose. God damn it. Thomas Wilkinson says, how long until this case gets interesting again? I mean, I thought Mr. Romero was very interesting as a witness, but we'll see. I don't know who's next on the list. I hope we don't have another video deposition. I think they should be very strategic in spacing those out with live witnesses. You got to wake up the jury and keep their attention. Jerry Price says, hey, Nick, I think I know why people are saying there's a fourth Indiana Jones movie. They're getting it mixed up with the porn movie, Carolina Jones and the Broken Covenant. Reasonable mistake. Yeah. Of course, that makes sense, because there are only 3 Indiana Jones movies: Raiders of the Lost Ark, Temple of Doom, and The Last Crusade. And it's really a shame that they didn't continue the series, because those 3 are great, fun movies. And I think if they would have made a 4th one, it would have been really good. But they, for whatever reason, just decided not to. Ulash1 says, hashtag free the Discord 4, hashtag ban Soder. Well, I mean, maybe free the Discord 4. I don't know. I think they know what they did. Igor Slagathor says, odd, after Hot Psych Doctor was wearing glasses, now Amber wears glasses. I don't recall her wearing glasses prior. Earlier message limited due to space. No, I thought the same thing. Clarissa Hamill, welcome to lawyer status. Caroline Ann says, yeah, Nick, normally when I open YouTube and you're live, you're the first option. Not the past few days. I've had to search for your account. G says, why are they belaboring the police investigation? She didn't want to cooperate or file a report. Also, did the lead attorney watch the direct stream? I don't know if you watched the direct stream. I sent it to him, but it is kind of long. But he's apparently done some research on Jack Murphy. She didn't want to. Yeah, but yes, they're belaboring the police investigation because they want to try and discredit the officers, make it seem like they didn't do their job. But they, they seem to have done their job appropriately. Anna P., do you think Amber Heard's attorneys really believe her? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. If the court sided with Johnny, would he then be able to make another case against her for the abuse? Probably not. You're probably outside the statute of limitations. I think it was 6 years ago. David Stowe says, drinking game. Take a shot for every one word yes or no answer he gave. Over under on alcohol poisoning within 15 minutes. He was pissed. A Step Beyond Healing says, do you think it was a photo of her wearing makeup, supposedly covering up injury to try and prove she had injuries, but covering them up? Could be. I don't know. I wish they would show us the photos. I really do. Hannah Goldstein says, do you think the Depp's attorneys will stay as calm and likable as they have been so far once they start cross-examining Amber and her witnesses? The attorney cross-examining Amber may get mean. May get very mean. We'll have to see how that goes. But I think they're going to stay calm for a lot of it. Caligula says, thanks for the coverage as per usual, Nick. What kind of law does Peter practice? I have to ask him if and when he comes back. I think he said it before, but I don't remember. DB Crypto says, breeder. Sure. CS says, also think about, except we're done at 5. We're not interested in having a 6th child. CS says, also think about Johnny's capability to continue to father his children with such heavy addictions. With that kind of money, nannies are available to pick up all the myriad of slack addictions create. Yeah, like my addiction to streaming, which is why we have a nanny. Timothy Reaper says, maybe the little blonde isn't a lawyer. She just won a contest. Enter and win a chance to defend Johnny Depp in court. There you go. Andy Shepard says, is this a witness for the defense? No. No, all of the witnesses so far are witnesses for the prosecutor, for the plaintiffs. Why do we have a statute of limitations? Because as things become more attenuated in time, they become harder and harder for people to accurately recall facts, or some facts disappear and are destroyed. Physical evidence, vehicles, objects that would have been used, whatever, they kind of go away. So that's why we have statutes of limitations, because it's really hard to prove things 10, 15 years ago. Incidentally, why do you think that Me Too allegations, not in this case, but in many cases, happen 10 years after the fact, right? Now that the person has some status, they have some clout, they aren't going to go to court for it because they don't have to file a police report or anything like that. It's now 10 years later. They may even have changed their minds. They may have convinced themselves that something happened that didn't happen. Very common for people to embellish their memories as they tell stories. So it was a crazy party at one time, becomes like a party of, well, I was a little, as you get older, I was a little uncomfortable there because I must have been, right? There were a bunch of naked people running around. It was rowdy. I can't see myself at a party like that. And then it goes from, well, the party was a little bit uncomfortable to, I really didn't want to be at this party. I mean, it was so wild. I didn't want to be there. I mean, some people probably would like it, but I'm not like that. And then finally on the last thing, I showed up at this place. It was crazy. I wanted to go home immediately. I didn't want to be there. And then someone put their genitalia on my forehead. And that's how storytelling can go. As people change, their perception changes. Having more than just a couple years of statute of limitations starts to really get things weird. RF says, I don't know if you're messing, but the Crystal Skull was the 4th Indiana Jones film. Yeah, I'm not familiar. I don't think that's real. It was, as the South Park episode described. Find the clip. Well, I'm not going to play a South Park episode clip about a fake movie that doesn't exist. Jessica's Fluid Art says your sense of humor is highly underrated. Oh, heart your work. Can you shout out my art channel? I get throttled for my opinions just trying to brighten days. Yeah, guys, check out Jessica's Fluid Art on YouTube. I'm not sure what kind of art she does, but if she's getting throttled for opinions, I mean, it's probably a fun place to be. Fubar again says, as a non-lawyer, some of these lawyers need to learn to act like a lawyer. Tater Puddin says, was Mr. Depp wearing a mask when you arrived? No. So you confirm that he was threatening her life when you arrived. Nandhitha Guranath Hari. Sorry if I massacred the pronunciation of your name. Says they have a separate section on Etsy for Johnny Depp merch. Oh, that's sad. Hashtag me poo says times are tough. Pie eating contests equals second income. Dude, put me in a pie eating contest. I ate a huge slice of apple pie for dinner last night. Again, the kids are gone, so I'm just sitting there with this big. Oh, it was great. And by slice, I mean it was just under a half of a pie. I'm joining that officer's workout program. A person with no name says he's a rebel, no mask. Yeah, so the November deposition officer, someone on Odyssey actually did some legwork. California was removing the mask mandates for people who were fully vaccinated around November of last year. So likely that would explain why he's not wearing a mask. Let's see. How nice of you to save your wife a few calories. Such a good husband you are. So I buy this pie when I'm driving home from recovering my tablet the other day. I stopped at Nelson Brothers in Clearwater. Big shout out to Nelson Brothers. One of my favorite stops on the drive between my house and the Twin Cities. It's about a 2-hour drive. Nelson Brothers is almost exactly halfway. So it's an hour from each direction ish. And I like to stop there. And I normally just get a sandwich. And I did get a sandwich that day as well. So they do homemade bread. So I get a full sandwich and the bread slices are like this big. Okay. So it's white bread, butter, ham, provolone cheese, lettuce, spinach, pickles, sprouts, jalapenos, butter, bread, right? Great sandwich. Fresh bread. Anyway. So I stopped and got a sandwich like I always do, but I also was looking and I'm like, oh, look at that, a pie. Because they do in-house baked goods too. So I buy this apple pie and I take it home. And then the next day I get done with my show and I go upstairs and there's only half a pie left. I'm like, what is this? What the hell is this? And I find out that the Lady Rack is like, oh yeah, I gave all the kids pie because I figured you bought it for them. Like, no, I bought it for me. What is this? Just disgusting. KB says, these depots of the cops are more to dunk on Amber and her team than anything else. They are cumulative. Rasmus Dalla, thank you for the donation. The Wedding Gal says, your show is funny, snarky, and full of toxic masculinity, just as Mother Nature intended. Keep up the great work. I enjoy watching every day. I did hear that there's some people who went to other channels because there's too much misogyny over here. Well, that's just your stupid opinion, woman. What's life without a little misogyny? Oh my goodness. Some people are very, very sensitive. Very, very sensitive. United States of Q says, can this be payment for you to squash the Crystal Skull debate and go to IMDb to look the movie up? No, it has to be way more payment than that. CBDX.com says, Nick, always love to see you cover these trials. If you need something to numb the pain after watching this disastrous couple, you can always use Nose at checkout for 20% off our legal THC products. That's CBDX.com, guys. You can check them out. I am bound by the YouTube rules. I cannot advocate for the purchasing of any inhalable substance. However, you can make up your own minds and check out CBDX.com. They ship illegal THC products. We're pretty much everywhere. So go do that if you want to. We need to do a poll. Is there a fourth Indiana Jones movie? No, I live in reality. Some crap called The Crystal Skull. Harrison Ford gets lost walking to the bathroom. Oh, wait, that's too... Court is... This is riveting audio. There we go. All right, there. The poll's up. You guys, look, there's only 3 Indiana Jones movies, but some people want to make the argument. I don't know. Okay. David Stowe says, those are the dogs they accused of her gigantic grumpy on the bed. Yes. Yes, that's unironically, yes, that is what she is saying. That maybe it came from the dogs. Blossom and Jin says, please don't change. Love the snarky comedy. The loss blaming is an added bonus. Well, I do not have it in me to be more than anything more or less than who I am. And I've worked my entire life to get to a place where I can just be me whenever and wherever I want. Or wherever and how, whenever and however, whatever. I don't even know anymore. You know what I mean? It's just me. So I don't have any desire to cater or pander to much of anything. You have to do some mild moderation for YouTube, but that's about it. Just because we can't say too many funny things. You can't have too much fun, right? Like we can't have fun talking about the election. We can't have fun talking about ivermectin or whatever, because you can't even make jokes about them. That's the problem. Like I've already said too much. The YouTube agents are coming to my house right now. Erasmus Dalla says, get yourself something nice. I will try. Yeah, I will do that. Thank you. Subtitles says, what's a deposition without Nikocado Avocado making an appearance as a police officer? Like, look, I don't know how big that guy ultimately was, but can we agree that if that man was spray painted white, you would think he was the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters? Like that, I mean, that dude had a puffy head. He had a puffy head. G says, WTF are her lawyers thinking? I don't know. I don't know, because they're, again, they don't seem focused on their case. They seem to be going in multiple directions. I think that's a bad choice for them. They need to focus in on just the elements of defamation, really be critically hitting those. And I don't think they are. Candace Marie says, your channel has a personality. Don't ever change. Other channels can grow during this trial and others, but people will always come to the ones that have dug in personality that doesn't cave to the followers they gain. Oh, thank you, Candace. I appreciate that. That's very nice. Kilo X Bravo. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Cerebral palsy biker sent a like a laughing little fox sticker. Thank you. Pinkalo the driving ape says, why do I get a feeling that crazy cat lady lawyer is pro coercive statement? She's done everything but ask, why didn't you put a gun to their head? Oh yeah. Well, she is in this trial for sure because she wants the answer. She wants them to say, well, she wants to make the cops look like they didn't do their job investigating domestic violence against a woman because they're misogynist. Torgo the White says, in-car interviewee, Viva Frijole. Oh my gosh. Funnier than it deserved to be. Entropy denied. Says, officer, have you ever witnessed Mr. Depp punch her, stab her, choke her, push her, electrocute her, throw her off a cliff while saying, long live the queen? That's good. They could also have gone with like the Binger approach. Did you see Mr. Johnny Depp with a knife? Did you see him with a chain? Did you see him with a baseball bat? Did you see him with brass knuckles? Did you see him with chopsticks? Did you see him with nipple clamps? Did you see him with did you see him with a flogger? NSX says, thank you for your content, mate, from down under. Do you still practice yourself? I am a technically practicing attorney in good standing. I've maintained my license. I keep up with relatively keep up with my continuing education. But I'm not taking cases right now, and I'm trying to not take too many cases. I might take one every now and then, but much more fun doing this. What's my specialty? I don't have a specialty, but I prefer to practice criminal law in my small town. That's what I like. When I do, I don't always practice law, but when I do, it's criminal. Hashtag me poo, hashtag Amber 2, hashtag Amber supports free range poop. Well, someone needs to. Someone needs to. Riza, thank you for the donation. Says, if anyone is looking for some baby milestone blocks or other woodworking, my wife and I have a small Etsy store called YEG Woodsmithery. If anyone needs any custom made, I'd love to help make something special for everyone. Thank you for that. And Corinne Fisher, thank you for the sticker, the pear on the rocket ship. He gets killed at the end. Oh my God. It's very violent. Thank you for that. I didn't like that pair anyway. Cerebral Palsy Biker says, been watching your channel. Wish I could support you more. Love your content. Oh, well, you are supporting me by watching me. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Lancelot 652 says, of course you would pick the white bread, you monster. I stay true. Wait, what was that? I stay true to the teachings of Matthew Harris and the unbreaded. What, you get like a lettuce wrap? Oh, I can't do them. I love that bread. But I get vegetables. I love vegetables on my sandwich. I love going through that crunch, the crunch of the vegetable. Very good. Okay. I swear Ricada looks kind of like Don McManus. Who's Don McManus? Normally I get what's his name? John Kavanaugh, the coach of Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor's fighting coach. Let's see, what do we got? Bald Eagle 1787. Did anyone else notice Heard trying to look like the amazing, smart, attractive, and sassy mental health expert from yesterday? Oh yeah. Yeah, I think so. If she would have come in with black frame glasses today, I would have died. I would have thought that was the funniest thing. A lettuce wrap is just eating a salad with your bare hands. That's just savage. Okay. Let's see. I got to look up Don McManus now. It's always weird to see who people think you look like. Okay. All right. I see some things. He was in Supernatural? Yeah, I don't shave as much. This guy shaves all the time. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. Why did Legal Bites poach all of your regulars? I think that's a mischaracterization of what happened. When Legal Bites said she wanted to stream this and she wanted to do like a big thing, I talked about it with her and stuff like that. And I said, fine by me, right? Like, go ahead and do it. I'm going to stream it on my channel also. But I decided not to really like try and take the law panel or anything like that because it's not mine. It's just independent people. But yeah, so I usually will throw up an invite to some people and say, hey, if when you're done over on Legal Bites channel, if you want to pop onto mine, you can. That'd be great. But yeah, there was not a poaching or anything like that occurred. So anybody reading any drama into the fact that Legal Bites is streaming, we are all independent people and we all cover what we want to cover. So there's nothing, no issues there. Next, let's see. Tim Beyond says $5 for Lonely Rackets. Everyone abandoned you for Legal Bites. Oh, there's another one. Sometimes I'm better on my own. Other lawyers, they don't got auto-tune. The Marshallist says this witness is based. Jonathan Gascamp says first time super chat. Nick, please just keep auto-tune on for these video depositions. Oh man, I think there's got to be a healthy balance though. So by the way, the accusation of this is way off topic. The accusation about this 3090 Ti is that it puts off a lot of heat. And I'm here to report that is definitely true. It is definitely true. I keep turning on and off my AC because it does heat up considerably more than my other card did. Holy cats. Oh my goodness. NRB Film says exactly. Let me ask to closely examine my boss's wife's face is a great shortcut to never being employed in Hollywood ever again. No kidding. Oh, just crazy. My old card was a 6900 XT, which I still have and is going to go in another, into a new computer for upstairs at some point. Stephen Cooper says the real question is, who do we like better, Isaac or Alejandro? I still like Isaac better. Alejandro was great though. William Dupree says the only way this could be better is if he was sitting on the crapper. Yeah, Alejandro. That happened when they were doing the Zoom courts and they were all they were all public or whatever for a while. There was it was a criminal court case and there were a couple people on and one of the guys just sitting there the whole time or whatever on camera. And all of a sudden he pulls out toilet paper and he flushes. He's been sitting there taking a dump the entire time on camera. Zara BB, by the way, the 4000 series is coming out this fall. There's always something coming out. It's fine by me. If it's a market improvement, maybe I'll get one. Take that. Doesn't bother me at all. I've got so many kids. There's always a computer to pass down. So it doesn't matter, right? Like if my one son is playing on my computer that still has a 1080 in it. And I have a 2080 Ti sitting in a box somewhere. That's got to go in his computer. But like I've always got someone to hand down a computer to. There's always something that's gonna there's always, some kid's gonna break something, something's gonna wear out. So 4090 will be 600 watts. It's a good thing I have a 1500 watt power supply. Winston Dupree says the only way this. Oh, wait, I read that one. Mob Hop says, man, this testimony is amazing. He gives no cares about this testimony. Liveliest video testimony yet. Oh, it's been 100% the liveliest video testimony. And it, you can tell when people get tired of this stuff. Oh, shoot. Tom Grawl says, do you like New York cheesecake? If you're ever in the Louisville area, let me know, and I will make you one and deliver a bottle of Joseph Magnus to chase it. I love New York cheesecake. I assume you mean just plain cheesecake. Because I'm not a big fan of like the cherry or strawberry or whatever, like topping and the sauce and the syrup. Like I just like the plain. I think it's a vanilla cheesecake because at the end of the day, a racist. You like vanilla ice cream. I like vanilla cheesecake. I like white cake. William Mitchell, School of Law and Crime. Did you see them with a gun, with a knife, with a chain, with a bottle of vodka? Gasps from the gallery. Buckeye Jenna. Oh, thank you. Very big donation. Says, so glad you decided to stream the trial on your channel. Thanks for the great work. By the way, you have a surprisingly good singing voice. Oh, thank you. That makes me feel nice. I was saying the other day, I was talking to Lady Rackets, who, by the way, don't tell her. Don't tell her I told you. Lady Rackets is a phenomenal singer. I wish she would do it more because she's really great at it. But that being said, I was driving in the car. I was like, man, I wish I could be one of those stupid singing Twitch people. Like just sit around singing songs. But I can't. I could never do it. Oh, God. Matt Heiss, the audio is crackling a little bit. It's something to do with StreamYard. I've reset everything. I've downloaded all the drivers. It started a couple days ago with StreamYard. Whenever you have a shared video up, shared video, not even up, just chambered, or not shared video, but shared screen, it starts crackling. So you mean the woman that beats you? Yeah, that's why you can't tell her, because if you tell her, she'll beat me more. But you like generic cheesecake? I do. Did you reduce the bit rate to 48 kilohertz? It's not something I can control on the whatchamacallit. I haven't. Let me put it this way: I did not change the bit rate over the past couple days. I didn't do any of that. It's something that started up for me. It happened to Emily Baker as well. I'm probably StreamYard. By the way, StreamYard, if you're watching this, I'm going to say this to 18,000 people, and I might start saying it every day. Your software has become insufferably bad. The audio processing is terrible, and you need to change it. You have to fix the post-processing of audio that you do. It's not good. The balancing is bad. Ditch the stupid AI audio processing, or give us an option to just have a fader or some faders for the inputs and our guests and stuff with a visualization of the volume, like every other audio software on the planet. So we can just in real time adjust those things and check the decibel levels coming through. That's all you need to do. And specifically with court input, since you don't give us a monitor option, we can't hear ourselves. I can't hear my guests relative to the video. I can't do any of that. Please, I pay you a ton of money, and I'm about to change to somebody else. And I will tell every other streamer when I find the better one to immediately leave you. Your video stuff is nice. Your audio processing is garbage. Just give us an option to handle it ourselves when the AI is no eye at all. And The only thing stopping me from doing this already is the fact that I have all these clips and backgrounds and stuff loaded in, and I don't want to go do it again because I'm lazy and don't have time. Fix it. Fix it. I pay you. Fix it. All right. So there's that. Winton damn it, I read that one. Mop Hop, read that one. Parul Srivastava says, Amber Heard's lawyer is just repeating the same questions. Yeah, and not good questions. Not good answers for her.
Are we ready for the jury? Okay.
We are, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, Inverse says, guess I'm not looking into StreamYard. I would advise against it right now, legitimately. Do it in a more threatening voice that matches your hairstyle. StreamYard, I'm going straight to your manager. I will drive my Subaru right to your house because I have located it online, and I will come and get you, and this hair will be pink when I arrive. Let's see. G says, I was not there. I was never.
Thank you for
I
your
don't know
patience,
nothing.
ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Mop
Plaintiff
Hop
calls Christian Carino, Your Honor.
says, man, I'm getting Joni level of roasting
As with
flashbacks.
a number of the other depositions, this one will start with questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel, and at some point switch over to questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp.
All right, and how do you spell the last name just for me, just in case?
C-A-R-I-N-O.
Thank you.
Now threaten them in a German accent.
Use your business address if you feel more comfortable.
Christian Carino, and the work address is 2000 Avenue of the Stars in Century City.
And that is in California?
Correct.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a talent agent.
And could you give me just a very brief description of your educational background and work experience?
Sure. I have a BA from the University of Massachusetts, and my work background is I've been at CAA for approximately 16 years, and before that, I had
Is he in a hall of mirrors?
12-year run with 2 different advertising agencies in New York.
And who were those advertising agencies in New York?
Ogilvy and Mather and McCann Erickson.
Right. Now, you indicated that you were a talent agent. Can you please describe what that means?
You wouldn't know, would you, lady?
I represent multiple clients and brands in transactions in the entertainment space.
And when you say in the entertainment space, what are you including?
Just the different genres of entertainment, everything from motion picture to television to books to licensing to modeling, all the different areas that the agency operates in.
All of the areas.
As a talent agent representing multiple clients, what types of services do you perform for them, and what is the objective?
Okay. Yep. I conduct business transactions on behalf of clients and brands in the entertainment space.
And what does that mean?
It means it means I organize, pitch, transact in contractual agreements between talent and studios, talent and brands, entertainment platforms and individuals, brands and individuals.
Do you represent any actors?
Yes.
I do work with every different group of talent within the agency. And for each person, it's different, the business that I personally oversee for them. So in some cases, I am negotiating contractual agreements for a music artist to go to Las Vegas. In some cases, I'm transacting an agreement for an artist to have a relationship with a brand. In some cases, it's an artist with a platform like Netflix. It spans the general platform capabilities that the agency has overall.
Is one of the objectives of your representation to build the careers of the individuals you represent?
Yes.
You can't put a studio light with a mirrored background like that.
Did
Oh my
you
gosh.
have any conversations with Mr. Waldman in which you expressed any thoughts or opinions on how you believed any litigation was having an effect on Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Yes.
Sir Xerox
How
says,
many
I think
times?
Amber should come in
One
with,
that I can recall.
with Nick's
And when
haircut
was that?
tomorrow.
I have no idea. Years ago.
If you expressed to Mr. Waldman that the sooner the litigation
Oh, it's just
is
an
over,
open
the
window?
better
Oh,
for
God.
Mr. Depp, what were you thinking when you said that? Why did you think that?
I think anytime somebody is in litigation publicly, it is at a minimum a distraction to that person's career.
Sorry,
And
someone's being dismembered in the next room.
A lot of cases, it negatively impacts that person because there's attention drawn to them that it is outside of what people want to know about that person.
And what do you mean by it distracts from the career?
And we know where that sound is recorded from every movie trailer ever.
I mean that with somebody who is well known, people don't want to hear they're in a lawsuit with anybody about anything.
Why not?
Because that's just not what they want
Hit bone
to
there.
know or hear news about people.
Close your window, you degenerate. Jeez.
And why do you believe that?
Based on my experience in this world for the past 16 years.
And when you say it negatively impacts, what do you mean by that?
People don't want to hear that the people that they look up to are in litigation.
I disagree. I want to hear it all the time. That means
Do you also
content.
believe that that impacts career decisions by producers, directors, companies with brands, things of that nature?
Yes.
And in what way?
Because the general public doesn't want to hear that people that they look up to are in litigation. And when the more oxygen it takes up in the overall news or coverage of an individual, and the less focused it is on that person's career, the less interested studios, brands, the general public becomes in that person.
And therefore less opportunities?
Yes.
When you expressed to Adam Waldman that
Doug
your
Murray says rackets when
opinion
is
that the
less
sooner the
Grossman
litigation
testifying.
is over
No
for Mr.
idea.
Depp, the better. What did Mr. Waldman say?
To be honest, I don't recall exactly what he said, but something like, we're gonna get this over with as fast as we can.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Carino exhibit number, we'll keep it labeled 4.
There's a talent agent by the name of Carino, for those who are
Do
asking.
you
I don't know his
believe
first
that
name.
the Mandel lawsuit posed a distraction to Mr. Depp's career?
I don't know.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Carino Deposition Exhibit number 5. And as you can see here, it's an article, June 21st, 2017, the Hollywood Gossip. Do you recall that coming up during that time frame, that issue?
No.
Have you read or heard of the Rolling Stones?
Yes.
Have you read or heard of GQ?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Carino Deposition Exhibit number 2, and it's Rolling Stone.
Would you agree that this
publication on
article
June
that says that
21,
Johnny Depp is a horrific
2018.
monster is
Do
bad
you
for
see
Johnny
that?
Depp?
Yes.
Do you ever read this article?
Parts of it.
Are you aware of whether this article in the Rolling Stone, June 2018, that's reflected in Carino Exhibit number 2, impacted in a negative way Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Elena, I don't think it's possible to ask anybody that question without having done research among the people who read a specific article. If you're asking my opinion about whether an article like this or this particular article, in my opinion, would have a positive or negative effect on somebody's, career, I could potentially answer that. But as to definitively whether an article has or has not had an impact on somebody's career, nobody can answer that question without research. Specifically.
Mr. Carino, I think we were just.
This is a
going to
common
start
tactic of the
looking
defamer.
at The Carino Exhibit.
Well,
number
my definition
3.
didn't do it. Other
This
defamation
is an
did.
article that was published in November of 2018. Do you recall reading this at some point?
What publication is that?
This is GQ.
I
actually don't read
probably
GQ.
read part of it, but I don't remember.
I don't know how to read.
Have you had any direct contact with Ed White or his company?
Yes.
What is the nature of your contact with Ed White and his company?
I'm a talent agent.
Payment on deals where Johnny was owed money. Bill collecting.
When you say bill collecting, was it collecting on your behalf, or was it trying to collect from studios or companies?
The latter.
And so what would your involvement be in those circumstances?
Ed
Break
on
thumbs.
occasion reached out to me to ask about the timing of a payment that was owed to Johnny.
All right. And were you able to answer those questions?
No.
I think in all cases, I just referred him to somebody who worked for me to find out what the payment schedule was.
Other than these occasions where Ed White would reach out to you to ask when payment, timing of payment, did you have any other connection or communication with Ed White or his company in connection with Johnny Depp?
No.
Were you familiar with Jake Bloom?
Yes.
Do you know whether Mr. Bloom ever represented Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the nature of that representation?
He was his lawyer.
Did you ever talk to Jake Bloom?
Yes.
On how many occasions did you speak with Jake Bloom relating to Mr. Depp?
I have no idea.
Was it
I
pretty
don't keep
frequently?
track.
What does that mean?
Well, was it more than 10?
Are you asking me if I had approximately 10 conversations with Jake over the duration of our relationship?
Yes. I actually asked if you had more than 10. I wasn't asking you if it was exactly 10.
Okay. I mean, I'm guessing that it was probably less than 10 in total.
Was Mr. Bloom still representing Mr. Depp when you started representing Mr. Depp?
I believe so, but I'm not sure.
And when did you start representing Mr. Depp?
I believe it was in late 2016.
Mr. Carino, are you looking at something to be able to refresh your recollection?
I am.
What do you have in front of you?
A note
Calendar.
that I made to myself of the date of when Johnny was a client, and I think I wrote down October 2016.
Do you have a recollection of the context of your discussions with Mr. Bloom?
Yes. My recollection of the conversations I had with Jake were in regard to getting Johnny and Jake to meet and work out whatever the issues were around their disagreement.
So you were trying to broker, if you will, a discussion between them to try to resolve their issues?
Correct.
Were you successful in that?
I don't remember whether they ever got together and met about it, to be honest.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition, Carino deposition exhibit number 7.
Okay.
And this is
Yes, number 7. Lucky. It's a good deposition exhibit.
lawsuit that was filed on October 17, 2017. Were you aware of this litigation being filed by Mr. Depp on his behalf against Bloom, Hergott, Deemer, etc.?
Yes.
And were you involved in any way in this litigation?
No.
Do you know one way or the other whether the filing of and the ongoing litigation associated with this lawsuit had any negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career?
You see, when he filed his defamation suit,
Do you
that's when he
recall
destroyed his
whether
career.
There was any publicity surrounding this litigation that's reflected in the complaint that's Carino number 7?
Are you asking me if I'm aware if the Jake Bloom litigation was made public?
Yes.
Yes.
And in addition to being made public, do you recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Jake Bloom litigation?
Yes.
And do you recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Mandel litigation?
Yes.
Wait, did Johnny Depp
Mr.
hit
Carino, I'm gonna
Howie
ask you
Mandel?
what has been
Because
marked as
if he did,
deposition exhibit number 10.
he would go up
And
so much in
this
my eyes.
particular one,
So
we
much respect.
have- This is the article that was written in the Sun Times that was the beginning, if you will, of the UK lawsuit. Do you have a recollection of seeing that?
No.
Did you ever read it?
I don't know. I'd have to, I don't know. I'm sure I read at least part of it if it's the original document that caused the Sun legal issues.
Now, the date on this one is April 27, 2018. You see that on there?
I need to get one of those chair
Yes.
massages while I'm
Mr. Carino, I'm going
doing
to ask
this.
you what has
Have the
been marked
person in
as
there.
deposition, Carino deposition exhibit number 11. And it's dated June 13, 2018. It's hard to see that little stamp there at that, but it was filed on June 13, 2018.
Who wears a hat
And it's
inside?
Mr. Depp filing the
In their own house.
Newspapers Limited, who owns The Sun, and then Dan Wooten. Were you aware that Mr. Depp brought this lawsuit in the UK against The Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Yeah.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked now as Carino exhibit number 12. This is published in the Washington Post.
It's not his
December
house.
18,
Oh.
2018.
It's his agency building. Is that what that is?
Were you aware of this article?
Yes.
Op-ed?
Oh no, Tim Pool.
Yes.
Oh shit!
Carino, when I
forgot.
asked you whether you were aware one way or the other, whether this lawsuit that's reflected in exhibit number 11 had a negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career, you answered no. What did you mean by that?
I meant that there isn't a way for any individual to know whether the filing of a document had an impact on somebody's career, positive or negative, without specific research conducted in exactly that case.
Yeah, it's almost like you'd have to poll public opinion to figure
The
out
same
what the
as
public
in
opinion is.
the facts that you, because you haven't researched it, you don't know whether it impacted Mr. Depp's reputation or career, correct?
I believe I stated that unless someone had done research specifically about the filing of this document and its impact one way or the other, it's impossible to answer the question.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Carino number 14.
I can't auto-tune the feed. I
This is
can
the
in some way, but I
lawsuit
don't
that
have it
Mr.
set up to
Depp
do it.
filed against Ms. Heard. Do you believe that the filing of this lawsuit reflected in Carino deposition exhibit number 14 and the attendant publicity has had a negative impact on the reputation and career of Mr. Depp?
No.
Do you have a problem with the negative impact of illegal
And why not?
immigration on the black community?
Because I've stated previously, it's not about the filing of a lawsuit. It's about the coverage. I mean, you're asking me what my opinion is of what Johnny's reputation is today. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
My opinion of what Johnny's reputation today is one of the finest actors of his generation.
Has, in your opinion, has Mr. Depp's reputation changed at any point from October 2016 to the present?
If you're asking me if what I defined as his reputation has changed in terms of his being viewed as one of the best actors of his generation, I would say no.
So just so I'm clear that I understand your answer, in your opinion, Mr. Depp's reputation is that he is one of the finest actors of his generation, and that has been his reputation since you started representing him in October 2016. It still is today, and it hasn't changed during that time frame. Is that correct?
The view on his acting ability has not changed.
Well, I'm taking your definition of reputation.
Yep.
You said what they are known for. So I'm taking that specific
She's trying to get
definition,
admissions that
and I'm
Johnny Depp
asking,
has
is
not
there
been harmed
anything
by this
other than
because she's an idiot.
that Mr. Depp is one of the finest actors of his generation that he is known for that has changed between October 2016 and the present?
The only way I can answer that is as it relates to his professional capabilities. That has not changed.
Is there something that has changed that doesn't relate to his professional capabilities?
I don't know how to answer that, Elaine.
Using your definition of reputation, which is what a person is known for, is there any aspect of what Mr. Depp is known for that has changed between October 2016 and the present?
I've stated what I think his reputation is, and I've stated that, in my opinion, his professional reputation as it relates to the quality of his acting abilities has remained unchanged.
Some
Do
Nubex,
you
no, it's a different
make
issue.
any distinction between personal and professional reputation?
Yeah, I ate the juice is correct.
And what is that distinction?
He's a talent agent. He has to be very careful how he answers this because if he throws them under the bus.
The difference between what somebody does on screen and off screen.
What is your opinion of what Mr. Depp was known for off screen when you started representing him in October 2016?
I think what he was known for off screen was a shroud of mystery of who he was, because he was not visible to the public.
And that was back in October 2016?
I don't have a specific date for that.
All right, but when you started representing him, that was your sense?
Yes.
Okay. Did that change over time?
Yes.
And in what way did it change?
Crazy lady accused him of abuse.
It changed with the exposure of that came with the lawsuits.
And the lawsuits that we're talking about are the ones that
Johnny
we
Depp filed.
already taken a look at. Exhibit 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 15. No, I mean 14.
I mean, I'm not talking about any one or two specifically, in general.
Do you believe that Mr. Depp is still a shroud of mystery, not visible to the public?
No,
And when did that change?
I don't know exactly when.
Would you say it was cumulative over the period of time as a result of all of the litigation and the publicity ensuing?
Probably. Agree with that.
Is there any one specific litigation that you believe most significantly impacted on Mr. Depp's personal reputation no longer being a shroud of mystery and not visible to the public?
My opinion is that Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on his off-screen reputation. I'm not talking about any one specific accusation.
When you say Amber's accusations, what do you mean by that?
I mean, the things that she's accused Johnny of doing, both in that have been made public.
Now, those accusations were made public in the divorce back in 2016, correct?
I don't know exactly how or when they were made public.
Given that you believe Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation, would Amber have been filing the divorce action and obtaining a domestic violence restraining order have had a dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation?
I think the only way I can answer that is by saying I don't think filing for divorce would have any impact whatsoever. And I'm actually not familiar with the lawsuit to get the restraining order, so I don't know exactly what's in there. But if that was based on claims of or accusations of abuse, then that, in my opinion, would have a negative impact on Johnny's off-screen reputation.
Mr. Carino, we were talking about Amber's accusations and your view that those would have the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's
I think it's
off-screen
a
reputation.
47-minute deposition.
And you were talking about her accusations of domestic abuse and violence, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that the Dan Wooten article published in The Sun included specific accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
The Sun case, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
first the article itself that was in the paper, the why is J.K. Rowling
It's actually more than half
genuinely
done, at
happy
least.
about employing Mr. Depp, the wife beater?
Yes.
Jeez.
And you're aware that the litigation, the lawsuit, including the particulars of the claim brought by Mr. Depp, included the accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Given that the Mandel lawsuit included accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence
by Mr. Depp against her. Are you able to say how much of Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the Mandel lawsuit?
No.
Now, you were aware that the op-ed by Dan Wooten in the Sun included accusations by Amber of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware one
When
way
she became
or
the face
other,
of domestic violence?
how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the complaint that was filed in this case that contained Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted as a result of the op-ed in the Washington Post from Amber Heard?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the accusations included in the Waldman tweet on May 2020 of the op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Dan Wooten in the Sun?
No.
No.
Are you aware of any role or, and when I'm saying opportunity, any kind of business opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the particulars of claim that Mr. Depp filed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Amber Heard in the Washington Post?
No.
Are you aware of any roles or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the Waldman tweet from May 2020 relating to Amber's op-ed?
No.
Is there any other role or business opportunity that Mr. Depp has lost since you started representing him in October 2016? And I'm saying,
I would say his, I would say yes.
what?
The Pirates, the next Pirates movie.
Do you remember which one that was?
6, 7, I'm not sure what the number is.
It's 6. I think Pirate 6 is the one that's yet to come out here. And why, what is your understanding of why Mr. Depp lost Pirate 6?
My opinion is that it was related to the accusations that Amber has made.
Oof.
And what is your opinion based on?
Excuse me?
What is your opinion based on?
Conversations with colleagues and studio execs.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Conversations with studios and other executives, both internal and external.
When you say related to the accusations that were made by Amber Heard against Mr. Depp, are you talking about accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
How many conversations have you had with studio and other executives?
I have no idea.
More than 5, more than 10?
I don't know about more than 10, probably between 5 and 10.
Who do you recall speaking with at studios or other executives?
Jerry Bruckheimer, probably mostly Jerry, and then colleagues at CAA.
When did you first have any conversations with Jerry Bruckheimer about Pirate 6 and Mr. Depp?
I have no idea.
Do you recall whether it was in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019?
I don't.
When did you have any conversations with colleagues at CAA?
It would have been whenever the decisions were being made about how to cast that movie. I don't honestly, I don't know what year that was.
Do you recall who you spoke with at CAA?
I spoke with Jack Wiggum. I spoke with Brian Lord.
What do you recall Jerry Bruckheimer telling you?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but the nature of it was that the studio was having difficulty employing him.
Oh my goodness, why is it so labored?
And did Mr. Bruckheimer tell you why the studio was having difficulty employing Mr. Depp?
He said that bitch Amber Heard and all of her accusations.
No, not specifically, but it was understood.
Did you ask?
I didn't need to.
Why did you think you didn't need to?
Because everyone was aware of what was garnering the attention of the studios and determining whether or not he could be employed.
When you say everyone was aware, how do you know that?
I don't know, I just knew.
Can you tell me who everyone is? Can you tell me who anyone is?
The people who would have been involved in making that decision.
Well, if I'm understanding you correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the only person at Disney that you spoke with about pirates and employing Mr. Depp was Jerry Bruckheimer, correct?
Yes.
Right, and you spoke between 5 and 10 times with Mr. Bruckheimer, and he did not say in any of those conversations, the reason we're not employing Mr. Depp is because of Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Carino, when we went
Steve Barlow
off for the
replied to
break,
me on
we were
Twitter, so I
talking
just shit all
about
over her.
your discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer
shit on her harder
and
than
other
Amber shit on Johnny's
executives
bed.
at CAA, respecting Mr. Depp not being employed further at Disney and likely not Pirates. And I think a question came up right before the break. And so I just want to make sure that I have clear, did you talk with anyone other than Jerry Bruckheimer at Disney about Mr. Depp not being employed again at Disney or Pirates?
No.
Okay. And was I correct that you, in a certain understanding, you had somewhere between 5 and 10 conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer relating to this topic?
Probably less than that. I talk to Jerry regularly, but probably not that many on this topic.
Okay. And was there anyone else at Disney that you spoke with at any point about Johnny Depp being considered for Pirates or not being employable by Disney?
No.
Okay. And is that true to the present?
Yes.
Okay. And the other discussions that you had, those were all with executives at CAA?
Yes.
And that was Brian Lord and Jack Wiggum, correct?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay.
you had indicated that you believe that everyone was aware that the impact of Amber's allegations were at the heart of this. I just want to make sure that we're clear, since we were just talking about this before the break. Jerry Bruckheimer did not say specifically what it was that caused Disney to decide not to continue with Johnny Depp and Pirates.
Nobody
6
talks
or
like this.
in other matters, correct?
Correct.
Well, and I'm trying to reach that it was understood. I'm trying to discover any facts that would have led you to believe it was understood. And if I'm understanding, use the same word, Mr. Bruckheimer didn't tell you that, correct?
Again, it was understood. So I don't recall whether either of us ever said anything specific about why, but it is something within the industry that is understood.
Can you tell me whether any other actors did not receive roles or were unemployable because of the Me Too movement allegations?
Oh, she just tied
Other than
it
Mr.
directly
Depp,
to Me Too movement.
Not that I work with directly, no.
In any
Risky
of your
business.
discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer, did you ask him what Mr. Depp could do to become employable by Disney again, or to be able to get any part of any Pirates franchise going forward?
No.
Why not?
I don't know why he didn't ask me. Or was it why he
Because
didn't ask?
In cases like this, there is nothing anybody can do. It is the directive of the studio and they have the sole right to make the judgment whether they can continue to employ somebody or not.
And your understanding from your discussions with Mr.
Shit.
Bruckheimer is that Disney had made the judgment to decide that they could no longer employ Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, but not solely based on conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer. It was cumulative with the internal and external conversations.
Objection cumulative.
What did Mr. Lord say that led you to believe that? That Disney had made the decision, the judgment that they were not able to employ Mr. Depp at Disney.
Just that the decision had been made.
What did Mr. Wiggum say about
The same.
Disney making the judgment of whether they would not be able to employ Mr. Depp?
The
Same thing.
same.
Just that they made the decision.
Correct.
They're not going to tell
Were
you.
aware of any problems on the set with Mr. Depp during the filming?
You
of Pirates
almost
5?
always have to make these claims
Were
through
you aware
circumstantial
of
evidence.
Mr. Depp,
No one admits.
engaging in alcohol and drug use, being tardy, any of those issues during the filming of Pirates 5?
I'm aware of him being tardy, but he's been tardy on everything in his entire life.
Oh, shit.
Were you aware of whether that was troublesome to Disney during the filming of Pirates
They don't
5?
care, lady.
I think it's troublesome to everybody, but everyone has learned how to produce a film to deal with it.
Working around Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Working around every major, like A-list
Do you
actors.
know whether there was
Come on.
anyone on the set of Pirates 5 who wasn't willing to deal with it and was quite irritated
It's
by it?
the $1 billion that they bring in that
Were
makes the
you
lateness on
aware
set okay.
that the filming had to be shut down for a period of time after Mr. Depp injured his finger?
Yes.
Were you aware of any disagreements between Mr. Depp and Disney, including Mr. Bailey and others who were on the project, about artistic differences? In other words, where Mr. Depp thought something should be this way or something should be that way, and they didn't agree.
Yes,
What is your understanding of that?
there was a difference of opinion on how the film was edited.
And what is your understanding of what Mr. Depp thought it should be edited to?
I don't know how to describe the difference between the Disney edit and Johnny's preferred edit. I think Johnny told me about it, talked about it a little bit.
Do you know how well Pirates 5 did at the box office?
Not exactly.
Do you know whether it was more successful or less successful than earlier Pirates franchise movies?
I think it was slightly less than, it wasn't the most successul.
It's the 5th
installment of that
movie,
franchise.
and they've been bad since 3.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp has a pay or play clause that would pay him even if he was not in the subsequent Pirates 6?
In 6?
Yes.
I don't think he does.
Have you or anyone at CAA on behalf of Mr. Depp made any efforts with Disney to find any roles for Mr. Depp since he filmed Pirates 5?
My efforts were probably primarily around Houdini, which at one point was a film, but other people at CA for sure did, yes.
Who were they?
I would start with Jack Wiggum.
Oh, they didn't even have
we'll
to
now play
ask.
volume 2 of Mr. Carino's deposition, at which
Okay. Maybe time for afternoon.
Sure.
Why don't we just close enough to it?
absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, before we get to volume 2, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Please do not talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
Volume 2, why? Why? Oh! Oh, just even the sequel's never good as the original, so it's gonna be even worse. Oh.
All right.
Where's the rum? Oh, God. Now I know what a battered Johnny Depp feels like. Because you touch yourself. Shit. Mo says, somebody please lock up Baba Yaga in her witch hut and throw away the key. I can't take this anymore. Oh. Okay, here I'll we'll take a brief gander over at here we go. So here's my tweet, by the way, the original tweet from yesterday. So Doc explains that bipolar or borderline personality disorder people will mimic others because they don't have a strong sense of self-identity. Almost immediately, Amber throws on a pair of glasses to mimic Doc. Priceless. This was so funny to me, like that this happened. Doctor throws on. Amber's not wearing reading glasses all day. Doc throws on reading glasses for the second part. Suddenly, they come on. Hilarious. And then I'm minding my own business, and Eve Barlow replies just an hour ago. I don't know who you are. Well, feelings mutual, Eve. But here's a picture of Amber wearing her reading glasses in July 2021. Oh, you're right. That because again, her reading glasses in July 2021 have something to do with her immediately putting on glasses and mocking the style in a contemporaneous moment of someone who's gaining more attention than her during the trial. In a similar way, had she has been following along with Johnny Depp styles throughout all of this. There's tons of videos on it, but like this shows anything. Look at this. This is my planned appearance with my Elon Musk vat-grown baby. And my very chic Apple MacBook. All right, cool. So then guys, this is one of those shots. This is a candid shot, right? This is definitely how Eve Barlow is using the computer, or not Eve Barlow, Amber Heard is using the computer all the time. I mean, there's no planning with the lighting, the positioning of the baby and holding it so that its head is awkwardly stayed. Like, I've got 5 of these little things running around. You don't sit there. Like, this is not how you hold a baby while you're on a computer. You hold a baby while you're on a computer by putting them down in a crib, a jumpy thing. I don't know, letting a dog carry them off into the woods, something other than what you're doing. But so anyway, so my response is here. So, hi, Eve. Good work getting kicked out of the courtroom by misrepresenting things to the judge. Eat shit, you vacuous pile of garbage. So there you go. If you wanted to see the tweet, or the tweet, that's it. That's the extent of it. And it's going well. 888 likes. So good job. Oh. So people were asking, like, show the tweet. I linked it in the chat, but if you wanted to actually see it, there it was. Why can't Johnny Depp sue for anything before the op-ed? It's harder to prove anything before the op-ed. That's the main thing. The op-ed is a definite thing that definitely happened on a definite date. She's definitely the speaker. She's the one who did it. We know she did it. It's published. It's in a place. It's in a place that is communicated to a third party. The third party is obvious. It's the Washington Post plus the rest of the world. It's done at a particular time that can be identified. Her words are exactly recorded because she published them. All of that makes the statement, proving the statement part of defamation, very important. Defamation has a couple elements. First, the defendant must publish. Publish just means communicate in the terms of defamation law, okay? They must publish a statement that is false to a third party that is about the plaintiff with the requisite level of fault, which is either negligence for normal people or actual malice for public figures, which would be which used to be just recognized as governmental entities in the scope of their governmental work, but now includes names that are so ubiquitous as to be relatively household. Pretty much, if you go down the street and ask people, have you ever seen Johnny or heard of Johnny Depp? Most people will say yes. If you go down the street and say, have you ever seen or heard of Recato Law? Most people will say, or Nick Recato Law, most people will say no, right? Like, that's a big difference. And I'm probably considered a public figure too. I would argue otherwise in court, but probably considered a public figure as well because the law is broken. But they meant it for people like Johnny Depp. I mean, he is quintessential public figure by fame. He's a household name. The news, paparazzi, people want to see him. Anything that's written about him is going to get traction and attention, all of that stuff. So that's the actual malice standard. But you have to prove that a statement was published to a third party about the plaintiff. Those are the elements. This the Washington Post stuff, you can show that it's a statement. It's not a vague allegation. And there are several privileges at play, right? So when you go and you get a domestic violence restraining order, for example, everything you say in that domestic violence restraining order is presumed privileged. If someone files for a restraining order against you through court, you cannot sue them for defamation of that restraining order normally. Now, if they file a frivolous restraining order claim and then immediately publish that restraining order claim, or they facilitate the publication of the restraining order claim, then, and it's clear that it's for the purposes of defamation, they can shatter their privilege. They can lose their privilege because of how they act. That is possible. But generally speaking, pleadings in lawsuits are privileged. We don't want people to be punished for bringing a valid lawsuit. And one way to punish people would be to do a defamation claim, even if it was frivolous on its own, because of how much it costs to defend them. So, audio is popping a lot. It's because I have this thing pulled up, and it's I don't know what StreamYard did, but it's really annoying. I can't fix it. Let's be very clear on that. There's nothing I can do on stream to fix when the audio is popping. So my apologies for it, but I can't change that. You know what I might do real quick? I might try and fix my camera. Give me a second. I'm going to see if I can get this cam link plugged into a different USB slot, because I think that might have been the problem. All right, be right back. Oh, man. I haven't spent that much time under a desk since I was a White House intern. Holy cats. All right, let me see if I can fix this. Now it's all choppy. I wonder if my cam link got fried up. Let me try one more thing real quick. Choppy. I think my cam link might be damaged. My PSU is 1500 watts. No, the 3090 is not too much for the PSU. It might have the cam link might have, it was really hot the other day. The cam link itself, I had it in a different USB slot. It might have been overheating, and that could have caused damage. I might have to get a new one. I need to delete Twitter in solidarity with Ron Toye. Did he delete his Twitter? Oh God, that's funny. Do you still communicate with Dick at all? Borrow Sean. He'll sort you out. Sean doesn't do any of that. This is weird. It's like I'm dubbed over. This trial of Johnny Depp is very interesting. Yeah, I'm going to probably go back real quick. We'll go back to the other thing. We'll deal with the cutouts. I'll work on it later. Okay, just a second. Let me You know, my computer's not particularly hot right now. Okay, here we go. Back to smoothness. I could still do the dubbed over look. Ron deleted one of his accounts. Oh boy. Okay. There's some chats that came in. Bogey 34 says, I hope they ask him if he ever noticed any damage to Rocky Penn's face. As a literal cage fighter living in the building, he knew what it looked like. Mr. Reborn says, what is this? Queer eye for the straight guy? It seems to be. Matthew Self says, spending 20 to have Nick curse you all out for not hitting the like button. Yeah, what's up with this? You guys come in here, you leech off this video every day, and you don't even have the decency to drop a like on your way out. Amber left a piece of herself on Johnny Depp's bed, okay? And you can't even leave a like on the stream? You can't even do that? KF Joy says, this stream was brought to you by a crazy cat lady and at least 5 to 10 hours of stale video. Or would you say 10 to 20 hours? More than 10? More than 20? Less than 20? Loser in a suit says, I had a guy in my line at the supermarket mention he's been trying bourbon because of internet lawyers. So I just said Ricada and he got it. So I think you're breaking into the average middle class mainstream. Oh, that's awesome. It's like, stupid internet lawyers are going to try some bourbon. Oh my goodness. Man, I hate video depositions, guys. I hate them with a passion. They're so boring. So I really do appreciate you all hanging out with me and watching them, because I don't know what I would do without you. I would be stuck here by myself. I'd be stuck here just like, come on, Johnny, you can do it, Johnny. That'd be life. Okay. What else do we got? More chats. Oh, over on Odyssey. We got some Odyssey chats here. Rady to Kill says, what are the chances that Amber has an outburst when she takes a stand? I think they're low, but there's a chance. I think they can get under her skin. I think so. I need some Tennessee whiskey. Oh, my favorite Tennessee whiskey is Peg Leg Porker 12-year bourbon. I hear there's an 18-year, but I've never seen it. It's really expensive. But the Peg Leg Porker 12-year bourbon is very, very good. If you're in the Nashville area, by the way, they've never asked me for anything. They don't even know I exist, probably. But go check out the Peg Leg Porker in Nashville. It's kind of in the hippie area, the Ute area of Nashville. The Peg Leg Porter, really quite decent barbecue, and their house-made bourbon is very good. Very, very good. House of Osborne says, crazy cat lady, didn't you witness abuse? Police officer, I don't even know who she is. All Out of Bubblegum says, to pay for my black pill. Thank you. Jelly Miss says, I think you might have forgotten you were going to explain why Depp's counsel gets to ask leading questions in the front desk guy deposition. Here's a fraction of a cent reminder. I did not forget. I explained it right away during lunch. The noticing party on depositions has to do direct. But for depositions, you tend to notice the hostile witnesses. So it's kind of backwards, because depositions aren't supposed to be for testimony in court. They're supposed to be for information gathering, and you want the flexibility to control the scope of it, right? On cross, you're limited to the scope of the direct. And so you notice them for deposition, you do the direct. It's very broad. And you get to ask them all sorts of broad questions and search for answers. For testimony in court, you don't want to search for answers. You don't want to search for more evidence. You want to nail down a narrative. So that's why you do cross-exam. So that is the difference here. It's now they ended up probably stipulating to these depositions being done as video testimony because the expense of bringing someone out, the inconvenience, the difficulty of scheduling all of it. They wanted to nail some key witnesses and bring them out, but everybody else, their depositions would be fine. And they would stipulate to the edits of the deposition videos, right? They would be chopped down, and then each party would agree or disagree to those edits. And if they had any unresolved issues, they'd go before the judge and ask the judge to resolve them. But it's just due to the nature of how depositions work versus calling witnesses works. I hope that is a sufficient explanation. Jelly Miss also says, I know Kurt Uncivil Law reported Musk not being served with a subpoena for testimony. Tug might have also reported on it. Oh, wait. Yeah, Kurt said it, not Tug. Tug might have too. But I know Kurt did, and I sent a donation to you yesterday repeating the report. Just want to avoid any misconception in case it turns out to be false. Yeah, it was Kurt, not Tug. My bad. I just misremembered. Jelly missed. Oh, Gonzo says, likes are for winners, Nikki. But am I a loser? E Honda 420 says, you would be like, sweep the legs, send her home in a body bag, Johnny, if we weren't here. Let's be honest. Wait, with the haircut, let's be honest. Right? Julie O says, I love how Ben C is fatherly with Johnny. He's always leaning in and very endearing. I bet Nick does that too. Yes, I actually do develop with my clients. I try to, you talk to them and work with them for a while, try to develop a decent relationship with them. And you genuinely have empathy for their situations. Rand Carlos says, any thoughts? Amber would have a lot more picture evidence of each abuse or of the abuse after each incident, judging by the number of recordings she has done, right? By the way, day 3 of listening to you, loving it so far. I agree, Rand Carlos. She has something like 59,000 images on her phone.
You want to continue with this witness thing?
Yes,
She's
thank you, Your Honor. We'll now
histrionic.
play volume 2 of Mr. Carino's
And
deposition,
probably a
which is the
narcissist.
questioning from counsel for Mr.
She
Depp.
has only pictures of herself. When her face is bruised, she would take pictures, in my
You're
opinion.
aware that this litigation involves a dispute between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
And you know both of those individuals, correct?
Correct.
Who did you meet first?
Amber.
When did you meet her?
I don't know exactly when, but probably within the first few years of being
I
at
wonder who the
CAA.
artist on that painting is.
Okay.
Looks so
Can
familiar.
we, as an estimate, say 2005, 2006 timeframe?
Sure. I don't actually know. But
This is
sure.
just on March 11th. This
But it
is
was
really
pretty
new.
early on at your career at CAA.
Correct.
And describe for me the events of your meeting her.
She was represented theatrically at the time by an agent named Warren Zavala, who has since left CAA. And he brought her down to my office because he wanted me to represent her with him, specifically in the
Roy
commercial space.
Lichtenstein. There you go.
And what do you mean represent her in the commercial space?
Help identify business opportunities for her with brands.
Okay. So not as an actor?
Correct.
And did you take on that representation?
I did.
And at some point in time, you did consider her a friend as in addition to
This is not a
you
hostile
two working
witness for
together,
Depp.
is that right?
Yes.
No, Depp noticed this witness.
And in that regard, did you and her do anything social?
Yes.
And can you describe for me generally what types of activities you two would do together as friends?
We would go to dinner, go to events together, just hang out at each other's residences.
And at some point in time, did you consider Mr. Depp a friend?
Yes.
And how did that relationship evolve? And I'm just talking about you and Mr. Depp becoming friends.
I spent a fair amount of time with both of them together, and at some point started to spend time with him on my own as well.
I see. And at some point in time, did Mr. Depp become a good a friend to you as Ms. Heard? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Let me re-ask that also. Did you consider, at some point in time, did you consider Mr. Depp a friend to the same degree you considered Ms. Heard a friend?
Yes.
And at some point, let me ask you, at some point in time, did you represent Mr. Depp professionally?
Yes.
And can you explain to me how it came to you representing Mr. Depp professionally?
Johnny asked me to represent him.
And when you began representing Mr. Depp, did you continue representing Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And do you recall who Mr. Depp's agent was prior to you?
He was represented at another talent agency, UTA.
Do you still work for Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you recall when you stopped working for Mr. Depp?
No.
Within the past 2 years.
At some point.
And can you describe the circumstances of you no longer working for Mr. Depp?
He left CAA to follow an agent who left CAA to become part of a founding group in a new management company.
And who is that person?
Jack Wiggum.
Jack Wiggum, agent, talent.
Was Mr. Wiggum ever affiliated with
Results.
CAA?
Yes.
Okay. And say that when Jack Wiggum departed CAA, Johnny went with him?
Yes.
And when Mr. Depp left CAA, did you remain friends with him?
Did you remain loyal? Were you a disloyal shyster?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
shit.
I should probably first ask, at some point in time, did your friendship with Mr. Depp end?
Yes.
And when was that?
I would say at the time he left CAA.
And did him leaving CAA have something to do with the end of the friendship?
I don't know.
Are you still friends with Ms. Heard?
No.
And when did that friendship end?
Probably when the legal disputes started.
And what legal dispute are you referring to? This one?
I'm not sure which one was first, but one of the disputes between Johnny and Amber.
Okay. But your friendship with, you're not referring to their divorce, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you remain friends with both of them through their divorce. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Although you're no longer friends with Mr. Depp, do you have any animosity towards him?
I do not.
And same question with respect to Ms. Heard. Although you're not friends with her any longer, do you have any animosity towards her?
I do not.
Do you recall when it is the last time you spoke with Ms. Heard?
I do not.
Would it
Glad he
have been
doesn't have his
around the
hat
same time
anymore.
that your friendship ended with her?
I would assume so.
Exhibit 16.
No, Mr. Carino, you'll see at the bottom here, and tell me if you can see it. If you see at the bottom, it has a bait stamp number under the yellow tag, CC00070.
Yes.
Do you recognize this document? Take your time if you need to review it.
What do I have against Balveen? You never see it? It's fine. Balveen Doublewood's fine. I like it. I try and buy stuff I've never had before, though. Most of the time.
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand this to be a true and authentic copy of email exchange in which you were involved?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. And you'll see it's dated January 11th, 2018, and the subject is WME. Do you know what is your understanding of what WME is?
William Morris Endeavor.
And what is that?
It's another talent agency.
Okay. And you've read this email from Ms. Hurd to you, correct?
Correct.
So at this point in time, was she a close friend of yours?
Yes.
And ultimately, did she leave CAA?
Yes.
And it was at this time?
Yes.
During the entire time you represented Ms. Hurd, did Mr. Depp ever interfere with your representation of Ms. Hurd?
No.
Did he ever ask you to do anything?
This is what I'm drinking right now.
With respect to
Thomas More.
Her career?
Not that I can recall.
Exhibit 17.
Now, Mr. Carino, this particular document was not produced by you. You'll see that at the bottom here. The bait stamp indicates ALH. That means it was produced by Ms. Hurd. And this appears to be a text exchange between you and her. It's about a page and a half. If you could take the time to read it, and then I will ask you questions about it.
I read it.
And you'll see at the top, Mr. Carino, that it's dated July 14th, 2016. Based on that date and based on reading this text exchange, at this point in time, were you close friends with both Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
And having read the text exchange, do you believe this to be a true and correct representation of the exchange?
Yes.
And to be authentic in that regard?
Yes.
Now, you start the text exchange by indicating JD just surfaced. What is the JD reference?
Johnny Depp.
And she says, I saw Laurel yesterday. Who is Laurel?
Laurel's a therapist.
Do you know her full name?
Laurel Anderson.
Did you independently know Laurel?
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with Laurel seeing either Ms. Hurd or Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And can you explain that to me, please?
I introduced them all.
And what was the purpose of you introducing her to them?
They needed help.
And can you explain to me in more detail what you mean by that?
I think it was at a time where they needed somebody to help mediate the difficulties they were having.
And what do you mean by difficulties?
The strains on their relationship.
And in that regard, did you have conversations with Ms. Hurd about the state of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
I'm trying to determine for how long a period of time did Ms. Heard have conversations with you about the state of her relationship with Mr. Depp? Can you give me a time frame?
I would say she talked to me about the state of the relationship from the beginning until the end.
The entire time you knew her? I'm sorry, the entire time you considered her a friend?
Yeah.
Okay.
And how about Mr. Depp? How would you?
Yes.
And were those
good cut.
ongoing during the entire time you were friends with him?
Yes.
You say they both confided in you in that regard?
Yes.
Why isn't this edited
So
out?
back to this text exchange. Where my cursor is, Ms. Heard says to you, yeah, she said that Johnny and I need to talk directly. Do you know who do you know who Ms. Heard's referring to there?
Laurel.
That was your understanding after reading this?
Yes.
And then you ask her, do you want to do something tomorrow? She says, yeah. She says, IDP, I do. You say, okay. And then you say, what is safe to do? Do you want to come to my place for dinner? What did you mean by what is safe to do?
Ooh.
It meant avoiding paparazzi.
Okay. And then she says, it's so fucked up. I just want to tell him that what they are telling him isn't true. What was your understanding of what she meant by that sentence?
I don't recall.
Mr. Carino, while she's doing that, at the outset of this deposition, I asked you if you recall being deposed about a year ago in this case, and you said yes. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to show you now is the transcript, a portion of the transcript from that deposition. And who is Mr. Bruckheimer?
Jerry Bruckheimer.
Jerry
Producer.
Bruckheimer is the producer of the Pirates franchise.
And who is Mr. Wiggum?
Jack Wiggum was an agent at CA who worked with Johnny.
Okay. And who is Mr. Lord?
Brian is one of the managing partners of CAA and also worked on Johnny Depp.
And what was your understanding of why the Pirate 6 job was not offered to Mr. Depp?
Leo, you're asking my opinion?
Yes.
Because of the accusations that Amber had made.
Mm.
And what I'm about to show you, Mr.
There you go again.
Is a article in the Washington Post authored by Ms. Heard. You're going to notice that the article will be presented sideways. So you'll have to tilt your head a bit to review it.
719.
Do you, first, Mr. Carino, why don't you take control and just scroll through the document? It's just a couple pages.
Are you scrolling or just staring at the one picture?
Is this the top of the next page?
Yeah, when there's a jump like that, it's just at the top of the next page.
Yeah, I think the jury definitely absorbs less information from these testimonies. They're boring. They're not engaging. When it's hard for you to pay attention, it's hard for a jury to pay attention to. Bling. Right on the article, a letter to Christine Blasey Ford. Oh, fuck off with that shit. Where'd she go? Where'd all the evidence go? Where'd everything go? Where'd all the proof go? I just never really got there, did it? God, somehow it's all that stuff just disappeared. I don't know if there are any cheating allegations with this guy in particular. I know there were cheating allegations. James Franco, Billy Bob Thornton, and Elon Musk, I think, are among them. Yeah, I don't know what IDP means in the context of the conversation. Like, I can think of some meanings for it, but I don't know what it meant in the context of their text conversation. Why are we watching this? Did it change? It changed resolution on me. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Oh, IDP, I do. It was a typo, is the suggestion. Maybe that's true. It means I dig poop. Yeah, I like that one. Okay. How long? It's one page. Bro, I've read it 30 times now. You could turn the page today. Wish you would read a little faster, my friend.
Okay.
We could.
Mr. Carino, have you seen this document before?
Yes.
Do you know who wrote this document?
Yes.
Who wrote this document?
Amber.
Amber Heard?
Yes.
And do you see there on this first page of the document, it actually indicates that it's written by Amber Heard on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
And you understand that this document was authored by Ms. Heard and published on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
And do you recall reading it at the time it was published?
Yes. Say it, yes.
No.
Mr. Carino, I'm showing you an email exchange in which you were involved. It's just this one page. I'll blow it up so you can review it. Take a second to review it, please.
Blow it up. So I was watching a news report of there was a Home Depot that got cleared out for a bomb threat. Someone reported a guy said that they were putting a bomb in the bathroom. The guy actually said, y'all might want to clear out. I'm about to blow up this bathroom.
Let's start at the bottom of this. Well, do you see at the top that the email Ray Lyon is entitled Johnny Depp's Jack Sparrow Won't Return, the new Pirates of the Caribbean movie?
Yes.
And this email exchange was on December 20th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall that the article you just read published by Ms. Heard was published on December 18th, 2018, 2 days before this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you go to the bottom of this email, do you see there is this link to an article?
Yes.
It's an old story.
And it
Well, I just saw
says,
it yesterday. I laughed.
URL defense, I'm sorry, it says movieweb.com.
Yes.
Mr. Carino, what I put up next to the email exchange that we've been discussing is an article dated December 20th, 2018. Okay. So this article is dated December 20th, 2018. The email sent to you by Robin Baum is that same day, December 20th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Who is Ms. Baum?
Johnny's publicist.
Okay. And she's sending this article to you, is that right?
Yes.
And then in response, you say, were we told this officially from Disney? And she responds, I'm sorry, Jack Wiggum responds, no. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Sure. So you testified just a few minutes ago that it was your opinion that Mr. Depp lost the Pirates 6 movie because of Ms. Heard's allegations. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Allegations of abuse,
headphones,
correct?
Philistine.
Yes.
And is this a demonstration of when Disney made that decision to not hire Mr. Depp for Pirate 6?
Yes.
Exhibit 22.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse Ms. Heard?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that she had been physically abused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that he had physically abused Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness any injuries on Ms. Heard that would indicate that she was physically abused?
No.
Now, again, this is a few months after the filing of the divorce papers and the TRO, and Ms. Heard states to you, I'll call you right back, sorry. And you say, okay. She says, is it too late to call? And you say, just finishing dinner, we'll call you as soon as we walk out within 20. And she says, please tell him I love him. Is that an accurate reading of the text exchange so far?
Yes.
Do you know if at this time, based on your relationship with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, whether Ms. Heard wanted to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
It's your understanding that she did?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard, based on your personal friendship with Ms. Heard, close personal friendship with Ms. Heard, would you say that she confided in you?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, at some point in time, after Ms. Heard filed those divorce papers in May of 2016, did she make any requests of you to intervene in the relationship between her and Mr. Depp?
What do you mean by intervene?
Assist in, let's start with assist in communications between the two.
Objection. Same objections.
Can you explain to me what transpired in that regard? Walk me through.
At some point around that time, she wanted me to arrange for them to get together in person.
And what did you do after that was requested of you by Ms. Heard?
I talked to Johnny about it.
What happened after that?
He was reluctant at first and then agreed.
And then what happened after that?
I mean, it's a long time ago, but I remember there was a fair amount of discussion about the TRO and how we would deal with that because nobody wanted Johnny accused of violating the TRO as an outcome of that meeting. And I don't remember exactly what we did, but Amber at some point warranted that she would never accuse him of violating the TRO to do the meeting. And I set the meeting up.
So just so I understand.
TRO is temporary
you set the
restraining
meeting
order.
up at the request of Ms. Hurd?
Objection,
Yes.
And as part of you setting up, she told you that it didn't matter. What I'm trying to understand what
No, it's
was the
Amber's
issue with
TRO.
respect to the TRO?
My understanding of a restraining order, at least at the time, was that he couldn't go within a certain distance of her.
Okay. And what was her suggestion with respect to that issue in connection with her wanting to meet with him?
She promised me and told me to relay to him that she would never accuse him of violating the restraining order as a result of agreeing to meet her.
Guys, let me
And
just
I
give you a hint.
believe, but I don't
Never,
recall exactly. There were conversations with
never do this.
both sides legally, I believe at the time, to make it transparent to everybody that this was happening.
Okay. And then what happened next?
I arranged the meeting. Johnny was in San Francisco on tour, and I arranged to borrow a friend's house, and Amber and I flew to San
Never
Francisco
agree to
and drove
violate
the
your
house,
TRO. With someone saying,
and
"Oh, I won't report it." No,
Johnny showed up a few hours later.
And did the two of them meet
Yes,
in the same room?
they sat outside.
Arrange the meeting through the court.
How close to each other were they?
Inches away from each other.
And how long were they out there talking? For how long were they out there talking?
Several hours.
Did you, although you weren't out there, did you you in a position where you could see them
This
through
is
a window
good
or
testimony for
otherwise?
Johnny, though.
Yes.
At some point in time, the conversation ended, correct?
Correct.
And what happened after that?
I received a call or a text from Steve, whose house it was, and he notified me that he would be coming back to the house within the next hour or so. And I told Johnny and Amber, and we decided to rent a hotel room in San Francisco so that they could continue to talk.
And did that in fact happen?
Objection.
And at some point in time, you left that house, correct, to go to San Francisco?
Yes.
And was it the three of you?
No. Johnny had security with him, and we talked about the fact that it wouldn't be a good idea for them to be seen together. So Johnny left with his security in his car, and I believe Amber and I took an Uber.
And what happened after that?
We all met at the hotel room.
And do you know what happened after that?
They started arguing.
And do you recall any details of the argument?
No.
And for how long was this argument had in a hotel room?
Yes.
Did you witness the entire discussion, or did you leave at some point?
I left the next morning at 5 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning.
And Mr. Carino, I'm showing you emails that were produced by you. First, the bottom of the first page, it starts at the bottom of the first page. The string above it was redacted. And you'll see that it starts on August 7th, 2017. Do you see that?
August 7th, 2017, yes.
Having read it, can you determine who you're speaking with in this text exchange?
Amber?
Oh, hang on, let me ask you this. Do you know whether or not Ms. Heard ever had a relationship with Mr. Elon Musk?
Yes.
She did?
Yes.
So again, it's dated August of 2017. And she says, dealing with breakup, I hate when things go public. See, I'm so sad. Having reviewed the document again, do you have an understanding of what she's referencing there?
I believe she's referring to breaking up with Elon.
You say, seems like a press release. You weren't in love with him, and you told me 1,000 times you were just filling space. What are you saying there?
Elon was filling some space, if you know what I'm saying.
Saying, why would you be sad if you weren't in love with him to begin with?
And by him, you're referring to who?
Elon.
Have you met
And
Elon?
at this
Is he
point in
cool?
time,
Should he buy Twitter?
were you still close friends with Ms. Heard?
Looks like that's the case at that time, yes.
And did she still, at this point in time, did she confide in you about her relationships?
Yes.
Okay. And you respond, I'm sorry, she responds, I know, but I wanted time to grieve and recover in my own time. Is she still referring to Mr. Musk there? Do you know?
I have no
Your
idea.
understanding.
I don't know whether she's referring to Johnny or to Elon in that line.
Okay. In this point in time, do you know what her feelings were? What was your understanding? At this point in time, what was your understanding based on your experience with her? What was your understanding of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Was she a whore?
I don't believe there was a relationship at that point.
And you say, and you got that. No, she says, I hate that yet again a man lets me fall on the spikes by myself. You ask, how so?
It's always the man's
She
fault,
says,
right?
Oops. Meaning they are mad at me for leaving them and put things like this out there. You say, like, sorry. She says like that. You say, you could avoid all this if you stop dating uber famous people. You can be with a big man who isn't famous.
Like me.
What were you relating to her there?
I
I'm the
believe
best
what I
friend.
was
I've
saying
been there the whole
was,
time.
if you don't like being in the press about your personal life, then don't date people that are famous.
Sure. You indicated that she moved on immediately after Johnny Depp to date Elon Musk. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Do you have an understanding one way or another whether Ms. Heard and Mr. Musk were in fact dating at the time of the San Francisco reconciliation that she asked you to set up?
I don't know whether they were dating, but they had definitely spent time together.
Do you know how long after the San Francisco attempted reconciliation you gained the understanding that Elon Musk and Ms. Heard were in fact dating?
I don't know exactly how long, but not long after.
Do you know who or what was your understanding of who she was referring to when she was said, here, I love him?
Johnny.
Based on this exchange, did you have an understanding at this time whether Ms. Heard wanted to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe she did.
And at this point in time, she was still a close personal friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And at this point in time, did she consider you a confidant in your understanding?
I think, yes.
Okay, just to authenticate this document. Again, Mr. Carino, do you see that
He's
it's
never going to
referenced
get
at the
in
bottom, date
those
stamp
pants,
CC, indicating that you produced this document?
Yes.
but he want to.
And
Oh, how he want to.
having read this, do you perceive this as a true or copy of a text exchange between you and Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
Okay. And I will, you see at the very top here, it's dated August 16th, 2017.
Yes.
And Ms. Hurd states to you, I've written so many notes. Can you give him one? I don't know how or where to start. There's no way to begin. And all I have to say, but I have so many. Finally, I am single, clear in my heart and mind. I just want him to know I loved him and that I am sorry. Do you have an understanding of who Ms. Hurd is referring to here?
Yes.
And who is Ms. Hurd referring to in this text?
Johnny.
And what is she asking you to do here?
She was asking me to deliver a letter that she was writing to him.
Oh. And did she also want you to, and it says, and that I am sorry. What was your understanding of what she was asking you to do there, if anything?
I believe that was all in reference to getting him a handwritten letter that she was writing or trying to write.
Was it your
Mike
understanding
Brogan
at the
says,
time of this text
why didn't you try
exchange,
standing in her yard
24,
with a
2017,
boombox?
that Miss Amber was attempting to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe so.
Okay.
Wow.
And
Thank
I
you,
know
Mike.
this may sound repetitive, but on August 20, at the time of this text, on August 24th, 2017, you and her were still close personal friends, correct?
I believe so.
There's not much here at all, Mr. Carino, but I did want you to confirm that this was a document produced by you, correct, based on the date stamp on the bottom?
Yes.
And do you see it's dated September 27th, 2017?
September 23rd.
Oh, you're right. My apologies. It's dated September 23rd, 2017. And it's a text to you that says, God, I miss him. Do you have an understanding of who Ms. Hurd is referring to there?
Her Lord and Savior,
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
And who's that?
Obviously.
Johnny.
No.
And do you see at the bottom, the date of the text is June 9th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, I text him happy birthday. Do you know who sent that and who the him is?
I assume this is from Amber and she's talking about Johnny.
You've had a chance to review the whole document. Carino, what does this appear to be?
It appears to be the communications around the time that we set up the meeting in San Francisco.
And who are these communications between?
Me and Johnny.
Okay. And this first bubble, can you tell if the blue is you or Mr. Depp?
I think the blue is me.
Sure. Earlier in your deposition, at the very outset, I was asking you about your representation of individuals at CAA. You indicated that you represent individuals that are both actors and musicians. Would you consider Mr. Depp in that pool?
Yes.
And you represented, or CAA represented him both in connection with his acting endeavors and his involvement with the vampires?
Yes.
Hey, CAA, if you want to represent me, I'm a talent. I can
Was
do it.
Mr. Depp's participation in Hollywood Vampires lucrative?
No.
It was a labor of love and poverty.
Do you know whether or not it was something Mr. Depp enjoyed?
Yes.
Plaintiff calls Laura Wasser by deposition, Your Honor.
No! Oh, come on!
W-A-S-S-E-R.
Thank you.
No! Oh, why you hate everybody? Do you hate the jury this much?
Will you please
Drag
state your
them
name
in.
and address for the record?
Buy him a plane ticket.
Laura Allison Wasser, Wasser, Cooperman and Mandels, Suite 800, 2049 Century Park East, Los Angeles, California, 90049.
Thank you. What is your occupation?
I'm an attorney at law.
Ooh.
And how long have you been an attorney?
26 years.
You represented Mr. Depp in the divorce against Amber Heard, is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you negotiate such
And
a
you are here
shit
under
deal?
subpoena?
Yes.
Your practice has primarily been focused on domestic relations in California, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you a member of any bar other than California?
No.
During the period 2012 to 2016, was California a no-fault state with respect to divorce?
The answer is that California was a no-fault state during that period.
During the period 2012 to 2016, was California a community property state with respect to the division of assets in a divorce?
Yes.
Yes. And what does that mean to you?
California is a community property state, and what that means to me is
shit
that
on in
assets
divorce.
which were earned or created during the course of the marriage, absent some other theory of law applied, be divided equally.
Mike the
And
Dad Crosby says,
what do you
you
mean
didn't
by
ever read my
absent
super
some
chat.
theory or law applied?
Oh, wait,
I'm
you are
sorry,
now.
Elaine.
Never
What
mind.
was the question? Oh, a theory of law. When I say a theory of law, I mean if there's a premarital agreement, if there's some other, it's not completely blanket community property. There may be things that were earned from a separate property source that would not be considered community property. So I was just trying to provide, for the record, some exceptions to what would be considered community property and therefore divided equally.
Now, if someone alleges domestic violence or abuse against their spouse, would that change the amount they would otherwise be entitled to under community property laws?
No.
In obtaining a temporary restraining order, what is your understanding of the process?
Steven Severin, I will read
The
all super
moving
chats.
party files generally with 24 hours notice to the person who is being accused of domestic violence, a declaration and forms with the court, and requests a temporary domestic violence restraining order. That will generally last no longer than a 21-day period when the defendant is able to make his or her arguments as to why such a restraining order would be inappropriate.
And the temporary restraining order, can it be continued?
Yes.
When did you first begin representing Mr. Depp relating to his divorce with Amber Heard?
I believe it was in December of 2015.
I'm going to ask you to pull up document 1, Wasser document 1, and let's go ahead and label that as Wasser exhibit number 1.
I'm gonna have to step away in
Ms.
just
Wasser,
a minute,
I'm
guys.
going to ask you to take
But I'll
a
leave it
look
running,
at what
and
has
I'll be
been
right back.
marked as Wasser deposition exhibit number 1. It is a letter dated May 24, 2016. It's addressed to Jacob Bloom, and it says in remarriage of Depp. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it's
Her mouth
from
is wider than Ichi the
Samantha
Killer's.
Spector, who indicates she's representing Amber Heard. As of the time of this letter, had you made known to
Amber Heard or Ms. Spector or anyone else related to them that you represented Mr. Depp?
I don't believe so.
Am I pulling a
Did
Hassan Piker?
you
Yes.
receive a
Hopefully with
copy
the
of
3
this
million
letter
subscribers to
from
follow.
someone?
I believe so. I think I've seen it before, so yes.
Did you receive this letter on or around May 24, 2016?
Okay, next page, please.
And I have to help Lady Rackets move something in just a minute.
Hang on.
Small bladder. I haven't gone to the bathroom once today.
Yes, it was around that time.
Around May 24, 2016?
Yes.
Did you have any communications with Samantha Spector in connection with this letter?
Yes.
And when you say within days, could it have been the same day, May 24th, the next day, 25th?
Possibly.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next paragraph. It says, to this end, please have Johnny promptly sign and return by Friday, May 27, 2016, the enclosed notice of acknowledgement receipt form, confirming service of the summons, petition, law, case cover sheet, and blank response. Did you do that?
This letter was not directed to me, Elaine.
No, I understand it, but it was given to you, correct?
I believe so.
And you were representing Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bloom did not represent Mr. Depp in connection with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
So once Mr. Bloom gave this to you, then did you represent Mr. Depp going forward in communications with Samantha Spector?
Once we received this letter, our firm took over with representation of Mr. Depp in the dissolution action. I cannot recall whether or not the request made was done by Friday, May 27th, but I believe that it was. Probably have that notice and acknowledgement of receipt somewhere with a date on it.
Now, the next section, I think, is something that you referred to earlier. It said, in addition, we are requesting on Amber's behalf the following. And it says appropriate pendente light support. Did you have an understanding of what that amount might be at the time that you saw this letter?
50 grand a month.
I did not have an understanding of what appropriate pendente lite support would be at that time.
Did you ask Samantha Spector?
I don't recall. I don't recall our specific communications regarding her requests.
Do you recall making any kind of counter to any of these items?
All I recall is that without any notice to us at 8:30 in the morning on the 27th, Samantha Spector and her client went to court and obtained a no notice ex parte restraining order.
Had you had any communications with Samantha Spector prior to her going into court on that Friday, May 27th?
Yes.
How many communications had you had with Ms. Spector prior, following getting this letter and prior to her going into court at 8:30 on May 27, 2016?
I do not recall.
Do you have a recollection of whether any of the communications that you had with Ms. Spector between the receipt of this letter that's dated May 24, 2016, and Ms. Spector going into court?
I'll be right back, guys.
Friday, May 27, 2016, related in any way to requests on your behalf, on behalf of your client that you made?
No.
You recall having communications with Samantha Spector between May 24 and May 27. You can't recall how many, and you can't recall the specifics of those communications. Is that accurate?
It's not accurate.
And in what way? Please tell me.
I recall that we had communications between the 24th and probably the 26th. I doubt we spoke on the morning of the 27th before she went into court. I do not know the content of those communications, and I do not know how many communications were had.
Now, on the next paragraph, it has a proposal for private retired judicial officers. Ultimately, did you and Ms. Spector talk about using private retired judicial officers, whether it was the list she provided or any others?
I believe so, yes.
And what do you recall?
My recollection is that is in almost all of our cases, certainly those with high profile clients, we would have liked to take it out of the system. Ms. Spector was not willing to do that with this case.
What do you recall Ms. Spector saying to indicate that she did not want to take it out of the public spectrum?
I don't recall her saying anything.
Now, after your understanding was that a CLETS DV TRO was in fact obtained on Friday, May 27, 2016 by Ms. Heard against Mr. Depp, correct?
That is my understanding.
After that, did there come a time that you or anyone at your law firm communicated with the Eastern Columbia Building concierge staff or management?
Were those the downtown lofts?
The penthouse lofts, yes. And if it's easier for you, everyone's been referring to the Eastern Columbia Building as ECB. Would that be helpful at all?
What did I miss?
Sure.
Or we can, if you prefer to call them the penthouse loft building, that's fine too.
Now that we've identified them, I understand what you're talking about. We can call them whatever you'd like. Did someone from my firm speak with somebody at those buildings? Yes.
And who from your firm spoke with someone at the buildings and when?
Sorry, I had a heavy thing to move.
I believe either I did or my partner Samantha Klein or an associate who was also working on the case, Lisa Sutton from our firm. We also had co-counsel on the case. They may have been involved. As to when, I have to imagine it was sometime in June or July
A heavy
of
bowel. Yes.
2016.
No, I had to. We bought a play kitchen
you
for our
indicated
kids
either
at an
you
auction.
or
I had to move
Samantha
it.
Klein or Lisa
It's heavy.
Sutton, and you also had co-counsel. Do you have a specific recollection of speaking with anyone at the ECB building?
I don't.
What were Samantha Klein's communications with the ECB building?
I have old man strength that
I don't
converts
know.
fat to muscle when
What-
necessary,
what
and you
were
don't move for the rest of the
Samantha
day.
Klein's communication with the ECB building?
Okay.
And her answer was, I don't know.
Thank you.
What were Lisa Sutton's communications with the ECB building?
I don't know.
What were your co-counsel's communications with the ECB building? And when I say ECB building, I'm not talking about the structure. I'm talking about the individuals who worked there.
No, the structure.
Did you? And just so we're clear here, you don't
have nice
recall any
walls.
communications with the ECB building staff as well, correct?
You asked me if I had a specific recollection. I do not.
Do you have a general recollection?
I believe that at some point we subpoenaed the building's records of the video from the lobby and elevator areas. So I would imagine that the communications would have to do with those subpoenas.
Are you able to testify to any conversation you or anyone at your firm or your co-counsel had with the ECB building staff?
I am
No.
sure that there were conversations and communications regarding the production of the subpoenaed documents, review of the subpoenaed documents, their compliance with, I believe it was Ms. Spector's subpoena that was sent, our ability to review the videos, coordination of same. But I don't have a specific recollection of any communications.
Are you able to speak to whether there were any conversations between you, anyone at your law firm or your co-counsel, and ECB building personnel prior to your issuing the subpoena?
Also, I don't believe that the subpoena was issued by our firm. As you said.
So you don't have a recollection of a subpoena being issued on Mr. Depp's behalf for the ECB building surveillance tapes?
I don't know. I know that there was one issued. I believe it was issued by Ms. Spector.
Let's talk about the videos that you just
This chick
referred
is
to
represented
from the ECB
Kim
building staff.
Kardashian,
How did you and
Angelina
your
Jolie.
firm or your co-counsel receive these videos?
I don't recall. I would imagine like a e-file or something like that.
Now, is it your recollection that there was just one e-file that contained all of the surveillance tapes?
I don't have a recollection as to whether it was 1 or 7 or what. I just don't know.
When you were talking about receiving the video surveillance footage on whatever, whether it was 1 file or 7 files, whether it was e-file or whatever, did you have any understanding that you were not provided the full amount that was requested, whatever the amount was?
No.
So you thought you received whatever you were supposed to receive, is that fair?
Yes.
What did you do with the actual surveillance video footage that you received?
I believe we kept it on the computer at least for the next couple of months in preparation for trial. I don't know where it is now.
That's my next question. Is there a time that you no longer possess the video surveillance footage that was sent to you by the ECB building?
I don't know.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 2, and it's a multi-page document. And so I'm going to scroll down a little bit, but you let me know if I'm going too fast here. It's dated June 3rd.
Who makes the cuts from depositions and what is deleted?
To Samantha Klein, she was working with you on the Depp case, correct?
Correct.
These cuts would have been made by
And from
Amber's firm,
Samantha's
most likely,
Spector,
and
which you see there
agreed to
will
by
show your
Johnny's
signature
firm.
Later. And it's litigation, hold, preservation of information, including not limited to electronically stored information. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving this letter? And if you want me to scroll down and let you read each page, I'm happy to do that first.
I'm familiar with this letter. I recall receiving it.
And did you receive this letter before you received the surveillance footage from the ECB building?
I am not sure.
Well, I think you had indicated that you thought that it was in June or July.
This
that
is
you
a lady who
received
handles
the
celebrity
surveillance
divorces.
Footage. Is that still your best recollection?
She's insulated herself from a ton of information.
Looking at the date and knowing the chronology
intentionally.
of the case, it is my best estimate that we received this letter prior to the time that we received the video footage.
Ms. Wasser, what steps did you and your firm and co-counsel take to preserve the surveillance video footage of ECB from the time you received it going forward?
I think the absence of us doing anything to destroy the video footage would be the most I could testify regarding in terms of steps that we took to preserve the video footage.
She has all of the cappuccino in LA in that cup.
Are you aware of any destruction of the video footage, the surveillance video footage from ECB up to the present?
No. We probably still have it.
Have you looked for it?
No.
No.
Have you been asked to look for it?
No.
You didn't ask me,
I'm going to
Elaine.
ask you to take a look at what has now been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 3, and it's dated June 6, 2013, addressed to you, and it's from Charles Harder. Did you have an understanding that Mr. Harder also represented Amber Heard?
I did when I received this letter on June 6th.
And did you have an understanding that Mr. Harder was also asking you to preserve any evidence?
Yes.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked.
You leave
as
that
Wasser
tea bag in there all
Deposition
day, it'll
Exhibit
never
number
flavor
4.
that
It's
thing.
dated June 6th as well, and it's to Charles Harder.
One of those Louisiana tea bags
your
for a
phone.
whole fucking family.
And you are acknowledging receipt of the preservation demand letter from Ms. Heard as well as his. And you indicated we are fully aware of our obligations with respect to the preservation of evidence. Please rest assured that we intend to comply with the preservation demand and expect that Ms. Heard will do so as well. Do you recall saying that in this letter?
Yes.
And was this letter in fact from you to Mr. Harder?
It was.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 5. It's a letter dated June 21, 2016 to Samantha Spector, Charles Harder, and Leonard Levine, I think it's pronounced, remarriage of Depp. And it's from Samantha Klein. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And you are copied on it. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And Ms. Klein worked with your law firm?
Yes.
And represented Mr. Depp as well? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go back up to the beginning to call your attention to a particular section. It says, this letter shall confirm the agreements we reached yesterday with respect to the pending domestic violence proceedings. See that?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to go down to the media, press, and it says, neither party nor his or her respective counsel representatives or agents shall make any comments in the media or press pertaining to this dissolution action, the civil action pending against Doug Spinoza, and or any pending or future litigation between or involving the parties. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Does that accurately reflect the agreement that was made between the parties with respect to Amber Heard and Mr. Depp in communications with the press?
Yes.
Do you know Liz Walters?
Who?
Liz Walters?
Yes.
And who is she?
She is a reporter.
For?
I believe she works for her brother's online media outlet called The Blast.
The blast.
Did you have any communications with Liz Walters during the Depp-Heard divorce?
I don't recall.
Did you have any communications with TMZ relating to the Depp-Heard divorce?
I don't recall.
Dragon's Treasure, you need to send her a sample bag of tea.
Now,
She could buy out your inventory
the
on less than an hour's work.
do you recall what the date was for the permanent TRO, temporary restraining order? Do you recall the date that you said that early on, 21 days after the temporary restraining order is typically the date that's set for the hearing for the defendant if they want to come in and oppose it, or if the petitioner wants to extend it? Do you recall what the first date was?
I don't, but I would imagine it was probably at some point in early June.
All right. And then do you recall that date being continued?
I do.
How many times?
At least twice, possibly 3 times. I think that the final date was at some point in August, and we settled right before then.
All right, Alan, can we bring up document number 7?
I mean, if you want. Oh my gosh. Why isn't this edited out? This doesn't need to be here.
Thank you, Alan. Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Exhibit number
10
7.
more minutes. 10 more minutes.
It is dated August 5, 2016. It is to you from Samantha Spector. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall, did you receive this document?
Doesn't it say at the top that it's protected under 1152?
Sure does. All I'm asking you is whether you received it. I'm not asking you about the substance.
I don't remember.
Do you have any reason to believe you did not receive it?
I don't.
Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 8.
What are you doing?
And it starts out with an email from Samantha Spector to Amber on August 6, 2016. Do you recall what was going on or around August 16 in this divorce, in connection with the divorce?
Not specifically, no.
Do you know who Christian Carino is?
I do.
Okay, who is he?
He's an agent at a creative artist agency.
How long have you known Christian Carino?
I've known of Christian for maybe
I don't know
10
the
years.
specific California
Were you
code, but I would
aware that
assume it's
Mr.
attorney-client
Carino
privilege
was involved in
or communications privileged as part of
organizing,
settlement.
if you will, or assisting Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard with their own meeting to try to resolve their case up in San Francisco.
Possibly. That sounds vaguely familiar.
Were you on the telephone at any point while Amber Heard and Johnny Depp were meeting to discuss attempted resolution of the issues during the summer of 2016?
What was your question? Was I on the telephone?
Yes. Were you on the telephone where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were in the hotel room and were talking?
No.
Were you ever on the telephone when Ms. Heard and Mr.
This
Depp
lady
were
loves me.
together talking during the summer of 2016, no matter where they were?
On the telephone?
Yes.
No.
While he was with Ms. Heard and Ms. Heard was on speaker, and you were on speakerphone with the two of them?
No.
You recognize the name of
Do you recognize the name on what?
Joe Sweeney?
I do.
And who was he?
Joe Sweeney is a forensic accountant who specializes in family law forensic accounting, and he was Ms. Heard's forensic accountant in the Disso matter.
Disso
And
matter being
was
dissolution.
Edward White acting as the forensic accountant for Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Mr. White provide the documentation that was then submitted?
Oh, I missed
to
the eye
Samantha
roll. Damn it.
Spector as counsel for Ms. Heard?
I believe it came from Mr. White's office. Also probably of note is the fact that Mr. Depp changed business management shortly before or during the course of the case. So it is possible that some of the documents came from predecessor business manager.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 10. And I'm not going to ask you any specific
You know there's going to be a part 2 of
questions,
this,
so I
right?
don't need you to have to review it in detail unless you'd like to, and you're certainly welcome to spend as much time as you'd like on it. But I'm just going to go down to the end of it. And I'm going to ask if this is the deal point memorandum that you referred to that was finalized.
But it'll be tomorrow,
on
probably.
August 15, 2016.
Since the parties' signatures appear at the bottom, as well as Ms. Spector's and mine, I believe that this is the deal point memorandum to which I was referring.
Okay.
Your
Is there any
signatures
reason
aren't
to
on them.
believe that it is not the final deal point memorandum?
No.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 11. And it's a series of documents. An FL-150, for example, and then that's page 404, and then it goes into the next part, 1 of 1. Just try to page through it for you just so you can see generally.
If you could generally end this deposition, it'd be great. That'd make me really happy.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Could you tell me what it is, please?
It looks to be one of the parties, I guess Mr. Depp's, what we call in California, preliminary or perhaps final declaration of disclosure. It's just financial disclosure forms.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you if you can take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Exhibit number 12. And it's a many pages. I think it's 50 total. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
It's parties related judgment for dissolution of marriage.
Is there a specific amount that was paid to Amber Heard as part of this divorce settlement and judgment
$7 million.
for,
Objection, document. I'm sorry.
for her claims of domestic violence, including any claims of assault, battery, intentional or negligent infliction of emotional distress, libel, slander, and or defamation?
I don't believe that we segregated out what the total amount was being paid for.
Did you make any effort to seal, S-E-A-L, the records in this case? And I'm referring to the case in front of us, the the marriage or partnership of Amber Laura Depp and John Christopher Depp II, filed in Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles.
Well, another cute
When you
girl
say sealed, do
Johnny
you
could have
mean
dated.
by the court to ask the court to seal the
You're
file?
really quiet. Hold
Yes.
on. Turn you up.
I don't believe so.
And why not?
We don't do that.
I'm going to
Check,
ask
check.
you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 13.
This is Johnny
And
Depp's,
this
one of his
is
divorce
a
lawyers
subpoena of
being
you for this
deposed.
deposition. Did you receive
He
that?
knows how to pick attractive staff.
She's also Kim Kardashian's
Do you want-
divorce
do you want
lawyer
me to
and
scroll
Angelina
through it? Would you like
Jolie's.
to?
No, I believe that we received it.
She has more
And-
money
and
than
you are
either of us ever will.
testifying Pursuant to this.
That seems
subpoena,
likely.
correct?
I am.
I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 14. And this is for the corporate designee of Wasser, Cooperman, and Mandos. You see that?
I do.
For today's deposition. Is it your understanding that you are the corporate designee on behalf of Wasser, Cooperman, and Mandos speaking today?
Yes.
Is the other voice Amber Heard's mother-in-law lawyer?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think given the hour, that'll be all the testimony that you hear today, okay? So we'll go ahead
Oh,
and recess for the day. Make sure you don't
thank
do any
God.
outside research and don't talk to anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow, okay? Get some good rest, all right? Thank you.
Oh, this has been brutal all day. Video deposition testimony.
And Judge Rick Moranis.
Yeah, it's this old bat right here.
Oh, she's terrible. I remember her in the opening.
She has done great for Johnny Depp the past 2 days. This is just the worst line of questioning.
And tomorrow, then we'll be starting with that other deposition. That's correct. And how long is that, or approximately? 2.5 hours.
Oh
They'll
my
take care of the morning
God.
probably for the most part. And then you have remote witnesses after that. Is that correct? Okay, so you're gonna get me the contact information for those so we can get that taken care of.
She's trying to get the jury to kill itself.
Plan accordingly, because I do need to take a lunch between 1:30 and 2:30 because there's a graduation I have to speak at. So we're gonna take care of that, okay? All right, thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Preschool graduation.
There you go. Oh my God. 2.5 hours of video deposition tomorrow. Well, I'm going to practice eating razor blades on stream. Just going to do that. See how we make it. No, so the lady lawyer during her video depositions brilliantly elicited from the police who responded to the domestic violence call that they did not find Amber Heard to be a victim of domestic violence about 8 times each cop. And then they also, she went through and asked them on pictures on the video, do you see this? Is this consistent with violence? And they all said no, about 4 times each. Like, nope, doesn't look like violence. Nope, that's not an injury from violence. Nope. It's like, why do you keep asking this? You're getting the wrong answer. Move on. Oh, gosh, she's terrible. How you doing, man? I saw you you had a live stream going earlier today, right? Like around noon?
Yeah, I had a webinar I did that was on Zoom. I did an Alec Baldwin update this morning.
Oh, see.
Oh yeah, it would have been that would have wrapped up about noon your time. Yeah.
I had the email from it.
Okay. Yeah. We accidentally doubled up the emails we sent out.
But
yeah, that Alec Baldwin thing. They released his police interview right after the shooting. He didn't do himself any favors.
No, but they're not going to charge. They settled out of court on the accidental discharge for the civil case. I heard like 137 grand is all they gave up.
They had the wrong lawyer.
I mean, I cannot believe. Yeah, you killed her accident. Well, 137 grand. Like, dude. what are you doing? That's a multi-million-dollar case against a moneyed client or a moneyed opponent.
The funniest part of his interview with the deputies, first of all, they're both gals, with nothing against gals, but I'm sure in his mind, he's like, oh, I'm a superstar, you know, from Hollywood. I handle women all the time. And the first thing they do, of course, is Mirandize him and get a Miranda waiver from him. And he's like, am I being charged? And they're like, no, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. It's just procedure. And then he talks for half an hour. It's like, what an idiot. Folks, there may be times you want to talk to the cops or not. You know, it can get kind of nuanced. But if they've just Mirandized you, you're an idiot if you say a word without your lawyer present in an interview room in a police station. I mean, come on, man. What do you think is going to happen?
Oh, so this means I'm free to go then? No, not really. You have to answer these questions now. Oh, well, then I need my attorney right now.
It's crazy. Then he says all kinds of things about how guns are dangerous and we would never point them at another person. And, you know, we were very careful to make sure we wouldn't want real ammo to get in there. And it's like, well, dude, you did all that.
Yeah, all those things happen. What you wanted and what you did might be two different things. What you did constitutes a crime. Terrible. Yeah, I'll have to take a peek at that because that's probably pretty funny. How you said it's like 30 minutes?
His interview is 30 minutes. Yeah, I can send you the link if you want. It's
oh yeah.
My little live stream this morning was probably more like an hour, close to an hour, but
yeah. Well, if you're watching and reacting, it takes a little longer. But yeah. So you have a link to the interview then? I might do it on the stream.
I can load it up to. I guess I can load up to Vimeo. I mean, I have it on my desktop.
Oh, where'd you get it? I mean, I can just grab it.
I don't remember. Someone sent me the link. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's fine. I'll find it. I might do that tonight. So anyway, how other than that, how you doing, man? Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mr. Andrew Branca, Law of Self-Defense.
Here, I got it. I found it on YouTube here. Someone had sent me the link. I'll text it to you now.
Sweet.
Save you the time. Happy to be here. I've been very, very busy, full out. I think things are going to slow down a bit for the next week for me, which is good. I could use it. Hence no tie. And but happy to be here. As always, grateful for the invite.
Yeah, man. So today was brutal. We had video deposition testimony the entire day. So eight straight hours of it. Most of it was pointless. Couple police officers, a building personnel at his residential building. That guy was actually very charming and likable. It's almost like anybody who's not a professional that they interview is actually likable. But all of the professional people, the cops, the lawyers, the who else am I thinking of? God, there's some other people who are just atrocious. They're just boring. But when you get a real person, it's well, they tend to be funny. This guy was Alejandro, and he was great. Johnny was smiling.
And who is he? Like the doorman?
Kinda, yeah, doorman at the building. He really.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of the woman who takes care of his private island, and I heard a few minutes of course, the butler. I was on with you guys, and all those people seem to be really nice people and very favorable for Johnny Depp for sure.
Yeah, pretty much all of the testimony has been largely favorable. Did you happen to see yesterday his psychologist?
No, I only saw your tweets about it, and you had some pictures embedded. And she's a good looking gal.
Yeah,
and I saw your little summary of her testimony, which seems to be completely destructive of her. But I didn't get to see it myself.
Yeah, she was devastating to Amber Heard, in my opinion. Speaking of which, someone was just mentioning I don't have that stream in the playlist. I do now. She was devastating to Amber Heard. It was amazing because it was funny watching her be cross-examined. They had the crazy cat lady lawyer cross-examine her, which is a huge mistake in my opinion. That lady just she comes across poorly, and you're going against an expert, and you better be really, really good. What she ended up doing at one point was basically she was trying to make the point or the inference that Johnny Depp was the domestic abuser, but he was falsely accusing Amber Heard of domestic abuse as part of his domestic abuse. And she says, isn't falsely reporting intimate partner violence sometimes associated with the perpetrator of intimate partner violence? And the lady says, yes. And then she says, isn't it true that it's more often men who do that than women? And she just kind of smiles. She says, no, it's women who do that more often than men. And then she gives the reasons. Then this lady persists on the line of questioning and asks her about all the signs of false reporting intimate partner violence when they're the perpetrator. And every single one of those signs has been testified to in this case, except in favor of Johnny Depp. And the psychologist just sitting there smiling, going, yep, that's a sign. Yes, that's a thing. Yes, that is. And you're just like, oh, come on. What are you doing? It was terrible. It's like, how are you not picking up on these cues? Why are you persisting with this line of questioning? It's bad for your case.
I mean, it makes me suspect they don't have anything. I mean, why would they dig a hole like this for themselves? If they had because they get their turn too, right?
Yeah.
If they thought they were going to come out swinging with solid hits, why dig a hole like this first? Just, get rid of this psychiatrist in 5 minutes and
exactly
move things along until you can get to defining your own narrative.
The other aspect of this that was, or of that testimony in particular that was really great was the Amber Heard's team used the opportunity to basically testify on behalf of Amber Heard's care providing doctors, because she had told her therapist and her general practitioner that she was a victim of domestic violence. So she told them that Johnny Depp had hit her, and so they treated her. And so she took the opportunity to read those statements. Oh, wait a second.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. She took the opportunity to read those statements into the record. Of course, no cross-examination. Really should have been hearsay. But since the doctor,
I thought objection hearsay always worked in this trial.
Well, in this case, the doctor had reviewed all of those depositions and medical notes as part of her diagnosis of Heard, so they're relevant to her diagnosis
of course,
as an expert. So it was a smart move to bring those in and read them in. But then they made the mistake of continuing the questioning, and she pointed out that those are care providing physicians. Those are therapeutic, which means they have to take her at her word on the domestic violence and treat. They're not there to assess whether or not it happens. That's my job. And it didn't. And it was brutal. Because they're basically going to bring these people in as expert and fact witnesses, most likely in Amber Heard's case. And now they've already been kneecapped by the expert saying, yeah, their job is not to critically assess this. Their job is just to go ahead and run with it and treat as necessary. So that was good. But today was not anywhere near as interesting, in my opinion.
Hey, when is Elon Musk going to buy StreamYard?
I don't know. I'm going to be, maybe if I have some time, I'm going to be testing some other services because their audio is just.
I see people complaining.
disaster.
I guess they're complaining about my mic. Am I super hot or?
No, you're quiet, and
No.
I have you turned way up too.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe we're hearing something different than the audience. I don't know.
Wait, is Branka loud or is he quiet?
Check. Hardtoconvict.com. Hey, would you believe the URL hardtoconvict.com was available?
Really?
Yeah, I just bought it.
There you go.
It's under my picture now. Hardtoconvict.com. I couldn't believe that. Not a single criminal defense attorney thought to buy that one.
Nope.
But apparently not.
Lawyers
Until
are
me.
not internet savvy in general, I think. So anyway, it's like now he's loud. He's even. Everything's good. He's loud.
Now they're just mean jerks.
You can't listen to the chat. They're not to be trusted. They're not to be trusted. Well, I'm about to read some super chats and see how this is going. Brian Allerman says IPV, intimate partner violence, not to be confused with HPV, which Amber probably also gave to Johnny. Where it says, you are great. Have you ever tried Talisker? Greetings from Rochester ish. Yes. I would like the Talisker 10. I'm not a big fan of the Talisker Storm. It's not bad. The 10 is better. Mo says she craved that elongated muskrat. Yes, we got testimony today about how she was with Elon Musk. Briefly after her Johnny Depp thing, after that whole Johnny Depp thing didn't work out. Low Pro says, if they keep up with these video depositions, Amber's going to try and appear in court via Zoom just to keep up her pattern. Dalton Bebout says, can I petition the court for a live feed the next time I have to go back for my custody case? Almost definitely no. Custody cases are not going to be televised. I need the chat's opinions of the proceedings. I'm 1-0 representing myself. I watched 2 seasons of Law and Order for prep. Good luck, man. I hope things work out for you. Doug Murray says, I was into whips and things. She was into pain. I would beat her black and blue when she called me names. Chained her to the basement wall. That's where she went insane. I was into whips and things. She was into pain. Okay. That sounds like that's from a song.
Yeah, from the creators of SpongeBob SquarePants. The heavy metal version.
Gates of Above says, she's a divorce lawyer. I need help with the split of my pants and underwear from my legs. Thank you. Come on. Desert Rat says, I'll pay you to never sing again. Signature, not binding. Ron White says, thanks, Nick, for helping us tolerate this BS. Mike the Dad Crosby sent you a Twitter message with a link to my son's Minnesota Swimmer of the Year award. Hey, congrats, man. That's awesome. He'll swim for UT Austin next year, and there's a good chance he might be swimming in Paris in a few years. If not, then the next Olympics. Wow. That's very cool. When he goes to UT Austin, don't let him become Austin, though, because you don't want to do that.
Hey, if you're going to be swimming competitively, it pays to be a dude, right? At least you're already swimming against the other dudes.
Well, if he doesn't make the Olympics, I'm just saying there's an alternative path where he might be able, if he doesn't qualify this time, he might be able to qualify under a different category, so to speak. Just give it a shot. What a disaster. Why is everything a disaster? Where is this? Okay, I gotta find this. I gotta find where I left off here. Oh my goodness. I'm close. Here we go. Andrew Clark says Adam Friended interpreted the dinner as sex. Well, okay. Adam Friend, maybe he has better dinners than me. This is the psychologist witness. She went to Johnny Depp's house for a meeting with Johnny Depp and his counsel prior to being hired. And they had dinner and drinks, and it was a 3-hour-long meeting. And okay, so this blows my mind. You are, let's say you're in a case like this, whatever. You're questioning the expert witness who is a celebrity psychologist in LA and Hawaii. Do you ask what their fee is?
Well, I would ask every expert. I mean, I don't care if they're an expert on making pizza. Of course. I mean, they don't ask her.
They didn't even ask.
Maybe they couldn't say that larger number.
Lawyers are bad at math. They just go.
But can you imagine? I mean, listen, if you're a psychiatrist to the stars, people with tens or hundreds of millions, people who can afford their own private islands. I mean, what figure are you going to throw at them for psychiatric help that they're going to choke on? They'll pay anything.
Yeah. Well, he was already paying his own doctor $100,000 a month, his concierge doctor. Like, what do you, it's and for her to, as an expert witness, to fly from LA to Virginia to sit out for however many days until they got around to her testimony, it's just a fortune. And they didn't even ask. It's like, what? That's one of the only things you should have asked her, because otherwise you ended up getting destroyed on cross. But oh my gosh, it was a mess. But yeah, I don't interpret the dinner with Johnny Depp and his legal team as sex. I don't think.
Why would it be sex?
I don't know.
Just because they met over dinner?
Because she's hot and he's Johnny Depp, I guess.
Oh, well, I mean, she's definitely hot, but it's a $150 million case, folks. You're going to have a 3-hour meeting with the expert.
Yeah, like having a meeting with the expert and having dinner and drinks and interviewing someone who is going to be one of the strong determining factors in your case. Yes, and you're going to pay her. I mean, well into 5 figures, maybe 6 figures.
Whatever they paid her, it should have been more.
Yeah, she was great. She was absolutely phenomenal. Johnny Arbor 007 says, wasn't she part of the London trial? I have no idea. Jerry Price, this is going to be a long 6 weeks. Only 3.5 to go. 4 low 716 defense, hoping that by not asking their witnesses won't be asked their fees. I wonder if Amber spent more. One, I doubt Amber Heard spent more. Johnny Depp has considerably more money than her. But no, there's no way that they would. Again, it's shocking that they didn't ask the fees. You ask every witness or every expert witness how much they cost. Because especially when the number is going to be big, because you want the jury to think they're bought. The Rouse Rodriguez says, Johnny said for the first year and a half, everything was wonderful. Elon dated her for a year. There you go.
Well, he's a smart guy, Elon.
Sarsarin's day friend in W lawyer voice. Oh, Richards. Your Honor, it's actually pronounced Officer Major Dumpy, and his duty is being the best officer of the science. Olia Wise is my child's psychologist evaluation for divorce trial was $10,000, and it's not even in LA. I'm in Florida. Yeah, I mean, massively expensive. Mob Hop, I wonder if this will spark a new meme defense. Now welcome the sequel to the Chewbacca defense, the makeup defense. Jerry Price, I think people are mistaking the 4th Indiana Jones movie as a porn movie. Carolina Jones and the Broken Covenant, honest mistake. For me, Tarot says, now I have to make a crazy cat lady tarot deck. Death says, so he has to do the impossible and prove a negative. Kind of. He just has to make it fit. So the way civil cases work, you have to get to 51%. So your side has to be 51% more likely than the other side. So Johnny Depp doesn't have to prove the negative. He has to make it more likely that he's telling the truth than she is.
Yeah, I mean, lay people seem to really struggle with this concept, but we do this in court all the time. I mean, you have to overcome burdens of proof. Sometimes that's a negative. It's perfectly normal.
Yeah. Well, I was talking earlier about how difficult it is in general in a he said, she said situation to prove the negative, to say, oh, he didn't ever hit her. It's like, well, I mean, you can just say it. That's all you can really do. But
or you bring in a bunch of witnesses like he's doing and saying, did you ever see any bruises? No. You ever see any bruises?
Exactly.
No. You ever see any? And then the jury comes to a reasonable inference from the evidence. I mean,
right. And the other side's question to that as well. But you don't know what happened all the time. You weren't with them 100% of the time. He could have hit her when they went in the photo booth or something, you know, that's kind of the way they've been going. So that's what we were talking about at the time. D.E. Poland says, cat lady lawyer embarrassed. She made an ass of herself in the deposition. So she has to remark to the judge. Why comment to the judge? She's embarrassed. Oh yeah. The one video deposition, the dude's in his car and he starts driving during.
Was he Joe Neerman?
Yeah,
Is his wife driving?
His wife would have been driving. No, he was sitting there by himself, and then he just starts taking off. Let's see. SJ Ninja says, I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Johnny Zodiac, can you do one of your famous toasts to my little sister, Amelie? It's the morning of her 18th birthday here in Australia. I can. I mean, just a quick second.
Yeah, I mean, it's Australia. You have to drink.
Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, my goodness. Terrible.
Hey, for folks who are asking in the comments, that hardtoconvict.com, that's just for our Hard to Convict webinars. It doesn't replace our normal website.
You have a link to your normal website on it, I hope, though.
I don't know. I actually haven't looked at it. I don't even know for a fact that it works, but I was told it does. So I should probably try it now.
I bought it. I don't know if it's there.
Oh, the worst part, you buy these things, I'm all excited, and then they're like, no, it has to propagate for 2 days. I'm like, what the? It's the internet. Everything should be instant.
Exactly. Yeah, here. So anyway, to Amelie, Happy 18th birthday. You're now officially an adult and everybody gets to look down on you. Just kidding. Just kidding. You get to a new life of making decisions, of making mistakes, of learning from them and moving on and realizing that they really have, for the most part, are not that bad. May the mistakes be few, the successes be many, but the learning be bountiful. Cheers. I leaned over, says, Your Honor, I did not punch this person because he is Mike Tyson. I would die. I don't want to die. Track Media Only says, Schultz Romero, I saw nothing. Sam Krysick says, Johnny, I did not hit her. I did not. Arcad, is the real reason Johnny's team is bringing up all these depositions is to make the jury hate the cat lady lawyer because this is pure torture. Again, they need some of this testimony, and it's been largely good, but they need to space it out with real people a little bit better. But it does make the day easy to plan. They know exactly how long the tapes are. That's going to go for an hour. This is going to go for 45 minutes. This is going to go for 15 minutes, and they can plan out. I mean, they pretty much nailed it today. They finished 6 minutes within 6 minutes of court would normally end. So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't have an objection, but emotionally it feels weird to not be having these people in court and doing everything in the moment. But I guess there's so many people in so varied number of places that I guess it was the only practical way, probably.
Oh, I need to, someone asked I get this question every stream, and this is a good time to talk about it. Why is this in Virginia? Very basically, Virginia has jurisdiction over this case because the opinion piece was published in the Washington Post. The Washington Post is headquartered in Virginia, and so they can bring the case in Virginia where the defamation occurs, where the publication of the thing is a transactional nexus for the purposes of jurisdiction. So Amber Heard effectively made the statement in Virginia, even though it's published all over the world through the internet, is made in Virginia when it's published there. So that's why they're there in Virginia, because you don't want to run this case in California. You do not. They have stronger anti-SLAPP protections. They have pretrial anti-SLAPP dismissal where Virginia does not. And it's also California. Now, Fairfax might not be the best place to do it, but that's probably, again, where Washington Post is located. So, but yeah, that's why it's there. And yeah, and that's also why we have so many video depositions. Most of these people are in LA. And the kind of the trade-off of you either have to get them all out to Virginia, which I think with this much money, they probably should anyway. But, the trade-off is you get video depositions because you can't.
So the doctor yesterday, she was there in person, right?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. You want her in person.
Yeah. Any of your very critical, that's how you'll know these witnesses are critical to the case is they're there in person. That's a good clue. Amanda Salisbury says, if ever there is not a trial being streamed, would you consider watching an older trial start to finish? I don't know. The older trials are weird because you know the outcome.
Yeah.
And it's
I mean, would you watch an old Super Bowl game? I mean, I guess super football fans would, but most people would find it boring knowing what the outcome already is.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. One, I don't know that people would really be that interested in watching either. Like a large number of people. So it's a lot of time. People have said do the OJ case. The OJ case took like 6 months. I mean, it was forever. It was really a long time in court. Sneaky Weasel says, can Johnny Depp prove he didn't abuse but still lose if not directly referenced in the Washington Post article? I mean, I think they've got testimony suggesting that people knew what this article was about. And there you go. It's done.
Yeah. And I mean, another good thing for Johnny Depp in Virginia is they allow defamation by implication, by innuendo. So, yeah.
So, theoretically, yes, he could still lose if they find that article is not reasonably, if a reasonable reader could not draw the inference that Johnny Depp was the target of it. But if a reasonable reader familiar with Johnny Depp could draw the inference that was about Johnny Depp, then, you're toast. And I think that's pretty simple. They've laid out the case for it.
Johnny what would be the alternative inference? I mean, who else was she married to?
Exactly. Johnny Arbor 007, turd is what is wrong with most women today. They think they are special and must have their way or else. Kristen Moore, welcome to Lawyer Status. John Baert, Victor Borg Grelson, he loves bald girls, not girls. Okay. I don't know what that even means. Brotherhood of Steelman says, it's me again, talking to my left-leaning friends, they support Depp. Some people who say as long as a kid has their period, it's not pedophilia. Ooh, that's not true. Gross. Torque Hammerwolf says, Nick, check out Top Music Attorney. Might be a fun guest for the night show. You'll probably have to turn off the chat though. Yeah, I someone had suggested her before. Well, we'll see. Winged Paragon says, best Jack Sparrow impression. Oh God, I haven't watched those movies in forever. Is it Tonga time? I guess it's Tonga time. Release the Kraken. The Kraken. They see my lies. Oh wait, no, that's supposed to be as Amber Heard as the Kraken. They see my lies. Okay, there we go. TJ Ventura says, last night I watched Richard's closing argument for Rittenhouse. Just needed to hear his voice. He's a security blanket for people. Oh shoot, I missed this one earlier. RD. Yes, follow the Trevor Bauer case. He just sued the accuser and sued the Athletic and Molly Knight beginning of March. Both cases were filed in the Central District of California. There you go. Marcelo Moral says, will Amber Heard testify? Yeah. I mean, you're going to have to. If Johnny Depp is testifying, Amber Heard is going to end up testifying. I mean, if he did testify, she'll have to testify. Otherwise, the jury will most likely just believe Depp and be like, what's she hiding? I don't trust her at all.
That's going to be great.
Oh,
I'm probably going to miss that. I think I'm traveling much next week, but that's too bad. I would have loved to have jumped on with you for that.
We'll see. Who knows when they do it? I mean, they still have 3 weeks of this thing scheduled out.
Yeah, so maybe I won't be around.
Brian Miller says, did you see that Chandler Halderson got new lawyers? For his appeal, he should. I mean, he looks real guilty, but his lawyers on his case didn't do him too many favors. G says, what happened to Eric, the behavior guy you had on? Nothing. He's in chat very frequently. P. Henry, Depp's established slander per se, plus Heard wrote the article with Sienter and that the allegations were false. A motion for JMOL is in order. Yeah, but I don't think the judge is going to do that. Not in this
Hey, did
jury.
you hear that Derek Chauvin's appealing his state trial conviction?
Oh, he is.
I haven't
Why?
seen any motions for it. I just saw a news report. Couldn't get a fair trial. Publicity. Should have a change in venue, all that kind of stuff.
I mostly meant like functionally why his federal conviction is as long. So
You know, I haven't looked closely at the federal conviction. I don't know to what degree it's basically premised on the state conviction. Like they could have argued, hey, you were convicted at state court, so it's proven conduct. But if the state gets reversed, what's that do to the federal?
yeah, I guess you would motion for a retrial at that point because I'm sure they used evidence of the conviction.
I mean, I would think so, right? I mean,
Yeah,
why
it's
wouldn't
directly
you? But
related.
imagine if he got a new state trial, change of venue, and he was acquitted. What would that I would think that would likely have an impact on the federal case, but I don't know.
It's one way to attack it. P. Henry says, Steel Curtain says, Nick, the 2004 Catwoman movie was horrible, but I believe Sharon Stone used Amica cream, which healed her face. It also made her skin impenetrable. Michael Knopfsinger says, Amber Turd is the face of and ambassador for domestic abuse, except she represents the abuser, not the abused. Allison, will the judge have to review her capricious rulings on objections, or are judges above evaluation? You can maybe get something on appeal, but the appeals court is heavily discretionary towards judges, heavily deferential towards judges' discretion on evidentiary issues in court. There has to be clear error I believe on those evidentiary issues or abuse of discretion.
Abuse of discretion, right? Which is just a way for the appellate courts. It's just a way for the appellate courts to say, look, we don't want to redo the trial judge's job. We're appellate court judges. We don't want to be trial court judges. So most
Yeah.
of these things, all the evidentiary rulings and things like that are going to be abuse of discretion. If there's a question about something more kind of constitutionally substantive, like a denied jury instruction, then the appellate courts will review de novo in their own right, as if they were the decision maker to begin with. But all these, I mean, it's one of the things I always caution people about. They seem to think like an appeal is a do-over, but once that trial judge makes an evidentiary ruling, the chances of getting that reversed are basically zero.
Yeah, it happens, but it happens rarely, and it has to be. I mean, it has to be very, very obviously bad. But if the trial judge wants to hear the evidence, they're basically gonna hear the evidence. But it's But are the judges above? She's not above evaluation. I mean, this is, I believe, an elected judge. But that being said, there's not like a boss judge who's going to reprimand her for it. DeBuzz General featuring Shave Danis says, sending this chat from 2021 somehow. I've based my entire life around Super Chad Jack Murphy. So what's new in 2022? Oh, no. Barricade says, can you explain why they are not allowed to impeach or attack statements made during opening, i.e. the amica cream? Because lawyer statements during opening are not evidence. They're not. I know it seems weird because the jury probably isn't making much of a distinction between what the lawyer says and what a witness says, but those are not evidence, they're argument. And so they can counter them in argument just fine. How do they, the ways to impeach on the different creams and foundation and stuff would be to just ask Amber Heard about them. And if they do that appropriately and she answers wrong, they can really destroy that and call back to it and point out how disingenuous the lawyer was. And that'd be great. And then the lawyer will have to spend their time on, on redirect, trying to fix that issue. One else says, any advice for my torts final tomorrow? Love all the trial coverage you do. Listen to many streams while studying and driving 2 hours to school. Yes, but for causation is not proximate cause. There you go. Proximate cause is what matters, but for causation is not. Also, what else do we have?
Even though it's one of the most common arguments on the internet.
Right.
If he hadn't gone there, if he hadn't woken up that day, if he'd never been born, this wouldn't have happened.
If he wasn't born, he wouldn't have died. Hey, gosh. Says, Dr. Mommy may have got our interest, but Ben has got our hearts. Phantasmagorical says, thank you, Nick, for covering this trial. Hey, thank you. Orange Red says, Tim Pool Times Square billboard calling out Washington Post reporters lie that they did not dox libs of TikTok equals money well spent or a waste of money. No, I think it's for Tim Pool. It's money well spent. Yeah. Buying a billboard in Times Square, making fun of Taylor Lorenz. That's hilarious. That's what you do when you have tons of money coming.
Should do it every day. I mean, that's a gift. It's like maybe 10 years ago after the George Zimmerman trial, I was a debater at UC Berkeley Law School on Stand Your Ground. And one of my opponents was Sunny Hostin, who's now on The View. She was then a CNN legal analyst. And I offered her a wager in the middle of the debate that a factual claim she made was incorrect. And of course, I was correct. I bet her $100. She took the bet right there in public. And of course, she's never paid me. If she paid me, I wouldn't know what to do with the money because I've been able to talk about what a deadbeat she is for 10 years. I mean, that's a gift that keeps on giving.
Well, she'd have to give you the $100 plus interest.
You would think, right?
You account for inflation. That $100 is now worth $600 or 2 tanks of gas.
I can go to Jimmy John's.
Someone said my Twitter account is gone. My Twitter account is not gone. My Twitter handle is switched over to Recada Law. Was Recada Media. It is now Recada Law. If you are following me on Twitter, you still are. And if you are not following me on Twitter, you should. I've gained so many Twitter followers in the past since Musk's announcement. It's amazing. It's almost like I was being suppressed.
Oh, it's incredible. I picked up over 1,000 people in the last couple of days, and I was frozen at the same level for like a decade. I mean, Twitter's fun right now. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? But the last few days have been a blast.
Oh, it's great. It's great. Are you familiar with Sarah Gonzalez? I think her name is from The Blaze.
I don't know. Actually,
not Sarah Gonzalez. Shit, what's her name? Oh, no, it is Sarah Gonzalez. I just tried spelling it with an A. She has been on an absolute tear, just tweeting every couple minutes the greatest stuff. Like
How
she's
how
like
do you spell it?
Sara
Yeah.
Gonzalez. She has quite a few, like 150. Oh, she's gained 80,000 Twitter followers in the past like 2 days.
Gonzalez with an A and an E or two A's?
Gonzales. She's got a check mark. Sarah Gonzalez Unfiltered.
Is it? Oh, that's her name, Sarah Gonzalez Unfiltered.
Well, that's what you'll find when you do it. I could send you the link in the private chat.
Yeah. Let's. I mean, it's apparently it's a who knew, but Gonzalez is a common Hispanic name.
Yeah. Oh, Sarah Gonzalez TX is the.
Oh, I see her here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give her a follow.
Yeah, and her timeline has just been her saying all the things that you couldn't say. Like there are no birthing people, there are only mothers. The
Oh
greatest
yeah,
existential
I
threat
told
to
someone
America.
to learn the code today. It was great.
Oh no, George Floyd was a criminal. The FBI currently exists to entrap white men. She's just going to town. It's so funny. It's like she's trying to drive right off the cliff like Thelma and Louise, but she can't find the bottom. Killers says, any thoughts on the impact of woke Northern Virginia jury pool? Have you seen any polling on this? I've not seen any polling on this other than what I see in public, and the public like loves Johnny Depp. The media, you'll see them pull up like some nonsense opinion pieces or whatever about how he's acting, and you'll see some stuff about how he's not winning or whatever. But when you look to the people, even go into law and crime chat, it's just Johnny Depp all day, everywhere you go. You do not find any of the regular people supporting Amber Heard in appreciable numbers. And that should be telling. I mean, because that crosses political boundaries at this point. This trial's big enough.
And he just presents so well. I mean, he's I'm not sure charismatic is the right word, but he comes across as so friendly and so open. And I mean, someone you'd like to have a drink with. And
Right.
she just comes across as, super frozen bitch.
And also, he comes across as dramatic, appropriate to the level of hyperbolic language in his texts. Like, so he says all this stuff in his text, and you get the idea that, well, like, yeah, he talks dramatically. It's pretty clear. Also of note, I believe Jason Momoa, Aquaman star Jason Momoa, the man with the pecs that all women love, is I think he started following Johnny Depp the other day, which is huge. Like, considering Momoa is in a co-star with Amber Heard in Aquaman, to have him following Johnny Depp on Twitter or Instagram or something, wherever it was, is like news. That's
well, these male actors have to deal with these actresses all the time. I mean, I happen to know someone who's moderately famous in Hollywood. I don't want to mention any names, but he was on a show, a TV show with a female lead, and the female lead was dropped after the first season. And I asked him, we were having beers. I said, like, what happened there? What happened to her? He says, well, I don't want to be too explicit, but it rhymed with punt.
Yeah, it's crazy. He followed Johnny Depp and unfollowed Amber Heard. I mean, like, that should tell you where things are going in this case. If he feels comfortable, because doing that a year ago, honestly, could have been enough to get him fired. Like, that's how crazy stupid everybody has been about this issue. Things are swinging in Johnny Depp's favor in the public. I think he's doing fine in court, but even if he's not doing fine in court, the public is seeing it this particular way. Daniel Gray, message retracted. Felipe Mouve says, as Nick Requeta, I have mental issues. True. Danny Dibble says, sorry for the dumb question. Is Johnny Depp the defense or the plaintiff? He's the plaintiff. That's not a dumb question. He is the plaintiff. He is brought.
But it's a little subtle because there's a countersuit, of course. So he's,
he's also kind of, the defense as well. Steven Severin says, do you think Adnan Syed did it? I listened to season 1 of Serial, and I could never tell if he did it. But what I do think, whether he did it or not, I do not think he got a fair trial. And I do not think that the state adequately proved their burden beyond a reasonable doubt. That being said, do I think he should be acquitted? Not necessarily, but maybe a retrial. I don't know. It's kind of hard. But his lawyer not disclosing a terminal brain injury while doing the trial is kind of a problem to me. Like that seems like that's inadequate assistance of counsel. But I don't know. Tyler Reeves, welcome to a paralegal status. Nunzio, welcome to lawyer status. David Codd, Indiana Jones and the Mitchell Hedges vodka bottle. Jerry Price, I think people are getting mixed up with the porn movie, Carolina Jones and the Broken Covenant. Mike Lombardo says, exactly, Rackets. She wasn't talking about physical abuse by Depp, but are spending so much time trying to prove that there was. Hi, Mom. Svenger McSpazzy says, can you look at the old lady lawyer? I prefer not to. She looks frustrated as all heck. She also looks like a house might fall on her head one day. Avaheim says, Seagal's little brother needs a ponytail. Wait, are you talking about, is that the lawyer you know, Peter? Yeah, he should do the ponytail one day. IB Shikiken Jack says, the real fourth movie is The Kingdom of the Crystal Dildo. There's no real fourth movie. The actual movie is just a cheap porno that flopped. Giggity. Monique says, Indiana Jones Crystal Skull 2008 can watch on Prime. Fifth movie coming out in 2023. Now, Andrew, there's only 3 Indiana Jones movies, right?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
What was the one with LaBeouf, whatever his name is? Was that the third one?
He was never in an Indiana Jones movie. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he was. Shia LaBeouf? Wasn't he?
No, that wasn't an Indiana Jones movie. That was a failed porno.
Well, I am correct. But all right, failed porno. There we go.
No, it never existed. What do you got? God, you piss me off sometimes. Matthew Bracel says, it seems like even if Depp loses a trial, he's gotten what he wanted from the trial, which is to have his side of the story told. Look, I know they made a movie purporting it to be part of the franchise. Okay, I get it. It just, God, it was so bad. It was so terrible. Joe User says, if Johnny shaved his head before court tomorrow, would Amber shave hers too? That'd be good. Twilight Dragon 3, Cat Lady reenacting Amber Turd throwing the vodka bottle like her hero Binger. She just picks up a vodka bottle and turns towards the jury.
12 of them, 14 of them.
Yeah, and then she grabbed the bottle.
You get a Stoli, and you get a Stoli, and you get a Stoli.
Tony, you question, if you had to choose between spending the night with Binger and Cat Lady or death, which form of execution would you choose? Death Scythe 1287 Crystal Skull. Oh, you mean the vodka made by Dan Aykroyd called Crystal Head? Yes. Cheeky Mare, I must be a self-hating woman. I like your misogynistic jokes. Jokes, people, bring back humor. Thank you. Thank you. The Amazing Jay says, on a scale of 1 to 10 being Thomas, of 1 to 10, 1 being Thomas Binger and 10 being your humble self, how would you rate the lawyers in this case? Well, that's high praise for me, I guess. They're doing better. The opening couple days was rough, but they're doing better on objections. They're being more assertive. They're winning lots of them. They're winning some that they shouldn't win, which is good.
These are Depp's attorneys?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it.
I
was very disappointed with the little bit I saw, to tell you the truth. Of course, I've only seen a few minutes here and there, but it was like, well, I guess half the time they're doing okay, and the other half of the time they're turning the bed. But that's a failing grade.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Early on, they were doing very poorly. They were losing so many objections. It was really bad. They did not have the best showing at opening statements. Again, the substance wasn't great. It wasn't terrible. The style wasn't great. But Amber's lawyers haven't been doing that much better, and their opening statements were a disaster. But yeah, so they've been doing better though. And we'll see how they go. I mean, the questioning has been fine. Cross exam has been good, or redirect, I suppose, has been good. We'll have to see how they do on cross. Will really matter, I think. Stango says, you've had this Gary Oldman from Fifth Element thing going on the last 2 days. Oh, is that my hair? Yeah. Luis Cuevas says foul, tarnished, maidenless, and unbreaded. Igor Slagathor. Ever thought of having experts on stream in addition to lawyers, like body language experts or registered sleep technologists for the depositions? I mean, kind of, but I don't know. It's weird. Like when you bring in too much stuff, it's body language experts, and you'll hear the credible ones say this. I mean, they can give you suggestions that something is like amiss, but they can't necessarily tell you what or why or anything like that. So they can tell you, oh, what they're doing there is interesting. It might indicate something. It's like, well, okay, sure, I guess. They rub their ear or whatever. They're evasive on certain things, maybe. But
I always feel like it's like I'm tone deaf trying to listen to music. I mean, they make these claims and I just don't see it. But you hear people, like Robert Barnes talk about jury selection and stuff like that. And I mean, obviously any of us can look at jurors and say that one really sucks. I don't want that one. But on the margins, I mean, they claim to see things that aren't visible to me. That doesn't mean it doesn't work. It just means I can't see it. I don't know.
Yeah. But no, I'm more interested in, the legal aspects of the case. And we can't see the jurors. That's whose body language matters, because the witnesses or the jurors are likely not body language experts. And if you ever have a body language expert juror, you would preemptively strike them. You do not want that person on your jury at all. So, you're assessing these people. And I think what you just said is really apt. Like, I don't see these things, or, I don't know what they're saying about these things. The jury doesn't either. So I don't know. I think they're excellent consultants. If you can afford them, great. I would want them on my team if I had the money to do it, but to watch a trial, I don't know how useful it'd be. Still Alive says, have you kept up with Better Call Saul? Your thoughts on that show? I've never watched a single episode. I have all the seasons on Blu-ray. I just haven't watched it. Chessbone says, did you know Harrison Ford is a pilot and landed his plane on the taxiway instead of the runway by accident? The FAA wasn't happy.
Is he still flying? I thought they took his license away from him.
He
had like a series of crashes or miss landings or something weird. But he's no spring chicken, let's face it.
Yeah, he's old. He's very old. Aaron E says, Nick, who's your favorite witness so far? I think Isaac. I was going to say Isaac Baruch, but I think Dr. Mommy from yesterday was. She was just so good on the stand and very impactful, I think, as an expert witness. And I think she pissed off Amber Heard by being by rivaling her looks, and I think she's actually more attractive than Amber Heard. So I think
not even close. Yeah, she's way more attractive than Heard.
Evelyn Maria says Amber is securing her role in the remake of Single White Female. Brosophagus, welcome to Paralegal Status. Evangelist Lee Short, I'm snarky and smart. I'm a snarky and a smart aleck as well. It's just awkward being a pastor. Trying to work drop a grumpy into this week's sermon. Keep up the good work. Do it, buddy. Get it. Alejandra Villanueva says, please speculate on if the defense believes Heard is a battered woman. It appears Cat Lady is under her thumb a bit at the moment. Oh, yeah, I think they believe their client's case. And if they didn't, I think they've convinced themselves, because
I mean,
you have to take her position. So
it's kind of like it's a metaphysical question, really. I mean, but once you're representing the client, you're on board with that narrative. You just do it.
Yeah. Sierra Pulver says, just started following you and Emily Baker. She refers to Cat Lady as umbrage. I'm waiting for her to approach a witness and say, we must not tell lies. Yes. She keeps saying she did the, you remember you're under oath thing to someone. It's like, stop it. Yes.
Oh, did she do that? She kept reminding people. Oh, that's yeah. And the judge letter, of course, Rick Moranis.
Yeah. Emily Baker's good stuff. Definitely. Jin Karaya says, hey, Nick, I like the haircut, and all you need now is some gold teeth and a Cadillac with the fifth wheel. Marcus Shane says, optional drinking game. Take a shot every time one of Heard's lawyers say correct. Also, yes, the 3090 Ti is a very hot boy. Dude, it is. It was toasting up earlier. Miss Ava says, try to get Peter Tragos and Robert Jovera, formerly known as Grueller, on the same on at the same time and start a lawyer boy band. The Cameo says, have you seen the new QDOLED ultra wides? Oh, QDOLED ultra wides. No, I have not. No, that's a TV, I'm guessing, or monitor. Pink Hollow, the Driving Ape says, 1, there are only 3 Indiana Jones movies, and 2, the kids have $500 in garbage snacks. That's my pie. Exactly. HS says, you should get mommy to join your stream every time there's a crazy person on trial. Yeah, if I could convince the hot celebrity psychologist to come on a degenerate YouTube live stream for a trial, I would do it in a heartbeat. We'll try it. But I got to wait till this trial's over because she's still on recall for it. Scoob says, loving your channel. I'm a mental health therapist that recently switched from community mental health to private practice in Minnesota. Celebrating the change. Your couch licensed counseling. Jenny. Oh, no. Are you in my town? I may need your services. Alista Lebo says, you broke my streaming cherry. Oh, well, hope you enjoyed it. Never watched anything live on YouTube. Everything about this experience is amazing. Love it. Love this channel. Hey, thank you. Daniel Mason, you look like the Tim Tracker. Who's the Tim Tracker? OSPDY says, I'm at 70% Virginia disability for PTSD. It's a disservice to those that suffer from it to try to appropriate it for financial gain. I agree. Abahind, the Gimp is hungry. We're talking about me because that's true. Ray Ann Shinnebarger says, I can attest to the scrumptious bakery area of Nelson Brothers. Cinnamon rolls, yum. Yeah, their cinnamon rolls are good. Also giant. Oh, shit, we've got some. Oh, I missed it. You said Rackets, when is Les Grossman testifying? I completely, that's Tom Cruise's character in Tropic Thunder. Oh, my God. I'm like, well, I don't know. Thank you. Thank you for that. Matthew Brazel says, it seems like if Depp loses the trial, he's gotten what he wanted from the trial, which was to have this side of his story told. Yes. Vagabond 666 Gmail says, I might get to move to the U.S. for work. Company has no central location, so any suggestions which state, city I should move to? Bonus point if there's a state that will let me get a gun on a work visa. Texas, Tennessee, Florida, Oklahoma, maybe Montana. Depends on if you want to be cold. A state with no, you're as a foreign worker. No, you'd still get state income tax, I think. Yeah, I would pick a state without income tax. Just do that. And then for a city, depends. Wait, so you're going to move to the U.S. for work and no central location? Why would you move to the U.S. if you could just remote work? That's weird. Very strange.
God's country.
Yeah.
Wants to be able to go into Walmart and buy a BB gun.
Pick, yeah. Texas, Florida, Tennessee, Oklahoma. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Not so pro Kitty says the guy's wife sounds like she's having a great time in the next room. Oh no. This guy's testifying, and all you hear, like, they got like the hedge trimmer going outside, so you just hear going constantly. No. Accidental sacrifice. That noise is Chandler Halderson going to work. D. Bayazar in 3 says, FYI, Chris Carino, Lady Gaga's former fiance. Yes, that's correct. That's who was testifying earlier. The Hot Dog Wizard says, manual fader might be a software patent. Money. Well, too bad. Pay the money or I stop paying you, StreamYard. Nate Jones says, that's Joe Neerman blowing his shofar. Yes, you are correct, but I'm way behind the video. Hopefully I will see/hear your answer later. Question. How could the UK court come to their conclusion? I don't get it. Well, you got a crappy judge who was compromised in several ways. You have different standards of proof going on, but or different ideas about defamation and speech. And if you got a guy who's going to simp for Amber Heard, you got a guy who's going to simp for Amber Heard. There's not much you can do. And a lot of the stuff that happened in that trial sure looked like that. Andy Lee says, Nick, CL 2019 to 2911, Fairfax County Government JD list of witnesses and who is video. Search Depp versus Heard witness list. Oh, cool. Very cool. So we can see how much more suffering we have left. STFU says the first 3 seasons of Entourage, while Aries still worked for CAA, they would film all of his parts in the building Carino is sitting in. Josh Aishoy says, I don't know what's up with the competing Legal Bite stream, but as Will Ferrell once said, you're my boy, Blue. I don't think we're competing. We're just both streaming. It's fine. Wyofet says, you need one of those shiatsu massage chairs for this. I have one upstairs. Orange Red, who wears a hat inside? Easy, Beanie Man Tim Pool. JB, if Johnny wins this case, do you think others involved with Johnny's career could come after Amber for loss of income? No. No. That's one, they're going to be out of statute of limitations. Maybe they would have a theory under tortious interference, but it'd be really tough. K-Dub Smile says, has his
Did
rep
she
been
demand
harmed?
he fire people?
No, I don't think so.
No, there's no tortious interference. It's just shit happens.
Well, so if the theory, and this would be an abstract theory, a novel theory, I would assume, would be something along the lines of her defamation caused him to lose sufficient income to not be able to employ people. Therefore, she interfered tortiously with contracts that she knew that he had. Novel legal theory. Don't think you're going to get anywhere with it.
That's the answer I would put on the law school exam, but it's not very compelling to me.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. K-Dub Smile says, has his rep been harmed by being labeled as a wife beater? Yes. Nomad, which is why the UK Sun one was so crazy. Nomad says, this judge looks like a lesbian Henry Winkler. Simple Jack 224 says, is this guy pro Johnny or no? Seems to be avoiding easy answers in favor of Johnny Depp. Yes, he is. Well, he's on Johnny Depp's witness list. The thing with the agent, these guys are agents for celebrities, and they have to walk a very fine line on their disclosure of things that might be private, and especially the nature of their relationships with celebrities and then with production companies and stuff like that. I mean, if he just starts blabbing, no one will ever hire him again. I mean, this stuff's also, none of this stuff should be in public, according to these people. So they certainly want to be careful how they present it. Sonia Fowler says, problem is marketability, income, productivity in this age of political correctness, not talent. Correct. Vanilla Honey says, Romero almost released his inner Horatio essay. Firebomber from his black BMW. Shock the Casbah says, did you know Autotune was developed by Antares and was originally designed to find oil deposits underground? The more you know. That's weird. C. McBlob, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Hope K, message was retracted. The Real Mystic says, this woman's voice is making dogs howl. Oh my God, make it stop. She reminds me of the adults from the Peanut Gallery. The Admiral's Rebellion. Rackets, I've worked on cases that have had video evidence and a confession with more doubt. My gods. Alex McMeekin says, did she conflate ability to act with reputation? Yes. The Sound of Cheese says, Eve Barlow tagged you in a tweet. Oh, yeah, I know. Wait, did she do a new one? That'd be funny. Let me check real quick. Eve Barlow. Let's see. Oh, no, she replied to my tweet. So, okay. Yeah, so it's the same one. Oh, no. Stupid thing. Rachel D says, when you order Colin Farrell on Wish, oh, come on. Jane's Blonde 007 says, if it's possible, wouldn't the executives for the major film companies, i.e. Disney, be the best to testify what the reasons for their decision to drop Johnny Depp? I mean, they're not going to.
You mean if they were going to tell the truth?
Yeah. Yeah, they're not going to do any of that. Julie Gabhart says, Ron Basselin mentioned your high viewer numbers for this trial on Timcast IRL the other night. Next day was harder to find your coverage. Anna P says, so annoying having Cat Lady grasp at straws like there could be a million reasons why they didn't hire him, as if the jury's full of morons. Yeah, I mean, that's the defamation defense is, well, it could be anything. But the jury goes, yeah, but it wasn't anything. It was this. If they agree, of course. Hope K says, since Johnny Depp is the plaintiff suing Amber Heard for defamation, then she, as the defendant, has to prove that she did not do what he alleges in the suit. She has the burden of proof, correct? Kind of. He has to prove it was a lie. She has to prove her defense of truth. And that's how it goes. It just becomes a balancing test between the two. 51%. Nova AMP says, tits out for justice. Battle 00333. Amber put on those glasses because the baby stole too much attention from her. Eve Barlow is inadvertently helping Depp in her attempts to help Amber. Joshua Cornelius says, time to reboot Gone Girl and cast Johnny and Amber. Instant blockbuster. Jay McMiddle says, thank you for adding the word vacuous to my vocabulary. Brutal, but awesome. Well, oh, you're welcome. Clarissa Hamill says, does it matter that I heard of you before I heard of Heard? Can the accuser be a nobody and the message still be the same? Yes. I know it doesn't matter. The accuser can be a nobody and the message can still be the same. In this case, it matters that Johnny Depp is a somebody. That makes him a public figure and makes defamation a little bit harder. Actually, a lot a bit harder. But once you get to a jury, things just become an open door. Corey Cass, did you DDU your old graphics drivers? Yes. Maybe related to the piping noises. Yeah, I did. I'm telling you guys, like, I love the suggestions. I'm pretty sure those noises are from StreamYard. Again, it's not just hitting me. It hit Emily Baker as well. So I might be picking some different software soon when I have some time. SM Scorks 89 says, Ron deleted one of his accounts. Heather P, thanks for the donation. Bash Coder. Question, what shade of makeup was she wearing? Answer, clearly it was subtle cinnamon sass from L'Oreal's fall 2016 line or 2106 line. Any man would instantly notice that. Fat Monk 1 says, here's your $5 for suffering through deposition. Usually love watching, but the video depositions are just torture. They're so bad. They're so bad. Mediocre Didge says, I picked up Kirkland brand 12-year scotch, a 175 and small batch 7-year bourbon, both about $40 that are pretty killer. Thoughts on the K brand? That is the Costco brand of liquor, and it's surprisingly not bad. So yeah, get some Kirkland. Maham86 says, my husband introduced me to your stream during Rittenhouse. Been hooked ever since. Thanks for all you do to help keep me focused during the workday. Hey, thank you. Fubar again says, I was going to dislike this just so there was at least one. Silent, thank you for the donation. Also says, watch with the class on YouTube. Johnny Depp covers Nothing Else Matters by Lars von Retriever. You won't regret it. One, that's going to be copyrighted, so no, I'm not going to do that right now. DCV Titan says, man, all these deposition tapes are just highlight reels of crazy cat lady eating all the L's and painting her client in the bestest of light. Squeeb Esquire, enjoying the trial. As boring as video depots are. Question, what is a good budget bourbon that isn't dog water? Thanks, another Florida attorney. A budget bourbon, just go with Bullet or Knob Creek. Those are safe. A Woodford Reserve is fine. If you want those. I like Basil Hayden's bourbon. Don't get their rye, though. Those are your budget ones. But just get some Joseph Magnus. It's like $100, but it's really good. OSPDY, Ricada Law, out of curiosity, what religious denomination are you affiliated with /attend? Saw on another stream you mentioned you like doing biblical teaching, so just curious. Well, I enjoyed teaching the high schoolers Bible study because it was fun to make their parents mad. But typically, a non-denominational Christian, we go to a covenant church, I think, right now. I don't know if it is anymore. Gerard Garvin says, I remember Amber's hairstyle. It made Ricada's look normal by comparison. Logan, Nick, give me your graphics card or I'm going to shoot a puppy. RIP to the puppy. Sorry. I don't negotiate with terrorists. Taco Powered Time Traveler. What was the name of the Etsy shop for pet watercolor paintings? The one you were plugging earlier today for a subscriber. It was Okie something. I think it's Okie Watercolors. OKIE Watercolors. Daydreamer Pictures says, if Amber Heard says the article isn't about Johnny Depp, is it over? No, they just impeached the shit out of her because there's tons of documentation that it's about him specifically. That would be great. I hope she denies it. That'll be the funniest part of all this. Logan says, diarrhea tornado. Logan says, why did I get hard at grandma's funeral? That's a good question. Porkmaster, did Amber ever ask you to intervene in their relationship? Answer, yes. She gave me a paper bag full of human shit to give to Johnny and tell him she wanted to get back together. Xavier Merritt says, wait. He said Johnny Depp. So from That, can we conclude Amber was also trying to get with J.G. Wentworth because she needed cash now? Sir Ian, there's an Indiana Jones 4, but it's just Spielberg and Lucas raping Indy on a pinball machine. Nana Party Time says, you look fine on your camera on my end. Oh, thank you. Emma Smith says, Cat Lady is a fan of Johnny Depp. Photo of her at a premiere. Oh, there you go. Drew says Amber Heard is considered community property. Oh, shit. Jose Martinez says, all super chats. Tell Mag she works slow, please. Hey, Mag, you work slow. Really slow. It's kind of embarrassing. Lauren Gee says, Amber misheard featuring Officer Nope. JB, the depositions will end when you admit there's a fourth Indiana Jones movie. Amber Bro says, Auto-Tune Nick is the best Nick. Oh, thank you. Orange Red says, Wasser is Kim Kardashian's divorce lawyer. Bacafer says, the video depositions will continue until morale improves. Samuel Portnoy says, LSAT this Friday, watched you to avoid studying. That's a good move. That's a good move.
Yeah, maybe.
Go get it. Good luck, man. G says, can you explain why the lawyer witness is annoyed? Because probably because she's annoyed that Elaine is not asking her very good questions, if I had to guess. And she knows that Elaine, so you've got a couple problems, especially as a deposition, right? For a lawyer, you know, you're going to be there forever. They get to ask you everything that they possibly can. And this is what they're choosing to ask you, which is either stupid and you know the answers. So, and they know you know the answers and they know you're an attorney. So all of these things, like, you just expect them to do better. And if they don't, you're like, stupid. Why?
I mean, depositions always suck to be the
Yeah.
target of a deposition. It's just most people don't know until they're sitting through it and they realize how bad it is. But lawyers know going in from the first minute.
Yep. Not so pro. Kitty says the Crypt Keeper's tone interviewing the lawyer is way less aggressive than with the other witnesses. They've probably worked together or met or something professionally. David Stowe says today sucked. Here's some money. Oh, thank you. Heyoka says just tuned in. Why is Mick Jagger on my screen? Light Giver says, if you ever want me to confess to anything, just tie me to a chair and make me watch this trial. Karen with a C says, so you're saying it's okay to believe women until there are actual consequences for men. Hashtag believe survivors. Yes, I'm saying it is okay to blindly believe for the purposes of providing comfort, care, support, and help for survivors. But the moment that that comfort, care, help, and support translates into we must now go after the other person, then I'm going to need you to provide some evidence of what happened. I'm going to need you to provide more than just my words. I will support you in your pain. But if your pain is translating to taking away someone's income, someone's liberty, someone's reputation, then yeah, you're going to have to show me something. Convince me, because I'm not going to take somebody else down based on just your words. And that's how it should be, frankly. Dex Luther says she has more money than we will ever see, which means she's good, which means she's ruthless and evil. Lol. Thirsty for chicken. But she's ruthless and evil, but they got Johnny Depp a shit deal. They got him to co-sign a statement that Amber Heard did not make false allegations for monetary gain. Like, what a terrible, terrible, why would you settle on that? Now,
unless
maybe
you're
it's
getting
because-
a release the other way, which obviously they didn't.
Right. Now, perhaps his entertainment lawyers convinced his divorce lawyers to go through with that for the purposes of his career, which we see how that turned out. But they really should not have had him signing that statement ever. Just terrible. Terrible. Thirsty for Chicken says, what's the story behind that awesome horror mashup painting and where can I get one? I don't know where you can get one. It was the artist is a guy named Robert Hurst, I believe. Hurst. He is passed on just recently. He was a friend of my mom's, and he still has paintings. He mostly did sports paintings. You can find his work at adamfineartist.com. And I would recommend checking him out, buying a print or two. He was trying to get rid of all of his inventory so his wife wouldn't have to. He was terminally ill for a while. And this was one of the pieces that I was able to acquire from him. So, and then my mom texted me like several months after his death. Look what I got. And it was the original. God, so pissed. Anyway, but yeah, I don't know that there are any prints still available, but it's a very cool piece. He has a lot of good work though. JV, thank you for the donation. Joseph Magnus says, due to the video deposition tomorrow morning, Nick will be 2.5 hours late. Of course, Kay. Yeah, God. Oh, it's going to suck. Ovid says, getting the jury to kill themselves. Now that's what I call a hung jury. JV says, actually brilliant, too high profile after past few days. This will bore everyone and help lessen the viewership. Matt Field says, Nick, that 130,000 was a fine from New Mexico. Oh, to the production company. The Hutchins civil suit is still pending. Okay, good. Good. There we go. That's in the Alec Baldwin thing. Joe Biden is a kid diddler. Says, tell Bronco we can see his screen in the reflection.
I know.
I mean, we can't read
fine.
it though. I mean, we can see the women you're looking at. No, I'm just kidding. Mostly. Mike the Dad Crosby says, I told him he had to win gold as a man first. Yes. There you go. Angel of Sin says, for Branca, I heard this morning at work that a local young adult in a white Escalade has been running bikers off the road around my town, seemingly intentionally. Hasn't been arrested despite multiple witnesses. Thoughts?
Well, I hope I don't run into a lunatic like that.
That's weird. Why is that for you specifically?
I ride a motorcycle.
Oh.
I presume when he
running
says bikers, he means motorcycle.
Yes. I didn't read it that way because I'm too effeminate. Shut up, I can cook says, hi, Nicholas and Branca. You guys rock. Thanks. Johnny Arbor says, Cocaine Branca, my favorite webinars are. The eye roll was epic. Gino Fast says, is a cupcake a muffin? I don't think so. Andrew Clark, my point about Adam's opinion on the dinner is that maybe the jury will think that too. Adam barely pays attention though, so who knows? Yeah, I don't know. I would be surprised if the jury automatically thinks that a 3-hour dinner with a bunch of ugly lawyers and Johnny Depp equals sex. Well, a couple, one cute lawyer and then that Ben guy. I don't know about him.
I mean, what if it was? I mean, you going to give Johnny Depp another fist bump? I mean, yeah, good for him, man.
And she's also married. So, I mean, like they have to take several leaps and have a pretty negative opinion of her at the onset for whatever reason. Baby Cakes 420 says, Cop Watch on YouTube has all the Rust vids to include AB, the armor, body cam, and Rust attorney. Body cam is just a chubby officer walking in circles. That's most body cam footage, I think. September Thompson says, Amber Heard's lawyer is from my hometown of Thief River Falls, Minnesota, and her brother lives next door to us. I am not impressed with her. On the other hand, her brother is super nice. Wait a minute. That crazy cat lady's from Thief River Falls? Oh, God, no wonder. Mr. Squiggles says, why the judge look like Woody Allen, though? Christopher Schaefer, Alan Quartermain and the Temple of Skulls is the real fourth indie movie. Same fine folks that created Titanic 2, Transmorphers, and Sharknado, The Asylum. Otto Rommel says Indie 4 is in post-production and will be out 6/30/23. September Thompson, welcome to Paralegal Status. Atha Lionheart says, can you explain what messages and emails they can use in court? They seem to be using a lot of witnesses' private messages. Well, any of the statements by Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are going to be admissible. Private messages are absolutely discoverable if you wrote them down. The only time they would be privileged is within the given privileges. Doctor-patient privilege is a limited privilege for certain statements you make in the course of pursuing medical care specifically. Attorney-client privilege, of course, is probably the strongest protected privilege, except for maybe spousal privilege. Spousal privilege is not going to apply for Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, and typically is, in civil cases, you're just not going to get that for when one spouse is suing the other.
Yeah, what's the old mafia caution? It's never write when you can speak, never speak when you can nod, never nod when you can wink.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, anything that they wrote down is pretty much going to be fair game. Kay's Thought Palace says, Branca's opinion of Chicago detective J.J. Bittenbinder's self-defense strategies. I think he was brilliant and knew exactly what the lizard brain is.
I'm not familiar with what that is.
Okay, so J.J. Bittenbinder is the guy. I don't know. Anchor Fist says, why couldn't Musk have bought Twitter during the Rittenhouse trial? There was so much I wanted to say. Matthew Brazel read that one. Light Giver says, Jason Momoa on GOM Films on YouTube making funny comments on trial. Hilarious. Tim Boleno, this is gaslighting and I love it. Jacob McQuaid, I kind of wish they made more than 3 Star Wars movies. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't impressed with the first 3. Harvard Berserker says 4th Indiana Jones is like 2018 Ghostbusters. Oof. X says, hey, Branca, thanks for answering those questions earlier on your thing. Child alert. You're muted, by the way. Andrew Clark says, Nick, go on Sitch and Adams Fight Club stream. Depends on timing. I mean, I'll go on. It's just all about scheduling. Happy says in Kermit voice, hey there, chat. Then describe Amber. Well, let me tell you about a vacuous harpy who's hell-bent on destroying a man's life. Sounds like Miss Piggy. Vagabond 666 Gmail says, in Australia, need to be the same time zone as other U.S. staff. Oh, okay. That makes sense, I guess. Death says, could Disney sue Heard for lost revenues? No. They made the choice to not hire Johnny Depp. They could have ignored her. AD says, I'm interested in reading on law. Are the restatements on law and restatements on tort, etc., good resources?
Good reading.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to buy like Kurt Cobain's Shotgun, maybe. Those are restatements of the law, and they're very dry. It depends on what you want to read about the law, but you know, Scalia was a really good writer, and he wrote a couple books about law that might be worth checking out. I haven't read them. I can't vouch for it in general, but he had very learned takes on the law, and he was a very good writer, and he's engaging. So that would be probably a good one to check out.
Yeah, I mean, if the Harry Potter library had law books in it, it would be the restatements. I mean, dust will fly off them when you put them on a desk. It's hard to think. When people say a legal treatise, that's what they're talking about. It's about as dry can get.
Yes. Lawyers argued over the language in them, and it took decades to write each one. Oh my gosh, horrible. Herb Stolpstead, thank you for the donation. John Diaz, I don't know. Has Branca ever thought of creating a show called The Self-Defense Whisperer?
Not yet. I'll take it under advisement.
Do some ASMR. And here is where he should have holstered his gun and retreated. And since he didn't, he will now be subject to a loss of presumption. Happy says, in Indian voice, roast Elaine and simp for Dr. Curry. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to. Mike Middleton says, saw Branca search Big Bad Beard 1000 on his screen. Happy says, last time ever, I promise. 69 for 69. 69 for 69. Random 11. How'd Amber get away with not turning over her SMS? They didn't push hard enough to get him, I guess. And they probably thought, well, we got all of them through Johnny Depp that we need or something. Who knows? Halo Millennium says, glad to see your channel blow up since the Vic case. Hope you're doing well. I am. Have you heard of the copyright abuse drama with Quantum TV? It's hilarious. I heard something about it, but I'm not familiar. I'll try and look into it. Michael Gaunt says, putting dots together from today's testimony, are they laying foundation for baby is for PR in the article? Was this agent in the room and they have a recording of her admitting to the hoax and PR stunt? Maybe, but I don't think they got there. So I don't know what, unless they're going to bring somebody else to allege that. I'm not sure. I think they brought that agent on to say that Amber Heard, her accusations were the cause of Johnny Depp's loss of career. I mean, he said that clearly, and that's a critical element, the damages element of defamation. You have to link with evidence of some sort the damage caused by the state or to the statements that were made. So I think that was the main thing. That's what makes the most sense to me. Okay, couple more, almost done. Wolf of Fenrir says the whole debate about a crystal skull is like the Blood Ravens. I don't care if GW said it was canon; it's absolute heresy. Wolf says Nick, the supercharger talking about super chatter. I think he means talking about 70% disability was in regard to the Veterans Affairs disability rating system. Okay, and also says super chat, not supercharger. WTF lol. Yeah, well, autocorrect will get you every time. And then I think there might be one more on Odyssey. Herman Armenia says Indiana Jones 4 is Fash Fade Nick as Hitler singing Die Wacht am Rhein and shooting down the airplane from Casablanca into Marion, thus saving us from Shia's character conception. What was that? I don't even know what that means. And then finally, El Gonzo says, how can his sister be in an imaginary place? Oh, yeah, Australia. It's not real. And then El Gonzo says, how the hell does Branca spell Gonzalez?
there is more than one spelling, folks.
Oh, did you see the guy? You were there when he objected to his own the answer to his own question. God, that was great. And then finally,
I mean, I guess technically it can happen, right? You ask a question and the witness starts responding with hearsay. I guess you object, but hopefully you understand the questions you're asking well enough that you don't find yourself in that position.
Yeah, and you would think that would only really happen if the witness went way off from your question. Like that's where that should occur, is if the witness is going to, you're on cross. The answer should be yes or no. That should be the answer to almost every question, right? Yes, correct, those sorts of things. Zenothian Browski stenographer is prettier than Heard. Damn. Sir Zirek, she's more dangerous too, though. Sir Zirek says, for Branca, how do I convince my brother to get more educated on self-defense law?
Listen, man, I educate as many people as I can, but the ones who don't want to be educated, somebody has to pay for my costly German motorcycle collection, and it may as well be your brother. No offense, but that's just the way it is.
So he should go to lawofselfdefense.com/get-hard, right? Like that's what he should do.
Okay, sure.
That's what you should do. Get a book. Tucson Sky says, wow, you got to see YouTube vid Gone Girl versus Amber Heard. Okay, I'll check it out. That's the end of the show for today. Andrew, thanks for joining me at the end. It's always
my pleasure. Thanks for having me. I don't have anything to pitch today. It's an off day. But thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. And I'll join again as circumstances permit if you send out links, and if not, it's fine. I'll see everybody when I see them. So stay safe, everybody. Take care.
You too, buddy. Talk to you then. Ty Chapman says, what lawyers have done worse, Rittenhouse prosecution or Amber Heard defense? Remains to be seen. I mean, if Amber wins, then they did great. Right? Okay, guys, that's it for the show. Thanks for joining me today. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, 8:30 in the morning. Oh, we'll see you tonight too, because you're going to be here at 11 p.m. Central, because you guys are on the same broken sleep schedule I'm on, which is none at all. All right, we'll see you then. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lubrook, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the dog better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what